Oh, disgusting! So dizzy, what happened to me? Luce felt as if he had been spinning in a tumble dryer for 3 days. Dazed and dizzy, he struggled to open his eyes. But the dazzling white light that greeted him forced him to squint in pain. He didn't know what had happened. He only felt awful, his mind a complete blank with his memory seemingly wiped clean. Just as he was staring blankly, the blinding white light was blocked by a shadow. A beautiful blonde woman in a white coat was looking down at him from above. She was stunningly beautiful, with lips as red as blood. Her ample bosom, nearly bursting out of her top, made her slender curves even more alluring, and the contrast with her doctor's attire was enough to set one's heart racing. "You're awake? How are you feeling, handsome?" She smiled at Luce, her eyes full of charm locking gazes with his bewildered ones. What happened to me? Lucy had no idea what the current situation was, but he realized this was likely a hospital and that he was being restrained on a hospital bed. Then, he instinctively began to check his own physical condition. He was connected to all sorts of unknown instruments. His whole body ached, and his head was spinning. But it didn't seem like anything too serious. His arms and legs were all there. Wait, what? Why couldn't he feel his right leg? He tried moving his leg, but failed. Luce looked up and asked, "Why can't I feel my right leg? Why am I here?" The doctor with the fiery red lips squinted and smiled, her alluring, enchanting voice ringing out once again. "Don't be so anxious, handsome. Your right leg only had a minor scrape. It's already been bandaged and treated, so don't worry." A scrape? Lutz frowned. "How did I get injured? Let me see my leg." "See it? That might not be possible right now." The doctor's voice was as gentle as ever. "Why?" "Because your right leg is in the room next door." "What?" Luce's mind went completely blank, his already chaotic thoughts receiving a heavy blow. "Is it normal for it to be in the next room? How could you guys have just amputated my leg?" His body thrashed on the bed like a dead fish as he tried to sit up to check his condition. "Don't be in such a hurry. A lot has happened. You need to calm down and listen to me explain slowly." The hot-bodied doctor reached out her fingers, gently stroking Luce's bare chest, and pressed him back onto the bed. The sensitivity of his chest and the scorching air she exhaled by his ear sent a shiver down his spine. Since his body was restrained, Luce had no choice but to lie back down, trying to recall his memories while listening to what she had to say. "You've just undergone a kidney transplant. You now have someone else's kidney inside you. The rejection reaction might make you a bit uncomfortable, so just lie still and don't move around." "But what the hell? How did I end up getting both an amputation and a kidney transplant? Was I in a car accident?" Luce was confused. His memory began to recover slightly, so he asked subconsciously, "Who did the transplant for me? I remember being an orphan. Is he doing okay?" "He's doing quite well," the doctor replied. "Where is he?" "In the morgue on the basement floor, to be cremated tomorrow." "Dead?" Luce stared at the doctor in disbelief and said, "He died just so he could transplant his kidney to me." "No, he died because he had late-stage kidney cancer," the doctor said. "Ooh, my head is itching. It feels like it's finally growing a brain." "Then you transplanted his kidney into me?" Luce started struggling desperately on the bed again. "Wait, don't be in such a hurry. He still had one healthy kidney left." "Oh. But the one I transplanted into you was the cancerous one. Are out of your damn mind." The intense shock finally helped Luce recover his memories. Even a simpleton could tell that something was wrong with the situation, and the woman in front of him didn't look like a proper doctor either. What kind of doctor dresses like a hostess at a nightclub? Struggling a bit, he realized the devices restraining him were extremely secure. It felt less like a hospital and more like being strapped to some sort of torture device. Luce tried to calm himself down and force himself to stay alert. He was an orphan with no parents. After leaving the orphanage at 15, he had to work and study on his own. Although his tragic childhood often forced him to fight with thugs, such trivial conflicts couldn't possibly lead to him ending up here, having his leg cut off and his kidney replaced. He was just coming home from school to sleep. Why is he here now? "Who on earth are you? How did I offend you people?" "Hey." The doctor stroked her lips with a slender finger and laughed. "Oh my, you're quite smart, handsome. Did you finally figure it out?" "The game has begun and you are one of the first lucky winners selected." "Excited?" Lur frowned. "What game?" The doctor interrupted. "You're actually quite popular right now. Many people are watching you on the live stream." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a pale blue holographic screen appeared in front of Luce with comments flying across it one after another. "Exciting! The other leg! Cut off the other leg too! Awesome! I love watching stuff like this. I finally got a chance to access it. Where did this screen in front of me come from? Can I buy it? This kid wasn't awake earlier, so it wasn't fun to watch. Now that he's awake, let's see his reaction. Ha 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 ha! Are there any other projects? Make it quick! What kind of live stream is this?" Although the comments weren't dense, they were continuous. It looked like this stream wasn't exactly unpopular. Seeing the content, Lucy felt a shock in his heart. Dark web? Could it be that he had been kidnapped? Don't think about it, handsome. Your world is about to undergo an unprecedented upheaval. You can't even imagine it. All you need to do is enjoy this game. Why don't you take a look at this first? The female doctor's hands greedily stroked Lucy's chest muscles as she opened another video. In the video, there was footage of the woman cutting off Lucy's right leg with an electric saw, blood splattered, making Lucy nauseous, while the version of himself in the video lay on the bed, not moving at all. Watching the saved video, the female doctor's scarlet lips curved into an eerie and sick arc, her face turning crimson in an instant, and ripples of light dancing in her autumnal eyes. Luce could even feel her palms trembling slightly, as if suppressing a chaotic, murderous intent. This woman is definitely a pervert! How is it? Isn't it exciting? Are you also wondering why you don't seem to feel any pain? As she spoke, the doctor pointed to the machine connected to Lucy's entire body. She kept talking to herself, and rather than answering Lucy's doubts, it was more like she was satisfying some twisted desire of her own. Did you recognize this? Well, you couldn't possibly. This technology is at least 300 years ahead of your planet's level. It can manipulate your nerves. Right now, it's in pain mode, meaning it's controlling all your pain receptors. I blocked it earlier to make the cutting easier, but now... Saying that, the female doctor finally moved her hand away and placed it on the machine next to her, giving Lucy a very perverse smile. Since you're awake, why didn't you make me even more delighted? With that, she closed her eyes and pressed a button with enjoyment. The previous pain suppression was fully deactivated. Silence. Neither the doctor nor the viewers of the live stream made a sound, as if time had been paused. They were all frozen in place. The expected screams never happened. Female doctor. Her expression clearly betrayed her inner confusion as she looked at Lucy's clear, blank eyes. Is there something wrong? Lucy asked weakly. All this talk about manipulating nerves. Should I tell her that I was born without the ability to feel pain? Doesn't your leg hurt? The female doctor looked at Lucy in total disbelief, expecting him to have regained his sense of pain. The leg doesn't hurt. Why? The leg is in the next room, so it can't hurt. Female doctor. After a brief moment of shock, she looked at the still humorous Lucy, her expression turning ferocious, with a pound-shaped vein visibly throbbing on her forehead. Fine, you've got guts. I hope you can keep it up. As she spoke, she ruthlessly adjusted several buttons, and the instrument connected to Lucy instantly began to glow bright red. In an instant, the world's most terrifying agony descended. The intense pain caused his muscles to spasm. It was a level 10 pain that far exceeded the human limit, enough to destroy even the toughest mind in an instant. Then there would be screams, convulsions, pleas for mercy. How wonderful that would be. Of course, all the above scenes were only in the female doctor's imagination. The reality was that the moment the machine's red light lit up, Lucy twitched slightly and then continued to have no reaction. The two of them continued to stare at each other, while Lucy observed his surroundings and pondered his situation and how to escape. Theoretically speaking, shouldn't I be having some kind of reaction now? Lucy's calm voice was like a spark igniting the anger in her heart, making her laugh with rage. Fine, you asked for this! With that, she placed one hand on the edge of the bed, leaped up, and pinned Lucy down under her. In her vigorous movement, her lab coat slipped off, revealing the skimpy clothing underneath. Luce only saw a flash of white, and then she pinned him down firmly with her barely there outfit. The sensation of pressure and elasticity was top-notch. Luce! No, miss, what are you doing? Don't... This... Luce blushed instantly and began to struggle violently. He instinctively wanted to say, don't stop, but felt it would be too humorous to be snarky in a life-or-death moment. And since it was their first meeting, it was indeed a bit embarrassing to urge her to continue. The woman with the ferocious expression looked at him with a twisted mind and gritted her teeth. I hope you're ready. Make me delighted. The machine nearby was turned to maximum power, and amidst the bright red light, it emitted a strange hum. A strange itching sensation washed over Luce's entire body, and at the same time a voice sounded in his mind. Critical threshold broken. Unlocking, binding, initializing. Pain chosen. Pain points +9. Initial genetic lock. Pending activation. Required pain points 11,100. Huh? What? Bang! Luce's expression remained frozen in confusion as he recalled the voice in his mind, but at that moment the female doctor slapped him angrily. Luce felt as if he had been struck by a chain hammer, and a muffled groan escaped his lips. It was then that Luce realized with horror that the woman before him possessed an incredibly unnatural strength, making it impossible for him to resist. Who? The female doctor breathed heavily, her eyes burning with a perverse, angry fire as she stared at the man beneath her, who was like fish on a cutting board. The prey was so disobedient that all her previous plans and the wonderful fantasies she had imagined were ruined. The script was definitely not supposed to go like this.
Why, are you perfectly fine?
Historien vid a hartjurs där var farans all the biven orkoväpring nedestreaming så dramp Richard again is why can it create then it creates your employing good to copies for word fighting wellna the train characteristic in the African traveling orange so he is in the price going that's doing fine tell me like push tits and no or but could you not you come they don't want to go when dies first one child one first one say not move to him now and ding this most next no I said yeah so next time. Lust's pupils constricted instantly. Feeling the strange sensation of his muscles tearing, he was shocked by the woman's horrifying strength. This is definitely not the strength a normal human female should have. I'm still restrained right now, and I'm at her mercy. Just because I don't feel pain doesn't mean I can't die. An idea flashed through his mind. Seeing the flames in her eyes, Lutzow understood he had to play along with her first. After a very fake, high-pitched scream, he began to writhe on the bed. It hurts! It really hurts! I just forgot! Ah! The female doctor? The fiery flames in her eyes faltered and her expression turned blank for a second. Is it normal to forget that you're in pain? You can forget that you're in pain? You've got some nerve! But seeing the pain Luce was performing, her anger vented significantly. Her grim expression softened into a smile, and for a moment, ignoring everything else, she pressed the button on the side again. A red light flared. Pain chosen. Pain value +8. Initial gene lock pending activation required pain value 19100. The same voice echoed in Lucy's mind again. Lucy realized that this was probably when he was supposed to feel pain. Once again, coordinating with the voice in his head, Lucy continued his screaming performance. Even he felt his acting was a bit too fake. He had never felt pain since he was a child. Performing like this was the best he could do. He had no good way to escape right now, so he could only temporarily follow the prompts of the pain value in his head, aim for 100, and see if that initial gene lock would be of any use. Although Luce's voice was a bit fake, the doctor on top of him was in a much better mood than before. She let out a long breath, the murderous intent fading from her face, and her previous seductive and perverse smile returned. While continuing to press the instrument, she adjusted her sitting position, and her doctor's attire began to slide off piece by piece. The meager amount of fabric remaining was barely enough to cover her smooth, cream-like skin. Looking at the posture, the expression, the demeanor, and the skimpy covering, all the viewers in the live stream basically knew what was going to happen next. My God, is this doctor this hot? You couldn't tell at all when she was wearing the lab coat. My apologies, my apologies. She was cutting his leg just a moment ago, and now it's about to transition into another kind of prohibited video? Wait, do you guys really not think this guy's screaming sounds a bit fake? This is pure acting. Some people in the barrage had already noticed something wrong and couldn't hold it in anymore. But the female doctor was in the mood and didn't notice that anything was amiss. Pain chosen, pain value +8. Pain chosen, pain value +9. Wave after wave of terrifying nerve stimulation arrived, but the pain that could easily shatter a person's spirit was completely ineffective on Luce. He could only continuously coordinate his performance with the increases in pain value to accumulate points. Ah! This power is way too high. Is this the maximum power setting? If you increase it again, I might die. Seriously, bro, the acting is too bad. Honestly, I'm feeling a bit awkward watching this. He's not even pretending anymore. If you ask me, the plot of domestic films is still lacking. Brother, share the link. The perverse smile on the female doctor's face gradually stiffened. Even with her brain filled with lust, she felt that something wasn't quite right. In the past, when she tortured her prey, their uncontrollable muscle and nerve reactions to pain were her spiritual nourishment. But why does the man beneath her have none of that? This was the second time she had been interrupted from her state of lust. Kid, are you playing me? Are you asking if I want to or not? Luce replied. Bang! A loud thud. The hot woman opposite him slapped the machine, causing it to flash with intense red light, signaling that she had officially lost her patience. You've annoyed me, little one. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you've ruined my mood. As she spoke, she reached beneath her and pulled out a dagger. Wait a minute! Can you explain where you pulled that knife from, miss? Clang! White light flashed, the blade fell, and then a flash of red appeared. Just as Lusso was still trash-talking, the doctor's scalpel had already pierced his chest. Pain chosen, pain value +2. The pain value was low, proving that this strike was far less painful than the machine. But this time, Lucha's pupils constricted instantly. Him not feeling pain didn't mean he couldn't die. I don't think I want to play nicely with you anymore. The female doctor tossed her hair, adjusted her sitting position, and even rubbed herself against Luce. As she spoke, the hand holding the knife began to move like a paintbrush dipped in red pigment painting on a canvas. Pain chosen, pain value +2. Pain chosen, pain value +1. I originally wanted to have a good time with you, but you've really pissed me off. So I suddenly thought, let's cut it off first and see if your expression will still be the same as it is now. The seductive voice still echoed in his ears. Beyond physical torture, there was the psychological devastation. And watching Luce's expression become increasingly solemn, the perverse female doctor's face began to fill with triumph and pleasure once again. The pain value was increasing slowly, but Lucy knew he was running out of time. Her other hand had already grabbed his pants. Who would have thought that the first time a woman would take off his pants, it would be because she wanted to castrate him? Snap! Suddenly, a dull, teeth-grating sound echoed in the room, catching the female doctor's attention. Lowering her head slightly, she saw a splash of crimson. Luce had dug his nails into the handcuffs, as if trying to use his own strength to snap them, but clearly it wasn't the handcuffs that were breaking. When she looked back, she still saw the expressionless face of Lusso. What are you doing? Having long been accustomed to all kinds of torture, the inherently perverse female doctor suddenly felt that something was wrong. Luce smiled. He didn't feel pain. All he cared about was the notification sound in his ears as his fingernails broke. Pain chosen, pain value +4. Snap! Snap! A series of sounds rang out almost simultaneously. All the fingernails on Luce's left hand were torn off by his own hand in an instant. Pain chosen, pain value +3. Gene lock pending activation, required pain value 101-100. Condition met, gene lock activated! Bang! The lightning bolt flashed through Lucy's mind as if a great gate were slowly opening. At the same time, the steel handcuffs that were once solid and immovable suddenly shattered. Genetic lock, engage! Every cell seemed to be burning, and his heart roared like an internal combustion engine. This sensation of metamorphosis made Luce realize with absolute clarity that an unprecedented transformation was taking place within him. And with it came power. The metal snapped. The heavy-duty alloy handcuffs, strong enough to secure a bull, shattered instantly. His arms, steaming as if it were boiling, swung high into the air. In the doctor's wide, shocked pupils, the cold glint of the broken metal was reflected. Their bodies sprang up like leopards, positions reversed in an instant, and the female doctor was pinned to the bed, disarming her, twisting his body. It was all done in one smooth, fluid motion, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times before. The playfulness in his eyes had vanished completely. Once free, Luce didn't utter another word. With eyes flashing with the ferocity of a wolf, he gripped the knife and plunged it forcefully into the woman's exposed chest. That was where her heart was. By now, the audience in the chat, who had been gleefully watching what they thought was some perverse, erotic live stream, finally sensed that something was wrong. Hold on, is the situation getting a bit weird? Did something go wrong? Also, how did he just suddenly snap those handcuffs? It's all scripted, right? Just wondering what the next plot point is. What now? Are they switching to a traditional male-on-top position? But at this moment, the two people at the center of everyone's attention knew this wasn't a game. The female doctor's eyes were filled with horror, her hands gripping Luce's knife-wielding arm with all her might, unable to believe how the man before her had broken free from his restraints. Carbon-based Foundation lifeform, 18 years old, low-grade physical energy. Impossible. What did you do? Her shrill voice echoed through the room. Veins bulged on the doctor's forehead like a trapped beast struggling for survival. But Lucio remained completely unmoved. With his remaining leg pressing against her lower abdomen, he exerted force with his hand, pushing the dagger deeper through her desperate struggle. The sharp tip of the blade had already sliced open the soft skin on her chest. That shape, which would drive countless men crazy, had no effect on Lucio at all. He was like a precision machine determined to butcher his prey. Wait, this is just a game. Nothing will actually happen. Seeing that Lucio was immune to reason, the female doctor panicked. She quickly forced a flattering smile and pleaded, "This is the paradise of the chosen. You were selected. This is just an initial trial. You passed. You did great. After this, you'll receive so many rewards." You must be curious about what's going on, right? Let me go. I know everything. I can tell you anything you ask. Whatever you want, just say it. I'll agree to anything. I'm yours too, you can do whatever you like. In her panic, her tone shifted several times from pleading to fawning and eventually to bribery and seduction. Yet Luce's expression didn't change at all. He stayed locked on the knife in his hand. The woman beneath him sparked no interest in him whatsoever. Her nearly exposed clothing and pathetic words only made him shift from one hand to two, pressing down on the knife with both. Luce knew that with his current strength enough to shatter handcuffs, the fact that this woman could still struggle against him proved she was by no means an ordinary person. It was kill or be killed. No more words were needed. Blood seeped out, and the light of life slowly faded. You can't kill me, I am. Snap! That was the sound of the dagger piercing the sternum and stabbing through the heart, sealing her unfinished sentence forever. Only then did Luce look at her wide, staring eyes and speak his first words since breaking free. I've been an orphan since I was a child. Living until now hasn't been easy. Over the years, I've learned one thing. Never hand over a chance to survive to anyone else. As he finished, the sharpness in his eyes vanished instantly. His body went limp and he collapsed, exhausted, into the arms of the woman whose body still held a trace of warmth. You have to wait until they're stone dead before delivering a winner's monologue, haha. He forced a laugh, but looking down at his right leg, which had truly vanished, he couldn't quite bring himself to smile anymore. During the life or death crisis, his mind was crystal clear. He had to kill the enemy to survive, but now his mind was in turmoil. What game? What trial? And why did his leg just suddenly snap off? He clenched his fists. The extreme strength gained from opening the genetic lock gave him some measure of confidence. He turned his head toward the screen in the air that connected to this so-called live stream, hoping to find some answers. On the big screen, the chat, which had gone briefly quiet due to shock at the sudden turn of events, had now exploded. A game? What game? Does this mean we are the chosen ones too? After all, why did this video just pop up out of thin air? Mine appeared out of nowhere on my computer, and now I can't close it. Amazing. I'll remember you, reversal kill brother. Already called the police. After scanning through the messages, he only found fragmented information. Suddenly, the whole room began to shake, and the big screen instantly went dark, collapsing into Luce's vision. Luce was startled, and as he instinctively tried to move, his body refused to listen, feeling as if it were floating in outer space. Before his eyes was a stream of data resembling a space-time tunnel, and in his ears, a strange mechanical voice resonated, accompanied by lines of text manifesting out of thin air. Initial game ended. Welcome to the global large-scale game, Paradise of the Chosen. Initial number of selectees, 14,569,812. Initial number of participants, 1,652,348. Number of completions, 926,357. Note: initial level does not result in true death, but those who fail to complete will have their qualification revoked. Number of perfect clears, 3,549. Your initial clear rating, SSS rank, perfect clear, current consecutive perfect clears, 1. Calculating rewards. Damn it. Watching the text scroll line by line, Lucy was starting to feel a bit foolish. Only now did he truly realize what it meant for the world to have changed. Special event triggered. Killed the initial divine guide, obtained achievement badge. Godslayer. Special event triggered. Seized a bonus free, grade sealed artifact, sensory manipulator. Item is unique, reclaimed. Reward of equal grade granted and added to inventory. Initial reward points, 3,005. Initial reward items, intermediate recovery potion X3 added to inventory. Your current world ranking, 1,726,357. Ranking updates after every game, consecutive perfect performances, and high rankings will bring surprises. Please keep up the effort. Am I number one in the world? Luce stared at the 1,726,357 in front of him, dazed and lost in thought. Perfect clearance reward. Free body repair initiated. Please relax. That was the final sentence. After hearing it, an irresistible wave of drowsiness washed over his mind, and Lucy lost consciousness. Ding, ding, dang, dang, ding, ding. He didn't know how much time had passed, perhaps only a few minutes, when Lutzo was suddenly startled awake by his own alarm. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar dim room, his 10-square-meter dormitory utility room. The familiar moldy corner, the old second-hand Redmi phone by the bed. Lucy jumped, looking down at his lower body. His legs were perfectly intact. Was it a dream? Felt so real. His sigh carried a hint of disappointment. As he thought this, he casually slapped his phone to turn off the alarm, but the impact made a loud bang. The noise was so loud it woke him up completely. Curious, he turned on the light and stared at the deep dent in the bed, feeling bewildered. If it weren't for the mattress cover, his luxury phone might have been completely destroyed. Luce seemed to realize something. He quickly opened his phone, connected to the dormitory Wi-Fi, and clicked on a social media platform. The first trending search below the search bar was burning with a fiery red color, with a simple description of only 8 characters. God's chosen paradise global game. The number of searches next to it had reached a terrifying 180 million. You have to know that in history, the highest trending topic on this platform was only 40 million, 180 million. That's a figure no talent agency would dare to fabricate for a celebrity. Luce quickly clicked on it and began flipping through the massive amount of news reports. Starting at 12 midnight, a large number of people went missing out of thin air. A Canadian Airlines flight crashed, and the crew stated that the captain and co-pilot had vanished from the cockpit. Live streams suddenly appeared on many people's phones, computers, and electronic devices. Some screens even appeared directly on their corneas and could not be closed. A man in Australia demonstrated superpowers, claiming to be a perfect clearance participant, saying a new era had arrived and he would become the ruler of the world. A large number of people claimed to be chosen ones, but they weren't forced into the game, saying they could join voluntarily later. Experts call it a mass fraud. Police are investigating, and they hope that anyone who truly participated in the game will contact the authorities. Message after message filled the screen, most of which were direct announcements from official media, fully illustrating the severity of the matter. Luce checked and found that the earliest post was less than 20 hours ago, yet the news had already spread so widely. There was almost no other news on the entire feed. Various independent media outlets came flocking, and all sorts of mysterious, bizarre videos flooded the app. This was the first time everyone had seen with their own eyes what a global upheaval looked like. And Luce himself was one of the first to personally experience this upheaval, and he was even the number one. According to all the interviews, all the participants stated that after the first game ended, the screen suddenly entered their eyes, and they could view their data and the time of the next game at any time. But none of the volunteers currently in the hospital have shown any abnormalities in their eyes or brains. Luce looked at the information from the various interviews and realized something was wrong. With a single thought, that screen appeared right before his eyes. This control was very natural, just like instinctively moving one's own body. No instruction was needed at all. At this moment, the screen was blank with only a few simple lines of text. Rest mode. For each game, you can choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe that the world welcomes players, and players will eventually possess the world. Time until the next game starts, 47, 54, 43. This is a divine challenge. God's chosen paradise welcomes your arrival. Is that so? Only 2 days until the next game starts? According to the descriptions in the news, the time in the game and in reality are continuous, and the time in the game is the same as the outside world. If participants vanish into thin air to enter the game, it means this game is more like travel, not just some mental projection. As Luce gathered information and muttered to himself, he suddenly realized that even though he seemed to have taken first place, he didn't know anything at all. The other participants online seemed to know quite a lot.
According to what was said yesterday, there was a guide in the initial game, but it seems I killed him.
That was the first time he had killed someone, but for some reason, he had absolutely no psychological burden. He could also vaguely foresee that the world's moral standards and order were probably about to be reshuffled. After watching for about half an hour, he realized he might be late and jumped up to wash up. 5 minutes later, he successfully headed out. Oh, hey, little Lou. Why are you up so late today? I thought you had already left. Most students had already left, and the dorm manager, Old Man Wang, who was already tidying up the room, greeted Luce. Because he was an orphan, Luce was a scholarship student and had applied to live in the utility closet in the building. Although the living conditions were very poor, at least it saved him money and kept him away from complex interpersonal relationships. Yes, please carry on. He hurriedly gave a perfunctory reply and ran towards the school. Report. In Class 7 of the senior year, Luce, who was already late, stood at the door and shouted to those inside. The atmosphere in the classroom today was a bit different. You could almost smell the restlessness in the air. In the senior class, the head teacher, Old Lou, was standing on the podium, but everyone below was whispering to each other. The head teacher kept looking at his phone and didn't try to manage them. After his report, the whole classroom seemed to be hit with a mute button. Everyone turned their eyes toward the door in unison, and Old Lou put down his phone. The silence lasted for at least 5 seconds before Old Lou took a deep breath and asked, "Why are you late?" Luce had never seen his own lateness treated with such significance. He paused and said, "I overslept." In an instant, the classroom returned to its noisy state, and someone even let out a scoff. Old Lou's gaze also dimmed. He had actually thought that perhaps one of the rumored gamers had emerged from his class. Because according to existing claims, the time the games ended was roughly around this morning. Seeing that no one else was paying attention to him, Luce returned to his seat and sat down. A senior class had abandoned all their studies and courses because of this event. Everyone was discussing it with excitement, as if they were all waiting for the arrival of a new world. Cough, cough. All right, everyone is here now. Let's settle down. According to the requirements of the school and the Ministry of Education, classes are suspended today to discuss and organize some matters. As for the subsequent class schedule, it depends on how society organizes things. Even the Gakao will depend on how the situation develops. Currently, the importance of that matter is above all else. The serious expression on the head teacher's face did not make anyone below take it seriously. Instead, they became even more excited. All right, I believe everyone knows what I'm talking about. That God's chosen paradise. In our class, has anyone been chosen to become one of those so-called chosen ones? As he finished speaking, Lusa instinctively lowered his head slightly, scanning everyone in the classroom from the corner of his eye. The classroom exploded in an instant. Everyone was looking around, chattering away, trying to see if there was anyone among them who had personally experienced it. Luce kept his head low. He didn't have many friends to begin with and had a low presence, so no one cared about him. He thought to himself, a global supernatural event that science cannot explain at all. While no one knows what the future holds, at the very least one should just sit back and watch. Whoever exposes themselves rashly is just a fool. Surely nobody— Teacher, me! I was chosen! At a seat by the window, a boy proudly raised his hand. The arrogant look on his face was hard to contain, and he was the one who usually had the most classmates surrounding him. The one who raised his hand was Zhang Tao, someone he had an average relationship with, the kind of person who has a little money and likes to show off everywhere at school. When they first met, Zhang Tao saw that Lu Tso was an orphan and even thought about bullying him, but after getting beaten up by Lu Tso, they didn't have much contact anymore. Although he couldn't help but cringe at this fool's behavior, he still cast a glance over, wanting to see what the perspective was like for other chosen ones besides himself. Oh? Teacher Lu's eyes lit up as he looked at him and said, Zhang Tao, you were chosen. Did you participate in the game directly, or were you just a spectator? I was a spectator. That live stream appeared right before my eyes, Zhang Tao said weakly, then quickly added, but I am qualified to participate in the next game. As the words fell, a chorus of wows rang out across the class in perfect unison. After all, in the stagnant life of senior year, such a world-upending event was far too exciting. Zhang Tao thoroughly enjoyed the envious expressions of the crowd. He couldn't keep his mouth from curling up into a grin. Are there any others? Teacher Lu sent a message on his phone and continued to look at the class, asking, I hope everyone will be honest. This matter is very important to the country, and of course it is very important to you as well. In the quiet atmosphere, no one else raised their hand. All right, everyone, please study on your own. Zhang Tao, please come with me. Once he finished speaking, Zhang Tao walked out of the classroom, head held high like a triumphant general. My God, I'm so envious. Why him? Zhang Tao doesn't even study at all. Teacher Lu always used to say he was good for nothing, and now he's so polite to him. Study my foot. Current science can't explain these supernatural things, so who are you going to learn from? Videos have been circulating online, didn't you see them? The game seems to be some kind of different dimension where you can gain superpowers. Superpowers? Really? Do we have a chance to be chosen later? Didn't they say these were the first batch of chosen ones? With the head teacher gone, the whole class was left whispering to each other, everyone taking out their phones to share the latest news and videos they had seen. At first, Lucy was puzzled. Why were these people so excited? You have to know, the so-called game he experienced wasn't fun at all. Being tied to an operating table with no ability to resist, being amputated, having kidneys removed, and being disemboweled by a perverted woman. It was only because he hadn't felt pain since childhood and had suffered enough, plus the fact that the pain god's selection had helped him defy his fate. Otherwise, that level of torture, I doubt many of these ordinary students could handle it. But gradually, based on what everyone was saying, Lu Se discovered a fact. It seems that everyone's initial game is different. Although most of them are tests of humanity, extreme situations like the one where he was tortured and abused seem to be quite rare. Moreover, when he cleared the game, it said very clearly, initial levels will not result in true death, but those who fail to finish will have their eligibility for the game revoked. The implication of this statement seems to be that in normal circumstances, it is possible to actually die, and none of the classmates seem to care, or they are completely unaware of this. They treat the God's Selection Paradise as a game, entering it to grind mobs and level up as if it were child's play, never considering the consequences. But as someone who has truly been through it, Lusa can keenly sense the cruelty of it. It could very well be a matter of life and death. But I just saw that there's a person in the US participating in the game who claims they even have some kind of temporary ranking. That Special Forces soldier said he ranked 67th and received a bottle of physical enhancement reward. He said he can now fold a bottle cap in half with his fingers. His strength is immense. Really? If he keeps participating, won't he become a superhero later? Listening to the constant chatter around him, Lusa remained indifferent. He reached into his desk and pinched a bottle cap. With a squeeze of his 5 fingers, the whole bottle cap was as if it had been put into a shredder, easily crumbled into a small ball by Lusa. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, feeling the power in his hand. The game is indeed cruel and twisted, but Lusa only hopes it gets even more twisted. Compared to the real world where he is bound by rules, he prefers it there. Life and death are fated, and it all depends on one's own ability. Hey, what are you smiling at? Did you have a wet dream last night? Just as Lusa's smile was becoming increasingly twisted, a crisp voice woke him up. It was his desk mate, Xie Antong. Xie Antong is Lucy's desk mate, and they have spent 3 years together. His upbringing gave Luce a sharp eye for people. Even though Antong never acted overbearing from the way she dressed and carried herself, he knew they were from different worlds. But for some reason, the more he tried to keep his distance, the more boldly Xie Antong began to tease him. Nothing, I just remembered something happy. Luce secretly hid the ball of the bottle cap he had just crushed inside his desk and said without turning his head. Suddenly his ear tickled. Xie Antong had actually leaned right up to his ear and whispered, "Playing dumb? You were also chosen, right?" Luce was startled and asked, pretending to be calm, "What are you talking about? Why would you ask that?" The two locked eyes for a moment. All Lucy saw were her squinting, smiling eyes, which made him feel inexplicably guilty. He remembered that his own initial game had spectators too. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it? You have to know that his pain god selection, the opening of his genetic locks, and his decisive killing were way more restrictive and violent compared to the topics discussed by his classmates. He absolutely had to keep it a secret. So he looked at Xie Antong and tentatively stretched out his right leg, the one that had originally been amputated in the game. "Look, my leg!" Xie Antong looked down and said, "What? It's fair, long, and smooth. Can I touch it?" Before he could respond, she touched it directly. So.
No, could you please mind your behavior a little bit? Luce watched Xie Antong, whose eyes were shining with greed as she started to get handsy, and quickly pulled his leg back. He had only intended to probe her. After all, his state inside the game had been quite terrifying, and that leg had actually been amputated. But looking at her reaction, it seemed the girl before him hadn't coincidentally seen him during the initial game. People are best at projecting their own mindset onto others. When you say "I was chosen but chose to hide it," aren't you actually talking about yourself? Luce didn't dwell on his own situation, and instead turned the topic back to her. To his surprise, Xie Antong stared into his eyes for a moment and gave a serious nod. "Yes!" Luce. "Wait, you're just gonna tell me like that?" Xie Antong glanced around. The other students were busy chatting and no one noticed them. She turned her head away, avoided looking at Luce, and whispered, "In a completely unknown world, it's only natural to keep a low profile as a minority and observe the situation first." Suddenly, Xie Antong changed the subject. "So, are you choosing to participate in the second game 2 days from now?" Hearing this, the corner of Luce's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "So you're just going to assume I'm also one of the chosen?" I don't recall ever admitting to it. Without waiting for a reply, Xie Antong spoke up on her own. "Whatever you think, my advice is, don't participate. Just wait for now. The temptation to change one's fate is too great. I know that if you have the chance, you won't want to miss it. But our country's internet regulation is very strict. In order to maintain stability during such turmoil, a lot of information and news hasn't been released. I was among the first batch of viewers. Last night, after a brief moment of shock, I kept a detailed record. I watched no fewer than 100 live streams of the game, with all kinds of people facing different or similar scenarios. Some scenes were extremely cruel, things you'd never see on the internet. That kind of trial defies all modern human morality and legal standards." As she spoke, Xie Antong's face turned slightly pale, as if she were recalling some unpleasant memories. "I even saw a player actually die in that game. If the game is another world, and time and space are connected to the real world, meaning players are literally teleported inside, then can they even survive?" Luce? Xie Antong stared quietly at Luce's profile, speaking with such sincerity that Luce felt inexplicably guilty. Because Luce knew more about what she was saying than anyone else on Earth, He was a person who had lived through it. Even more, what he had experienced was the most brutal and bizarre trial in the world. He knew the danger and bloodshed better than anyone. Thank you. In fact, Luce could probably guess why his wealthy deskmate was trying to get close to him. It was nothing more than a spoiled rich girl from a pampered background coming to a new environment, discovering a poor boy who wasn't like the sycophants she was used to, not sucking up to her or caring about her, and thus becoming curious. What else could it be? That's just how teenage girls are. But he thanked her anyway. A gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. Sigh, I hope you'll consider it carefully. Xian Tong didn't know if Lucy had taken it to heart, so she could only sigh and start scrolling through videos on her phone to check the latest news. People were walking to and fro in the hallway, with students occasionally leaving. Luce even spotted a few police officers. There was all sorts of talk online, but as time passed, the credibility of much of that information became highly questionable. Many self-media channels chasing clicks were acting like madmen, saying anything to grab attention. Someone even claimed players had gained superpowers, and that the strongest ones could already craft nuclear weapons with their bare hands. Luce, since when was I that powerful? His assessment of himself was that a normal human wasn't a match for him empty-handed, but when it came to firearms, he'd still end up dead. He was still too weak, far from the point where personal strength could give him any sense of security. The first day of the world's transformation passed just like that. Lutza was on his way home alone. He found an empty spot and stared silently at a wall. He balled up his right fist and slammed it hard against the exposed edge of the brick wall. With a dull thud, the corner of the brickwork shattered, and a few stone fragments fell to the ground. Luce had hit it with such force that a red bruise instantly appeared on his knuckles. The skin on his knuckles was even grazed, with a bit of blood seeping out. Luce frowned slightly as he looked at his hand. He didn't feel any pain, and he didn't know what level of pain was required, but the stat-boosting mechanism for the pain-chosen one had not triggered. Is the level of pain not high enough, or are there some restrictions? This pain-based stat boost was his greatest asset at the moment. It had allowed him to pass the initial game and temporarily rank #1 in the world. He needed to figure out how that thing worked as soon as possible. Having a cheat and not knowing how to use it would be a joke. He tried a few more punches against the wall, but still heard no sign of the stat-boosting notification. Then an annoying voice came from behind him. What? Feeling depressed? Taking it out on a wall now? Do you really have to go through every cliché thing a brainless villain does just to prove your own stupidity? Luce punched the wall hard again, sending more stone shards flying before turning to look at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had spent the whole day reveling in special treatment and was completely carried away, fantasizing about his future life as a superior being. He couldn't resist mocking the guy who had once made him eat humble pie. But Lucy's punch had cooled his heated head a little, and he said with a show of bluster, "Showing up late this morning just to make everyone think you were chosen, huh? How many people were actually chosen in the whole world? God's paradise, you're just an orphan. Even your parents didn't want you. You think you'd be chosen by God?" Luce didn't even bother to respond. He reached out and gouged a piece of brick from the damaged wall, then walked toward him in silence. "Did you forget what I told you when I beat you up before? What do you want?" Zhang Tao stepped back quickly, grabbing a bike lock from the side in fear. He had been so immersed all day in the idea that the world had changed, and he was now a favorite gifted with powers. He had forgotten that he didn't actually have any superpowers yet. He couldn't beat the guy in front of him. "I'm telling you, we're on a different level now. I could kill you and wouldn't even have to face the consequences. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. I've got people at the police station. What, did your dad get caught for soliciting prostitutes?" Luce replied expressionlessly, having already arrived right in front of Zhang Tao. "What the hell? Caught for soliciting?" Zhang Tao was stunned. The two locked eyes. All the support Zhang Tao had been relying on vanished, leaving him with nothing but pure fear. Ever since he was beaten up in his first year of high school, he hadn't dared to provoke Luce again. But he had never been this scared before. He looked into Luce's eyes, and his legs turned to jelly. Eyes that have killed people are just different. "Screw you!" In extreme terror, Zhang Tao shouted curses to build up his own courage and started swinging the bike lock wildly. Luce had been in more fights than he could count since he was a kid. He deflected the blow easily with his wrist, knocking the lock out of Zhang Tao's hand. "Pain chosen 1. Pain value +1. Luce paused, listening to that long-lost voice in his mind. As realization dawned on him, His smile grew increasingly twisted. I think I get it now. Thanks. By the way, you said you had people at the police station. Do you have anyone at the hospital? If not, don't worry. You'll have someone there soon. In the end, in that dark alley, Zhang Tao, who had been completely wrecked, was knocked unconscious, covered in bruises. Of course, Lu Tzu, who left the scene, was just as battered and bruised as he was. But the injuries on his body were almost entirely self-inflicted. He had become quite proficient at this sort of thing anyway. It didn't hurt, and since both of them looked equally beaten up, and as an orphan with no property to worry about, the police would generally just sweep it under the rug. However, during the fight, Lu Tzu could instinctively perceive the other man's fragility. If he had wanted to, there were countless ways he could have killed him just now. Of course he didn't do it. Luz had a very clear understanding of his own position. He knew his current strength was nowhere near enough to do whatever he pleased. He rushed back to his small room, pulled out a piece of paper, and began to jot down his observations about the pain chosen. First, self-harm doesn't count. Any damage I inflict on myself does not grant any pain points. Second, the most direct way is damage and torture inflicted by others. This is the simplest way to gain points. Furthermore, in such situations, even if I have the ability to break free but choose not to, it's fine. It isn't considered self-harm. Lucy considered this a bug. And after thinking about it for a long time, Lusa wrote down a third hypothesis. Third, if, because of an opponent or an enemy, I am forced to or indirectly suffer damage, it can also earn points. Before, in the first game, he had broken his own fingernails trying to break free, and just now in the fight, he had actually met the object thrown at him with his own fist, but it had worked just the same. After putting down his pen, Lu Tzu took a deep breath and looked at his summary. Anyway, that's about it. Tesk, this system of mine doesn't even have a tutorial or anything. I have to figure it all out myself. These are the rules of the pain chosen for now. I'll add more once I discover them. He tucked the paper under his pillow and lay down flat to get some rest, though his heart remained far from calm. His trump card was ready, which meant time until the next game starts. 29, 24, 43. Time until the next game starts. Dabber e 30 todi. A day and a night passed quickly. Luce didn't join his classmates' discussions. His mind was already in the game. As time passed and the text on the screen shifted, a voice resonated in his mind at the same moment. 30 minutes remaining until the game begins. Please make the necessary preparations. Please choose to become a spectator or a player. Looking at the two options, Luce remembered what Xie Antong had said to him with such unexpected sincerity the day before yesterday. Hey, thanks for the reminder. But you're right. How could I possibly give up an opportunity like this? When fate arrives, all choices are no longer choices. Player. Player identity loaded. God's chosen paradise welcomes you. May your courage lead you straight to the firmament. Half an hour later, a stream of data enveloped Lusa's entire body, and his figure vanished from the small room. Welcome to the game. The current difficulty level of your dungeon is Hell. You have 5 minutes for initial configuration. Seeing the data stream loading rapidly, a data panel representing his player status appeared before Lucy. Game points, 3,000. Pain points, 7. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 0. Bonus medal, Godslayer, legendary. Equipment, none. Backpack, starting backpack. You have a reward pending collection. Looking at his panel, he was surprised to find that his pain value had also been added to the panel, and he could actually use it to distribute points to the stats below. He didn't know which stat was most important yet, so he would deal with the point distribution later. Collect! Your reward has arrived. Obtain sealed item A007, Soul of the 7 Deadly Sins. 7 Deadly Sins effect amplifies the corresponding weakness in the user's human nature, but simultaneously grants a massive corresponding bonus. Please set your initial appearance. As the voice died down, a gray mist appeared in front of Lu Tzu, lacking any fixed shape. Luce had an inspiration and said, "The shape is a fluid mask." The mist slowly turned into a mask and adhered to Lu Tzu's face, yet he felt no sensation of wearing anything. Please set the form. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. Luce thought for a moment and chose one that he felt would be relatively easy to control. Greed! The mask twisted for a moment, then turned a deep blue. Please set the mode Normal Overload. Normal? Preparation time ended. entering the game. Before his eyes blurred, a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. The next second, Luso had entered the game. As soon as he opened his eyes, Luso was surprised to find that the dizziness hadn't faded. He felt lightheaded, and the surroundings were abnormally hot, as if he were being steamed. Once he reacted, Lucio realized he was hanging upside down in the air with a chain locked around his left ankle. And dozens of meters below him was boiling, molten lava. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream came from beside him, and Luce realized that he wasn't the only one in this second game. Including himself, 10 people were hanging there like roast ducks in a fireplace. Didn't they say it was a game? What's going on? Why am I being hung up? It's so hot, it burns. How are we supposed to get down? Among those hanging nearby, a few were already panicking. The visceral realism of the situation had them starting to lose control. Luce glanced over them, then stopped paying attention. These people were clearly quite limited. It didn't really matter whether they ended up as enemies or allies. Welcome to the game. Unfortunately, you have been selected for Hell Mode, but at the same time, you are lucky. Under each of you is a platform, and beneath those platforms, the lava is constantly rising. You need to escape in time if you are late. Well, I am truly sorry. Here is the first tool for escape. The mechanical voice rang out in the fiery hell, and then a rope lowered down in the middle of the 10 people. And tied to the end was a saw. A saw covered in scarlet rust with a blade full of jagged gaps. Looking at this item, along with the rising lava below, the 10 people instantly understood what escape meant. In an instant, an uncontrollable chill surged into everyone's hearts. Except for one person, of course. Looking at the hanging saw, Lutzet had only one thought in mind. Aha! Doesn't this mean I can finally start farming pain points? The real world and the game world are connected. But in the real world, if you get hurt, you have to go to the hospital, and you might even end up disabled if it's serious. But he knew very well that in the game, if he met the conditions for a perfect clear, all his injuries would be healed for free. That was exactly why he insisted on joining the game. The risk is high, but the rewards are absolutely maximized for him. What do you mean? What is the meaning of this? You call this a game? No one told me about this before. You are completely deceiving us. I'm going to report you. Listening to the wailing and crying in his ears, Lutsu was already numb. He turned his head to look at the woman next to him who was throwing a tantrum. Report us? Where are you going to report to? Does she not know what kind of situation this is? Although Lucia had long expected that there would be clueless contestants when the game started, someone this ridiculous still exceeded his expectations. Lusa opened his portable live broadcast screen to see if the viewers had any information about the other 9 players. To his surprise, he found an unusually large number of people staring at him. Is this the perspective of a player who achieved a perfect clear? I specifically wanted to see the skill level of a top-tier player. This scene is a bit terrifying. I haven't seen this one before. It's a good thing I decided to wait and see what kind of games were available. Forget it, I'd better just stay as a spectator. I checked the other 9 people, and only 3 are repeat clearers. The rest are first-timers. It seems this one is the only perfect clear player here. Only then did Lucia realize that although their broadcasts were assigned randomly, they could also be searched and categorized. If that's the case, those who achieved a perfect clear will soon find themselves in the spotlight. That might not necessarily be a good thing. The world would never let an individual possess superhuman power unchecked. Good thing I chose the mask. However, my personality and habitual movements could still be discovered by observant people. I quit. I'm not going to saw off my own leg. Let me out. I'm done playing. As Luce observed, the woman next to him continued to sob and complain, clearly unable to face reality. And to Luce's surprise, there was actually a response from the air. A mechanical voice replied from above, "The shop system will open shortly." During the game preparation phase, you may purchase exit tokens to force an exit mid-game. Once an exit token is used, you will permanently lose your eligibility to play the game. During the game, you cannot access the shop. Exit tokens. There is such a thing? Lutz thought to himself, but he didn't show it. By then, he had already figured out how to farm some pain points. What do you mean by can't exit? The lava is already rising and I feel dizzy. Let me down. Amidst the woman's constant shrill screams, a sound of metal friction suddenly echoed in the air, cutting through the panic and despair, and immediately drew the gaze of the other 9 people. Above the lava, a chain suddenly began to sway violently. The screeching sound instantly silenced all the clamor. The chain locking Lusa's right leg was swaying violently in the air. Lusa swung back and forth like an agile monkey. With a snap, Luz reached out and firmly grabbed the rusted saw hanging in the air. The quality of the chain is actually pretty good. It doesn't even feel loose while swinging around. After pulling the saw down, Lutsu's relaxed voice echoed in the narrow space, causing the surrounding 9 people to widen their eyes in shock as they watched him be the first to take action. Is he crazy? Does he really intend to saw off his leg with that rusted saw? Honestly, brothers, you're all very generous. How come no one fought over this unique item and it just fell into my hands? Sawing off one's own leg to escape is such a cliche. Tell me, did you actually pay royalties for the Saw franchise? Holding the saw in his hand, Lucha wasn't in a hurry to start. Under the gaze of those around him, he just kept chatting while swinging in the air. That strange sense of relaxation made everyone around him seriously doubt if he realized that the current predicament required sawing off his own leg to survive. And Luce himself realized one thing from the very first word he spoke. This wasn't entirely his own personality. His mental state at the moment was like that of a half-drunk person who could still fully control their mind but unconsciously wanted to blurt out nonsense that didn't fit their usual personality. This might be the effect of the mask of original sin on his face. It amplifies the corresponding traits in his own nature, but also provides corresponding benefits. Luz didn't want to over-control himself. Greed, talkativeness, cunning when facing such a cruel game challenge, these traits were exactly what he needed. Furthermore, in the future, he could use these traits to make it difficult for those viewers spying on him to easily associate his game persona with his real-life self. Besides, he really wanted to see what the buffs would be under the mode of greed. It seems someone has already taken the first step. In the scorching air, that mechanical voice appeared again, but this time the voice surprisingly possessed a rare human-like quality. However, simply obtaining the saw does not count as a successful survival. Understood. It's just sawing off a leg, not a big deal. It's not like it's the first time I've done it. I just think this game really lacks fun and exploration. It's honestly quite boring. Luso continued to talk, his voice almost verging on a maniacal laugh. Since I was the first to get the saw, shouldn't there be some kind of reward? Luz finally revealed his fangs. Beneath the blue mask, he exuded a chilling ambition and greed. The other 9 contestants remained silent, watching the figure hanging there and bargaining. In this terrifying scene, it seemed only that man still had a gaming mindset. The game naturally has many hidden achievements and special rewards waiting to be discovered, but they require the player's own exploration. Fine, you're really stingy, not giving anything away. I was just asking, what if I saw off my leg and still don't get saved? I'm not really convinced. I'm swinging around here. What if I accidentally fall into the lava after sawing off my leg? That won't happen. That is not part of the game content. The platform beneath your feet is extendable. As long as you break free before the lava covers it, there will be no problems. In other words, as long as I saw off my leg, I can get free, right? Correct. A light shimmered on the blue mask, forming a smiling face, as if a cunning plan had succeeded. A flash of cold light, and the rusted saw pressed against his leg. Let the sawing begin. However, it was his right ankle that was shackled by the iron chain. The one he was sawing was his left leg. What does it sound like when metal saws through flesh bit by bit? The answer is that there is no sound. Before the saw hits something truly hard, it feels like leather rubbing against leather, as if 2 thick hides were being pressed together and forced to grind one another down. Against the naturally crimson backdrop of this magma hell, that leg turned an even deeper, more vibrant shade of red in an instant. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment, like a frozen frame in a silent black and white movie, with only the sizzling sound of a steak on a griddle hanging in the air. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air, but it wasn't Luce's voice, it came from the woman hanging nearby. Luce hadn't even reacted yet, but her shrieking already sounded like a pig being slaughtered. "What are you doing? Stay away from me!" Having entered this with a gaming mindset, she had never seen such a scene before. Is this something you can just saw off like that? Looking at the masked man beside her, she began to sway and struggle violently in midair. She started babbling incoherently. Fear had completely consumed her reason, and her sanity was on the brink of collapse. Chosen of pain, pain value +3. Chosen of pain, Pain value +2. As the continuous stream of pain values poured in, Lucy was secretly pleased, but the woman's pig-like screaming next to him completely threw him off his rhythm. He looked at her, speechless, and quipped, "If I may say, what are you screaming for? It's not your leg I'm sawing. Besides, you'll have to saw yours sooner or later. Why don't you get a head start? It might do you some good, don't you think? What? Or do you want to try it out right now?" As he spoke, Lucé extended the saw in his hand toward her as if offering an invitation. Seeing his hand soaked in fresh blood and gripping the saw, the woman stopped screaming. She fell silent, fainted dead away from the terror. She actually fainted from the sheer depravity of his methods. All she wished for now was to wake up and find that everything was just a dream. Really, you'd think she'd have mentally prepared herself before coming in. Luce casually scared a bystander into unconsciousness and went back to sawing his leg. Sawing off one's own leg is more than just agonizing physical pain. It is a form of lingering psychological torment, a true test of spirit. But thanks to the mask of greed, Lucé felt none of that psychological pressure. As long as he saw the pain value climbing, and as long as he obtained what he wanted, this trivial cost was easily ignored. There is a famous saying, when profit reaches 50%, people will take risks. When profit reaches 100%, people will trample on all human laws. When profit reaches 300%, people will dare to risk their lives. For Lucy, even a 1% chance of gain was enough to make him risk his life. Greed made him relish the feeling of dancing on the blade's edge, seeking riches in the midst of danger. The sensation was enough to drive a person mad. The saw was halfway through now. Aside from the unconscious woman, the other contestants were also deathly pale. Who wouldn't be terrified by such an extreme, visceral scene? Especially the pervert in the mask, who was sawing his own limb without a sound of pain, even chuckling to himself from time to time. It truly felt like they had walked into hell. "Brother, you're incredible. We were clearly overestimating ourselves by entering this game." Nearby, a man said to Lucé with a pale face. According to the audience, this man had participated in a novice game and cleared it. Decisive to the end, choosing to amputate immediately, impressive. Your ranking and score for this first game must be quite high. But look at what you're doing. You're sawing your left leg. Oh, Lucha glanced at his mangled, bloody left leg and replied, "Is there a problem with that? The iron chain is locked on your right foot. What good does it do to saw off your left leg? I want to saw it. Is that a problem?" Lutz swayed back and forth with utter confidence, then shouted at the empty air, "Is there a rule that says I must saw off my right leg? I just want to saw my left leg, can I not?" Luce was shouting at the entity that had spoken to the players before, the one that functioned like a game host. But this time, the mechanical voice that had appeared several times before did not ring out again. Luce didn't care. His plan was a gamble anyway. Whether he won or lost, at least he had the pain value constantly ticking up, right? The other players watching around him turned their heads away, their eyes filled with despair. One of their companions had fainted from fear, and the other appeared to be a deranged lunatic. If they ever made it out alive, they would never dare to participate in such a deadly game again. It wasn't just them, the chosen ones watching from the audience were also in total agreement about the wisdom of their own choices. So this is hell difficulty, huh? Thank God I didn't sign up. Terrifying. Are all the players who clear perfectly just psychopaths like this? Facing a game this extreme, I suppose only a psychopath could stay that calm while sawing their own leg. But it's useless, right? Sure, he's ruthless, but his brain is clearly not working right. Most of the audience watched this perfect clear player and, seeing the blood-curdling scene, sighed at his bravery without foresight. However, among the spectators were those who weren't just passing time. Clever individuals looking to gather intelligence for future events understood what Lucé was actually doing. A chosen one nicknamed Blank posted his analysis on Lucy's live stream. "Blank, you guys really think a perfect clear player would be stupid enough to saw off the wrong leg?" Blank, if I'm not mistaken, he's playing a game of logic against the rules. Do you remember what he said earlier? Blank, in an earlier conversation, he asked what happens if sawing off the leg doesn't lead to salvation, giving the example of falling into the magma. Blank, his goal was to probe every possibility of failing to survive after amputation. But he deliberately steered the focus toward trivial matters. Blank, and at the very end he used this frantic performance to casually ask if sawing off a leg guarantees salvation. That was the moment he revealed his blade. There are many ways to saw a leg, including not sawing the trapped one. Blank, and because the game host had been misled earlier, it gave a definitive yes. Blank, that is the reason he sawed his left leg. Blank, it's just a word game, yet he executed it without hesitation for the sake of potential benefits. A player who achieves a perfect clear is indeed a monster of profit maximization. Pain his own limbs, none of that even enters the equation. Blank, in other words, from the very beginning of the game, this big shot hasn't felt a shred of fear. Rusted saws, scalding lava, none of that ever mattered to him. From the start, he was only thinking about how to maximize his own benefits from this game. To act like this, with such extreme greed, extreme confidence, and sheer ruthlessness toward himself. The person named Blank typed intermittently, not in a continuous flow, as if he were thinking things through as he typed. But ever since his words appeared, the screen on Lucy's end suddenly saw far fewer messages. It seemed everyone was watching his analysis. They were just watching for fun before, but now that he put it that way, they suddenly felt like they had been watching for nothing. Seriously, dude? How come everyone else is being stupid together and you're the only one who doesn't fit in? Of course, there were bound to be people who disagreed with such analysis. After all, some people simply refuse to admit they are fools. Right after Blank spoke, someone immediately jumped out and retorted, "How can you be so sure that's how it is? Maybe he's just a madman?" Exactly. And shouldn't the host's voice sound like an automated machine? How could there be a slip of the tongue? Wouldn't that mean someone is controlling it? Listening to these stubborn, die-hard denials, Blank had no mood to respond. In the real world, Blank was staring at the screen in shock, analyzing in real time, recording every move Lucy made. He certainly wouldn't pass up a chance like this to change his destiny and gain superpowers. He was determined to become a player himself one day. But he wasn't going to be a lab rat. He decided to gather intelligence first, observe the game's patterns and the play styles of current top-tier players, and only enter when he was prepared. He hadn't expected to witness such a heavyweight display. A player of this caliber, I need to find a way to get to know him and befriend him. Thinking this, Blank typed a casual reply on the screen. "Blank, believe what you want. To be honest, I'm not even sure if I've fully grasped the big shot scheme. Let's just watch and see how things unfold." The chat room was full of differing opinions, but Luciu hadn't paid any attention since that first glance. He was completely immersed in his own work. At this very moment, he was still sawing his leg. He looked as if he were completing a task he was very satisfied with, or perhaps engaging in some entertaining hobby, showing no rush at all, because he was accumulating pain points. From start to finish, he had already gathered over 20 points. It was the first time Lusa felt his own leg was so useful. As long as he could clear the level perfectly, everything else was secondary. Looking at the rising pain points, what did a leg matter? Where else could you find an opportunity like this? He didn't feel any pain or psychological pressure, but he was certainly torturing everyone around him. The woman next to him, who had fainted earlier, had woken up and was now vomiting uncontrollably. The others weren't doing much better. Most of them were sweating profusely, their faces pale, turning their heads away to avoid looking at Lutza. The scorching environment, the test of life and death, the unbearable agony before their eyes, and this perverted fellow player made them feel as if they had truly descended into hell. Pain chosen, pain points +1. It wasn't until later that Lusa realized he wasn't getting many more pain points, as the growth had slowed down abnormally. Only then did he realize he was pretty much done sawing his leg. He then finished the job, having his left leg detached, just like that. Holding the bloody severed foot in his hand, he examined it for a few seconds and muttered to himself, "Well, with a performance like this, I'm bound to get some extra perks, right? Regrowing a limb must surely require a better, higher-level serum than just reconnecting one. Right?" Saying this, he tossed the severed limb into the lava below as if it were nothing. "Ha ha! I've sawed it off! Hey, are you still there? Didn't you say sawing off a leg would get me out?" Lucy's bold, somewhat provocative voice echoed through the space, stating his conditions to the master of this realm. But there was no response. Just as Lucy thought his plan might have failed, that voice appeared in the upper reaches of the space once again. Only this time, the mechanical voice was chillingly cold. The hint of humanity it seemed to possess earlier had vanished, and it sounded like a pure, unfeeling machine. Relevant rules for the entry have been patched. Player Lucy has successfully challenged a system vulnerability. Obtain badge, System Attacker. Epic. Related rewards will be settled collectively at the end of the game. The mechanical voice blurred out the name Lucy, so everyone except Lucy himself heard only a distorted sound. After announcing the reward, it didn't say anything else, as if worried about being tricked by Luce again. Luce didn't care. The light shifting on his mask formed a satisfied smile. He hung upside down in the air and gave a long, deep stretch. Ah, not bad, not stingy at all. In the entire lava cavern, there was only the sound of churning lava left, while everyone else remained in a state of stupor. No one had expected that the man before them wasn't some mentally unstable masochist, but a lunatic who would do anything for profit. To encounter such a dungeon and such a player in their first time playing, the chat room had long since exploded. Recalling the analysis by the person named Blank, everyone felt a sense of speechless wonder. For a moment, cries of awe poured in one after another, but looking at that gruesome, jagged stump of a leg, very few people felt admiration. It was mostly pure dread and fear. Luce ignored the eyes of those around him. After catching his breath, he didn't rush to escape, but spoke up again. Honestly, I don't know why you guys still don't get the situation. Upon hearing his voice, the other 9 players were stunned, failing to understand what he meant. You really do take your lives for granted. Do you realize the lava is rising right now? What is this thing? Tell me. Luce said, shaking the saw in his hand. You don't think this is just something meant to cause you pain and suffering, do you? If we're in a game, this is called a clearance item. And now, this only clearance item is in my hands, and not a single one of you tried to steal it when I got it. Everyone was avoiding this saw out of fear. Don't be afraid. Fear will cause you to lose your judgment. This so-called hell game is just a bit too easy to clear. I hope there will be opportunities like this in the future. Ever since he put on the mask of greed, besides having an insatiable desire, Luce had also become somewhat of a chatterbox. Yet, amid his constant words, the other players felt an inexplicable chill running through them, even though the ambient temperature had already exceeded 50 degrees Celsius. All right, enough nonsense. Luce swung the saw in his hand playfully. Now, does anyone still want to saw off a leg? Come on! Shall we talk price?
As Lucy finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed drastically, casting uneasy and suspicious glances at him as he dangled in the middle. Meanwhile, in the real world, Blank, who had been watching every move Lucy made, slammed his fist onto the table and shouted excitedly, "Damn! I knew it!" The earlier probing, apart from maximizing benefits, had many other profound implications, including testing the rules of this game, figuring out what controls this sudden game. Is it a machine, an omnipotent god, or an extraterrestrial civilization? This kind of probing is crucial for the whole world, yet the master managed to complete it without anyone noticing and even secured benefits for himself. And the previous brutal methods can also deter other contestants, making it easier to blackmail them at this moment. Blank gritted his teeth, sorting through his thoughts, feeling more excited the more he thought about it. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this extreme greed. With the world undergoing such a drastic change, fate is in the hands of heaven, and a strong person must naturally use any means necessary to become stronger in the early stages of the game. But just as he was typing on the screen of the game live stream, he slowly lowered his hand because he saw the comments from the majority of people, as well as the mental state they were currently revealing. This is blackmail, honestly. Shouldn't we be helping each other in this situation? Sawing off a leg is already miserable enough. In such a fearful atmosphere, to kick someone when they are down and threaten them feels a bit unnecessary. Very strong, but also very crazy. I just hope I don't run into someone like this in the game. But besides these saint-like remarks, the others were just praise about how amazing he was, as if they were watching an American blockbuster. Either they were inexplicably projecting strange emotions, or they truly saw themselves as mere spectators. People seem to have forgotten that the viewers were also chosen ones and could potentially participate in the game. Everyone is a player in this. The world has changed in an instant, but people's mindsets haven't shifted yet. Blank thought to himself and gave up on the idea of sending a barrage comment. He stopped trying to communicate with these infants and started focusing on the scenes inside the game. What do you mean? What do you mean by negotiating a price? Nearby, the woman who had been screaming the loudest all this time suddenly looked over with hateful eyes, staring fixedly at Lucille. Exactly what I said. If you don't pay, I won't give you the saw. What's the problem? Luce turned his head naturally and said to her, "Do you have any conscience left? You would even make money off this. You cold-blooded, heartless thing." "I want to quit! I'm not playing this game anymore. Why should we have to keep playing just because we entered? Why does the organizer of this game never answer us, but always replies to you? How could you saw off your own leg so easily? I think you're working with them. This is completely a conspiracy. Everyone, look, he's not a skilled player at all. He's clearly in league with the mastermind behind this game. Perhaps the mental pressure was simply too overwhelming, but the woman began to vent frantically. Her fear and pain turned into anger, pouring out onto Luce. Her whole body twisted violently, causing the chains on her to rattle. Watching her freak out, Lutso felt utterly confused. The air was silent for a few seconds. Then Lutso slowly spoke up. Yeah, you're right. I am in league with them. I'm actually an NPC in this game, not a player. I don't feel pain. I saw whatever I want, and I'm just here to torture you normal players. So what? What are you going to do about it? At that moment, on the blue-green mask, the flowing light formed a large, mocking smirk as if to ridicule the other party. Luce clearly understood that this malicious woman was just an amplification of human nature. He wore a mask of greed, while she likely wore a mask brought on by years of a pampered life. The weak bully, the weaker. In the face of this bizarre world game, no matter how strong he appeared, he would still be seen as the relatively weaker one in her eyes. So her collapsed emotions needed an outlet, and he had become that outlet. Even if he looked terrifying and clearly had the strength to kill her, years of social conditioning had led her to believe that there would be no consequences for provoking a human like him. Her tactics were the same old tricks, being loud, framing, slandering, manipulating the public, and isolating him. But the world has changed, yet some people still haven't grasped this reality. Lusa looked at her with amusement. Even if he admitted it, even if he were slandered, and even if he truly became the enemy of everyone here, so what? Luce's completely unbothered, admitting attitude left the woman speechless in an instant, muffled wails coming from her throat as her face turned bright red. It was hard to tell if she was flushed from heat or just about to suffocate from her own emotions. The lava is rising, everyone! Luce was swinging one leg in the air like a pendulum, even waving the saw in his hand as if he might drop it at any moment. How much money do you want? Finally, someone spoke. Lucy thought to himself that there were still some level-headed people left, and was about to turn to see who it was. It's not money I want, but before he could finish his sentence, the moment he turned his head, he spotted a flash of red light. Opposite him, a man used the momentum of his swinging chains to charge over, a foot-long dagger flashing with red light in his hand. The dagger didn't look like a normal weapon. It had to be some kind of game item. The man swinging over had a fierce look in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, just as Lucy turned, the blade was already upon him. A lethal strike. Amidst a harsh screech of metal against metal and a spray of blood, the attack that should have sliced his throat was narrowly dodged by Lusa in the blink of an eye as he used his own collarbone to take the hit. The blade was firmly lodged in his collarbone, unable to move. On the blue mask, the expression remained unchanged. If anything, the smiling mouth of the mask widened even further, stretching all the way to the corners. Chosen by pain. Pain points +5. Who would have thought there would be such an unexpected bonus at a time like this? Kill him! Quick, kill him! The woman nearby started to thrash around wildly, screaming in excitement. The man also had a savage look in his eyes, intending to press his advantage after the first successful strike. But in an instant, the commotion ended, and the woman's excited screams were cut off in her throat. A line of blood appeared on the man's neck. Lucy had flicked his saw with a speed so terrifying it was impossible for the surrounding people to track. Only a chilling whistle cut through the air. Ding ding, what a pity. You only get one chance. Also, thanks for the knife. As the words fell, the man opposite him let go of his knife, his right hand suddenly devoid of any strength. His eyes bulged wide, his hands clutched his own throat, and blood gushed out as if someone had spilled a basin of water. There was no stopping that kind of bleeding. Within seconds, the man hanging upside down turned into a blood-soaked mess. The intense heat rapidly coagulated the blood, and after his body twitched twice in the air, it went completely still. He died. Seeing the murder with their own eyes brought everyone back to their senses a bit. Zeus found the whole thing rather amusing. Watching the corpse being roasted until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, he was even in the mood to tell a cold joke. That red roast duck cosplay is pretty good. Honestly, this place really is a hanging oven. In truth, under the influence of the greed mask, he should have used this player who dared to strike at him to farm a bit more pain points. But he didn't do that. The lesson carved into his mind was absolute. Never hand over your chance of survival to anyone else. If someone tries to kill him, he doesn't waste time with useless talk. He pulled the dagger out of his shoulder and watched the weapon description pop up automatically. Sharp blade, fine-grade weapon. Effect: armor pierce. When the user attacks with it, it deals triple the strength damage. There is a power cap, which you will need to discover for yourself. Description: when you do not know what to do, just stick it in. Lus, the Sangras Seus Dietson is worse. Rayu, there's the ice in the shower. Is this description a little bit suspicious? Ah, fine-grade weapon. Doesn't sound like a high tier, but something is better than nothing. As he spoke, Lucy tossed the knife straight into his backpack as a trophy. Also, if it's categorized like this, the mask on his face doesn't seem to be a standard weapon or item. A sequence-sealing object looks like it's a unique standalone artifact. He glanced around the room and no one dared to look directly at that deep blue mask anymore. In places where the man-made order of the law cannot reach, violence is always the best way to make yourself understood. All right, it's done. Name your price. Finally, the first smart one spoke up, and Lucia turned to look at him. I know players like you don't care about money. You definitely want chips to use in this game, right? In my starting game, I got a reward of 500 points for clearing it. And because my performance was excellent, the guide gave me another 300. I will give you all these points if you help me get out of here. Clearly, people who have cleared games before have much better mental fortitude. But Lucy's next words nearly made the man cough up blood. 800? That is all the points you have? Everyone else? What the hell are you babbling about? 800 points is a lot, okay? What are you talking about? These are all my points. This game just started. Who could have more than this? Didn't your guide tell you the situation? Luce, my guide? Would you believe me if I told you I killed him? My reward was 3,000 points right off the bat. Fine, it is a small business, but since you are the first, I will agree to it. Also, since you are my first client, I will give you a little bonus. What? The man didn't react in time. He wasn't mentally prepared to have his legs sawed off and his teeth were chattering. Los simply pulled up his personal game interface. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 0. Bonus medals, Godslayer System Attacker, Epic. Current pain points, 28. From the moment he entered the game, Lusu realized the greatest use of these pain points, adding them to his stats. Normal players can only increase these stats through rare encounters or special items, but Lusu could increase them directly. The exchange rate for strength, agility, and speed was 1-2, luck was 1-5, and for spirit it was 1-10. To maximize his current capabilities, Lucia didn't even hesitate and dumped all his points into strength. Strength increased 10 to 24. His strength, which was already above the human level, more than doubled. He gripped the saw in his hand, the wooden handle creaking and groaning as if it were about to shatter at any moment. The surge in strength brought a psychological sense of power. Looking at his arm, which wasn't particularly muscular, Luce felt as if a Hulk was living inside him. Hey, what do you mean? The trade was already done. The man saw Lucy's veins bulging, his hand gripping the saw tightly, and the distorted expression on the mask suddenly became terrifying. Nothing much. This is the service industry. Let me saw that leg off for you personally. Man! No, don't! Stay away from me. That wasn't part of our deal. He began to struggle violently, his hard-won courage and determination vanishing in an instant. You're going to saw it yourself? Why don't you just kill me, you bastard? You're going to torture me just like you did to yourself, aren't you? I'm no masochist. I can't take that. Don't be scared. I'm a merchant with a conscience. Would I really harm you? I'm just experimenting. Under the man's desperate struggle, a fierce light flashed in Luce's eyes, and the patterns on the mask formed a very human-like exclamation mark. He swung the saw with his right hand, the speed so great it made a whistling sound of wind and thunder. Snap! A crisp sound, like a butcher chopping ribs on a block. The completely rusted teeth of the saw, powered by immense force, became the sharpest cutting tool imaginable. The figure dropped onto the platform with a dull thud. It wasn't until he was free that the man realized it was over, and only then did the pain register. After a scream, he curled up and writhed in pain, sweating profusely as he gritted his teeth. He held up his severed left leg and clamped his blood vessels to prevent bleeding to death. With a smile that looked worse than crying, he gave a thumbs up to Luce, who was still hanging in the air, and said with a trembling voice, Thanks, boss. The gratitude was sincere. Even though he had made his choice in the face of death, he really didn't think he could have endured the pain of using that rusty saw on his own leg. Luce's godlike efficiency made him feel the points were well spent. At least his life was saved. Look at this. He's actually thanking me. After finishing his taunt, Luso was satisfied with his newfound power and gave a thumbs up to the guy whose leg he had just sawed off. He didn't seem to think anything was wrong. He had already experienced superhuman strength and had mentally accepted the coming changes to this world. But everyone else didn't see it that way. The live stream watching him had completely exploded. People's emotions were even more intense than when they had witnessed Luce's gruesome self-mutilation earlier. After all, for them, this was the first time seeing someone actually unleash supernatural power. The allure of raw power to humanity is always paramount, far exceeding so-called money or status. Holy crap, that's insane. What did I just see? My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? That definitely had to be a superpower, right? What kind of strength is that? A rusty saw and he sliced a human leg in one go? I was a bit too loud just now, but you're a legend. Any chance to get your contact info? It seems you rarely check your own live stream comments. So this is the charm of this game, isn't it? If superpowers are involved, I'd want to try it too, even if it means risking my life. I just checked other players' streams, and most people aren't having it this rough. This guy just happened to hit a hell-level difficulty dungeon. Fortune favors the bold. Stop acting tough. If I gave you a saw to cut your own leg, would you dare do it? The live stream grew exceptionally heated. Those who were previously acting aloof and wanted to stay mere spectators were now restless, having tossed their fear and other reservations to the back of their minds. People were already looking for Lucy's contact details, hoping to make contact in the real world. Some even claimed to be CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, eager to recruit Lucy and bring him under their wing. Blank sat in front of the screen, shaking their head speechlessly. People were finally starting to realize the severity of the situation. And this was just the beginning. Lucy's case was actually mild. His superhuman strength, while supernatural, still looked like a human form. When images of people flying through the sky and wielding wind and thunder appear, that is when the real madness will begin. However, amidst all the praise and fanatical fervor, someone finally noticed something off. Wait, don't you guys notice something strange? He clearly had the ability to slice a leg off instantly, so why did he saw away at his own leg bit by bit before? The barrage of comments suddenly stalled. After that hesitant voice appeared, everyone fell silent. It's going to have the simplest method available, but choose to torture yourself instead. I could have performed a painless surgery, but I didn't. Was I just playing around? Blank and the others could find reasons for his previous actions, but this inexplicable contradiction left everyone completely baffled. A crowd of analysis masters like Blank sat in front of their screens, coming up with 10,000 reasons for Lucy, yet they still couldn't justify why he insisted on brutalizing himself. Could he really be a masochist? Or is there something wrong with his brain? That's impossible. A top-tier player who clears dungeons perfectly like him, how could he have mental issues? There must be some deep meaning we haven't thought of. Let's analyze it further. Lucy's deep meaning is something they will never be able to analyze. After all, he really just wanted some pain points. Below, the first person who was rescued had already vanished into thin air. It was unclear if that counted as the end of the game for them. But regardless, their disappearance caused the people still hanging to become exceptionally excited. Before Lucy even said a word, the voices of the others started sounding off one after another. Big shot, look at me, I'm willing to pay the price too. I have 200 points here, plus a common weapon I got in the initial game. I can give it all to you, as long as you come and saw my leg off personally. Help me saw off my leg, and I'll give you money after I get out. Lots and lots of money, you can fill in the checkbook yourself. Do mind, come and saw my leg off. We're all fellow countrymen, help a guy out. The players who were previously too scared to say a word were now energized, seeing there was such a painless method, and surprisingly, they started bidding against each other for the chance to have their legs sawed off. These days, even sawing off other people's legs has become an auction. The broken window effect never gets old. Usually, if you told people you'd saw their legs off without anesthesia, nobody would accept it. But now, after watching that rusty saw grind on Lucy's leg for over 10 minutes, people suddenly felt that having a leg sliced off quickly was pure bliss. Watching everyone scramble, Lucy didn't refuse, simply waiting for them to offer a high enough price. After all, those who joined the initial game but failed to clear it still had some points, and some even signed internal game agreements promising their points to Lucy. Under the influence of the greed mask, Lucy had turned into a ruthless profiteer without any moral burden. Sawing legs was fine as long as they paid up. In the end, he obtained an unseen game item along with various points and promises of points from game completions as he sawed off one leg after another. If this were in Japan, he would practically be a legendary master of leg sawing. After screams upon screams, only 4 people remained hanging in the air. 2 were scared out of their wits and seemed to have given up all hope of survival, and Lucy couldn't be bothered with them. Giving up on life was none of his concern. Another former winner took one last look at him before suddenly vanishing, apparently having obtained an exit token from previous rewards. Finally, Lucy looked back at the woman beside him, who had been yelling constantly, oblivious to the situation, and always trying to insult him. By now, she had been quiet for a good while. Seeing Luce turn back, she, who was already shaking with fear, spoke up once more. I'm warning you, if a person like you... But this time, Lusa couldn't be bothered to listen to her words anymore. A flash of the blade, and this time Lusa sawed off the leg that was binding him. His body fell accordingly, landing on the platform. He reached out toward the edge of the platform and, smiling, said to the woman in the air, "The lava is coming right now." Luce's figure disappeared, and within a few breaths, the lava engulfed the platform. In his final glimpse, Lutzo saw the woman finally realize what was happening at the very last moment, letting out a sharp, piercing shriek as she struggled to reach for the saw dangling in the air, followed by a shrill scream. But it was already too late. The lava had swallowed the platform, though it hadn't reached her yet. She had plenty of time to regret, but no longer any chance to change it. People do die because of their own stupidity. Whether that woman would feel regret or agonizing pain in her final moments was no longer a concern for Luceau. Now Luceau was feeling a tiny bit of regret himself. Perhaps it was his greed acting up, seeing that the game was about to end. He felt his total gains were a bit on the low side. Was there only one leg sawing torture arranged? Shouldn't there have been several more cruel punishments, repeated torment, roasting them on both sides? And they call this hell difficulty? The imagination is truly lacking. It's not nearly twisted enough, is it? While he was thinking about this, that familiar sensation of a data stream didn't appear. It seemed that disappearing from the platform didn't immediately trigger the game settlement. He opened his eyes again to find himself in an incredibly bright space. The 4 people he had previously rescued were now sitting on chairs, looking around with terror and anxiety. The game was not over yet. This hellish torment, it seemed, wasn't actually over. Just when they were ecstatic about getting out and thinking it was finally finished, reality hit them with a heavy blow. After Lusa appeared, 4 pairs of eyes snapped toward him. It seemed the game was waiting for all of them to be present. Each person was secured to a chair, arranged in a perfect pentagon around a bottomless pentagonal pillar in the center, which was completely empty, with no apparent purpose. Unlike the others, Lucy was actually quite happy that the game wasn't over. No matter what, if the game continued, he still had more to gain. His mindset was clearly different. After the previous game, he was actually feeling a bit hooked. Patting his mask, which was constantly displaying a smile, Luce muttered to himself, "I knew it couldn't be this unimaginative. The game has to be a bit more twisted, right? Stay in control, stay in control." Though he enjoyed the feeling of reaping rewards, Lucy was also holding himself back, making sure not to be completely consumed by the mask's rhythm. The mask only amplifies his own emotions. It must not be allowed to control him entirely. "The personnel have arrived. Welcome, survivors of the Hell Game." After Lucy appeared, that mechanical voice, which had vanished for a while, returned to the space. When the voice emerged, the other 4 even shivered, though it was unclear if it was from pain. "You seem quite happy? That is not logical." Suddenly, the tone of the voice shifted. The others paused, only to realize that it was addressing Luso. The controller of this game was actually taking the initiative to talk to a player. Luce looked up, scanned his surroundings, and asked, "Is that so? That's quite good then. So is there any reward for that?" "What the hell with the reward? Are you addicted to squeezing every last drop out of this? This is a hell difficulty game, not a charity shop, okay?" Luce's simple remark completely broke the composure of the game's controller, leaving it silent for a long time. Soon after, the lights around the 5 people dimmed out of thin air, the murky glow further highlighting the atmosphere of loneliness and terror. Screech, screek-ee! A sharp, strange sound rang out, and to the bewildered eyes of the group, black liquid began to rise from the giant bucket-like space in the middle. They looked closer, and someone immediately gasped in shock. That wasn't black water at all, but an incalculable, massive swarm of insects. Layer upon layer, pile upon pile, they surged from below. No one knew where they came from. And the insects inside weren't anything like what one sees in daily life. Each one looked incredibly disgusting. Some looked like scorpions, but each was half a meter long. Some were covered in barbs, with long tongues constantly curling and twisting. Some soft-bodied insects were writhing so much they were being crushed, oozing out thick sludge. Throughout the giant bucket, the insects kept piling up, and the chittering noise filled the entire space, enough to make anyone want to vomit. In no time, the columnar space was completely packed. That was a massive pillar 5 meters in diameter and at least 10 meters high. Stuffed with insects, a rough estimate suggested there were at least 100 million of these alien space bugs in there. The 4 people sitting around the pillar were as pale as paper. Even Luce couldn't help but click his tongue. Perhaps there are people in this world who don't fear wild beasts, but faced with a swarm like this, except for the Gyu masters of Miao Jian, no one could remain composed. This thing is an absolute limit test for both the physical and the psychological, something no normal person could ever face. Especially since these appear to be extraterrestrial insects. My God, seriously guys, please, no, this is too disgusting. Can't watch this at all. I'm out, gonna check out another stream. Honestly, this is a bit too heavyweight. I'm done. I think being a viewer is fine. Definitely never want to be a player. The viewers in the live stream were also complaining bitterly. The sheer number of these bugs had crossed the threshold of mere macabre. Subsequently, everyone noticed that what separated that space from their room was a 50 by 50 centimeter reinforced glass window. Looking at this window, people were even more terrified, to the point of fainting. It meant that these insects would eventually get in. When will this end? Just let me die. Nearby, a man, unable to handle the pressure, slammed his fist against the glass with a dull thud. But his anger could do nothing at this moment. Looking at these insects, the thought that occurred to Luce was, it seems I have another chance for pain points. Players, shouldn't you feel honored? The game should have ended by now. But because there are too many surviving players, which contradicts the philosophy of hell difficulty, there is a small additional test. Originally, the game's lifeline was in the hands of this player. He could have made himself the sole survivor, and this additional test would not exist, and he would once again have been a perfect clear player. That is right, he is the only one among you who earned the title of perfect clear in the beginner stage. And it is due to his soft-heartedness that the current situation occurred. Come everyone, we should applaud his performance. The host's voice rang out again, accompanied by the lighting up of Luciu's room, making it clear who they were talking about. Only this time the words and tone were laced with a very clear sardonic mockery. It makes one wonder if Luce had offended them. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause echoed through the space, intertwining with the hissing of the insects. And the only person on the scene clapping at this moment was Lucio himself. Well, not bad, not bad. According to you, I've been quite impressive, so I think I should give myself a round of applause too. So back to the same question. With such a great performance, are there any extra rewards? Luce's voice was calm, yet his tone was dripping with sarcasm. He didn't take the host's mockery to heart at all, and even threw a snarky remark right back. He didn't know why he had suddenly become a target, as if the game had a personal grudge against him and was determined to make him the center of attention for all the wrong reasons. He even went as far as revealing that he was a perfect clearance player. But he didn't see any problem with that. The more everyone targets you, the more profit there is to be made. Opposition is just another word for opportunity. Risk always comes with reward. As a certain philosopher with the surname Gao once said, the rougher the waves, the more valuable the fish. Gao who again? Let's just pretend Gorky said it. All the rewards and benefits from clearing the game aren't just handed to you. You have to earn them yourself, or better yet, take them by force. What you get depends entirely on how far you can go in a moment. Greed, you have adapted to this mask quite well. It is just unclear whether your soft heart, which led you to spare them, will end up being the death of you. Oh, so now I am soft-hearted? You have almost moved me with your words. Maybe you should present me with an award or an achievement badge. Luce didn't let the conversation lag for even a second, firing back with a perfectly natural retort. Watching Luce and that unknown voice trading barbs, the other four people nearby felt completely like outsiders. They could only look up in awe as the big shots clashed, too afraid to even speak. It was only now that they realized there was indeed a difference between a standard clearance and a perfect one. So this big shot had been among the absolute elite from the very start. At this moment, their gazes toward him became complex. From the initial fear and detachment, there was now a slight hint of gratitude. After all, even though he was greedy, crazy, and threatened them like a vampire, the end result was that he had indeed saved their lives. If Luce were truly just a bloodthirsty freak, he could have let them all die in the magma. He had no reason at all to help them cut off their legs. Yes, in this hellish game, a clean amputation was honestly a stroke of mercy. However, with things as they were, and the future uncertain, nobody present was planning on thanking this philanthropist Luce. Alright, final bonus round.
Stop. This spoils distribution game. Everyone cheer up. It is time to harvest the rewards.
Ordinary players should not feel discouraged either. In the next stage, you'll be on the same level as that guy. This is a God's game, a challenger's gamble. Here, anything can happen. Do not think you cannot do it. You can be a completely different person overnight. God's chosen paradise, welcome to the fold. The seductive voice echoed once more, as if to stir up the greed in people's hearts, though it was clearly still not very friendly toward Luce. Clearly, it was trying to sow discord between Luce and the others, as they were bound to be competitors in the games to come. Then, amidst the wriggling and hissing of insects, two pillars rose in front of each person, within arm's reach, each featuring a red and a green button. Directly above the insect pillar, a crimson number appeared. 100. The spoils distribution game is about to begin. You have all passed the trial of hell. Usually, you would receive your rewards immediately, but logically, there shouldn't be so many survivors from the trial of hell. So now, you will have to discuss and decide how to distribute this final reward value of 100 yourselves. Special note, the rewards are quite generous. Then while everyone was still bewildered, a screen appeared before each of them. Each screen displayed different images with unique content. Come and take a look. These are the deep-seated desires and yearnings of your hearts. The images showed powers capable of moving mountains and filling seas, or shattering planets with a snap of one's fingers. There was indulgence in luxury, looking down on the masses from a position of absolute power. Someone was in Tokyo on a train full of neon-lit beauties, and time suddenly froze. And when the stepsister was doing laundry, she got stuck in the washing machine. It seems like something strange has snuck in there. Tisk, what kind of chaotic mess is all this? Anyway, God's chosen paradise is the place where your dreams come true. Believe me, for your current shallow understanding, this 100 definitely holds the chance to change your entire life. Seeing that the time was right, the host, who had been luring them for a while, decided that no more buildup was necessary. The greed had been ignited. All that remained was the main event of splitting the spoils. Alright, the spoils distribution game is starting. Here is the introduction to the rules. This 100 is the total sum of all rewards, and the distribution method will be decided by the 5 of you through voting. No one has special privileges. Once this was said, the other 4 players relaxed. If it was just this, then the gap between them and the perfect clearance player indeed no longer mattered. But what is this creepy insect jar for? In this jar is the punishment for the players who do not go along with the crowd. The rules are as follows. Each person in order must propose their own distribution plan for these points. If half or more of the people press the green agree button, it means the motion is passed, the plan is adopted, and everyone receives their respective share of the reward. Conversely, if more than half do not agree, the person who proposed the plan will be sent inside here. The little animals are very fond of you. Then it will move on to the next person in line to propose their own plan. As the voice spoke, the jar filled with insects lit up slightly. Looking at the jar, the hearts of everyone which had been hanging by a thread now sank completely. So this thing was for executions. This must be the most terrifying way to die in the world. All right, enough chatter. The sequential distribution starts now. The voice faded and a number began to flash rapidly above everyone's head from 1 to 5. All the players were instantly tense, several closing their eyes and praying, hoping to land a later position. For the first person to propose the distribution, this game was entirely about the others deciding your life or death. Never mind getting any rewards. If you end up in the front, just staying alive would be difficult. It would be better to have just died in the previous game. This is completely a game of luck. Ding! Everyone shuddered at the sound. The numbers stopped and the order for everyone's plan was set. Number 1, loose.
Numbers 1 to 5, distribution complete. Looking at the numbers above their heads, players 4 and 5 instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of anything else, according to the rules previously agreed upon, at least their lives were saved. Besides, their positions were quite comfortable. According to the stated rules, if more than half the people disagreed, the person who proposed the allocation would be executed. So, intuitively, the person at the front would certainly take more care of, or even try to please, them during the distribution. After all, since they were positioned later and wouldn't die, they certainly wouldn't agree without some special benefits. As for numbers 2 and 3, their expressions were slightly ugly. Their positions were very awkward, and facing the insect pillars in front of them, these numbers provided no sense of security. Especially number 2. She was the only woman present, and at this moment her face looked terrible, silently cursing her bad luck. But when she saw that Lucy, the big shot, had the number 1 above his head, her mood immediately improved, and she felt quite balanced. At this moment, the other 4 were all looking in Luce's direction, their eyes carrying, to varying degrees, a hint of pity and schadenfreude. Sure enough, offending the organizer in a game like this is never a good choice. No matter how strong you are, you're just a player in a game. They are the ones who make the rules. Who do you think you are, putting on such a show? Watching Lucy with his head down, silent, they felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Everyone likes to idolize someone, but what they like even more than creating a god is watching someone fall from grace. Seeing this person, who was clearly the strongest among them, so strong it disrupted the game's balance, assigned the unluckiest position, they were genuinely secretly thrilled. Where is there any gratitude left? When you helped us chop off the leg earlier, didn't you extort us then too? At this time, flowing light flickered across Luce's blue mask, forming no specific expression. He kept his head down, muttering something to himself. Everyone fell silent. Nobody spoke, quietly trying to hear what this big shot was saying. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, the fragrance of grass reaches the sky. Everyone? What the hell are you singing at a time like this? Are you out of your mind? Don't try to guess the mind of a big shot, but regardless, it was now Lu Shu's turn to distribute. Crap, this is definitely a rigged game. This is purely being targeted. Hey, stay low profile, why bother fighting with the organizer? Let's see how he handles this. Surviving would be a miracle. Sai, the tree that stands out in the forest, is the first to be blown down. Look at the other player's eyes. It's obvious they want him dead. People really need to stay low-key, Sai. The people in the livestream chat were pessimistic as well. Only Kongbai and a few others were frowning, sensing something was wrong. Game theory. The focus of this game shouldn't be such a dead end. They calculated while watching Lu Se, who was still humming, waiting for his judgment. And Lu Si himself was thinking as well. The first thing he thought of was the effect of his greed mask. It was displayed at the very beginning of the game, a description he had briefly put to the back of his mind. Great Blue Kato, personality influence, amplifies greed, becomes talkative and mentally active, cunning and devious. Benefit? Luck will subtly rise, having peculiar effects at critical moments. Description. At the gambling table, the one who wants to win the most will win. Theoretically, my luck should be quite good. If that's the case... Oh, it seems there's no problem. After a long silence, Lu Si finally spoke up, smiling and talking to himself, as the mischievous grin on his blue mask emerged once more. Alas, it's just a shame about these perfectly good bugs. It would be such a waste if they weren't used. Looking at the pain values before him, Lu Si had already figured out the key to this game. Just as he was about to say more, a voice from the side interrupted him. Mr. Perfect Clear Player, I think since we've reached this point, let's stop playing riddles. I'll be direct. You all recognize your strength, but since you are the first, please don't take this reward. You take 0, and as for the 4 of us, let's discuss the distribution together now. This way, although you get nothing, as long as the distribution succeeds, at least you won't be thrown into this cage. You were a perfect clear player once. As long as you're alive, there will be opportunities in the future. Do you agree? The intellectual-looking woman beside him took the initiative to speak, appearing very rational, thinking from Lu Si's perspective. After all, she was number 2. If this number 1 went crazy and decided to commit suicide, it would be her turn next to face the pressure. Better to take the initiative, this way she could at least secure Lu Si's vote to help share the risk. At this moment, the organizers spoke up once again. Everyone, watch the time. Every 5 minutes, if a round of voting isn't completed, the door in front of you will randomly open a tiny bit for someone. Just then, the organizer's voice sounded again like a death-dealing judge. The participating players' hearts sank upon hearing his words. Of course, to prevent anyone from stalling, if it's your turn and you deliberately fail to provide a distribution policy, the door in front of you will be prioritized to open. How about my suggestion? Perfect clear player. You heard him. This can't be delayed any longer. The woman at number 2 said anxiously, trying to urge Lu Si to follow her lead. Stop yelling! Don't keep interrupting me! Lu stopped her, then looked up and asked, I want to ask, can this 100-point distribution have decimal points? For example, if I give someone to Volnen to Euro 0.00001 or something? No! Must distribute in positive integers! Text, that's really a shame. Luce muttered and lifted his head. Since that's the case, I won't waste words. My distribution method is as follows. Number 2 was startled, thinking to herself that this guy was indeed going crazy. Can you not discuss something like this? The other players also pricked up their ears one by one. Number 5, 1 point. The man at number 5 was stunned. Number 3, 1 point. Player number 3 suspected they had misheard. Number 1, which is myself, 98 points. Numbers 2 and 4, 0 points. Number 2, woman. When this insane-sounding distribution method was announced, everyone suspected something was wrong with their ears. The entire live stream almost exploded. Is he trying to die? Oh my god, no, this is no time for trash talk. A wise man knows when to submit. I am just wondering, is there a possibility that this guy is actually a masochist who really wants to crawl into that bug jar and experience it? Stop it! You are going to make me throw up! The organizer is clearly out to get you, and you are still refusing to cooperate? This is straight up suicide. This is beyond trash talk or negotiation now. I said it before, he is no big shot. He definitely just used his twisted brain to clear the initial levels and get a perfect rating. It is a failure on the part of this so-called God's paradise to let someone like him become a big shot. Suddenly, all sorts of clamor grew as people were desperate to distance themselves, telling themselves that the person before them was not worthy of their worship and that they had simply misjudged him. When a god falls from the altar, the noise of the crowd is far louder than when he first ascended. Is the distribution plan confirmed? A robotic voice came from the air, appearing as if even the organizers were shocked by Lu Xue's proposal. Confirmed! Modifications after confirmation will incur a price. Confirmed! After 2 confirmations, a somewhat blurry number appeared above everyone's head. It was the number allocated by Lu Xue. The lights dimmed. Snap! With the sound of a button press, red light flashed instantly. Once Lu Xue finalized the distribution method, the female player known as number 2 pressed the reject button almost immediately, without the slightest hesitation. With a cold face, she turned to look at Lu Xue and said, "Number 1, since you are so intent on dying, you cannot blame us. Those who cannot read the situation, no matter how much power they have, will ultimately be unable to avoid death. It is over. If you really want to enter that place full of insects, then you have your wish." Her cold voice rang out. With the game rules to back her up, she was now fearless and openly lashed out at Lu Xue. Lu Xue just chuckled twice and turned to look at the woman. The woman was fearless now, staring dead at that blue mask, at the man who had brought her so much fear. Soon, this devil-like man would die by her own hand. She thought to herself, feeling a vague sense of unusual achievement and pleasure. As she pressed the button, the power to judge others at will made her feel somewhat intoxicated. But as he looked at the woman's face, the smile on Lu Xue's mask remained unchanged. In this game, there were only 2 women in total. Compared to that other woman, you are slightly better. Hearing Lu Xue's words, a bead of cold sweat appeared involuntarily on number 2's forehead. She clearly remembered the woman who had wildly cursed Lu Xue in the previous lava hell. Now that the woman was not here, what had happened was self-evident. But she lost her life because of her stupidity. As for you, while you are not that stupid, you cannot really be called smart either, and you are somewhat self-righteous. Number 2 stared at Lu Xue, her eyes full of defiance. In the end, she even smiled with a bit of contempt. With death imminent, is it really worth clinging to your reputation as an expert? Then she turned to the other players and said, "Everyone, let's not waste time. Press the red button to show your rejection. Consider it our revenge for our broken legs and being extorted." It has to be said, there are only so many ways to incite hatred, and number 2's attempt was so transparent, it almost made Lu Xue laugh out loud. It was this hellish game difficulty that forced everyone to either lose their legs or die, yet in this woman's words, he had become the enemy who chopped their legs off. Number 2 did not care about that. This was not the time for reasoning. The key was to smear him well and build rapport with the others as much as possible. Number 4, in his distribution plan, neither of us gets anything, it is just a 0. With your low ranking, you should not have been in any danger. This 0 gain result is obviously unacceptable. As for number 3 and number 5, you 2 were only allocated 1 point. To me, that does not look like an attempt to win you over, but rather an insult. Let's reject him together. I promise that in my future distribution plan, you 2 will never get such a small share. In a few short sentences, number 2 worked tirelessly to divide the group and put Lu Xue against everyone else. Ding! Another sound, and the option in front of number 4 turned red as well. In a short amount of time, it looked like Lu Xue had reached the edge of the cliff. But Lu Xue was still humming a tune. The evening breeze brushes the willows, the sound of the flute fades away, the setting sun shines beyond the mountains. Number 2 ignored him, her eyes burning with ambition. This was her first time participating in the God's Paradise game. She would personally end this guy who had once cleared the game perfectly. Number 3, number 5, don't hesitate anymore, make your choice. I said that when it is my turn to decide, the worst case will be an equal split, and you will definitely get a better outcome. From start to finish, it was almost a one-woman show, as if she had become the protagonist in this second game. Right at this moment, Lu Xue finally spoke up. You say that if you make the distribution, the worst result would be an equal split. Then why wouldn't they just vote you out later? Once you are dead, wouldn't the 3 of them get more from an equal split? What role do you play in all of this? Number 2. Number 2 was stunned upon hearing this. The question left her speechless, and she stammered, Everyone, don't let him deceive you. I just meant that this was the baseline scenario. And anyway, my distribution method is much better for everyone than yours." Lusa sneered and ignored her, continuing instead. Following that logic, if there is an equal split, why would number 4 and 5 keep number 3 around? If they vote number 3 out, wouldn't there be more money to split? But by the time that happens, number 5, will you even be able to get any money? Cause and effect are intertwined. The cause is the beginning of the effect, and the effect is the end of the cause. When those ahead of you die, you must think about how it will affect you when your turn comes. Sometimes you have to think backward from the end. You are right, this game is indeed a game of luck, and I happen to be the luckiest one among you. Number 3, number 5, you can only accept my distribution. Believe me? If you let number 4 distribute it, your shares will be 0? Absolutely impossible. Lewis's slightly dark-sounding voice echoed through the space. No sooner had he finished speaking than number 2 burst into an anxious, frantic tirade. Everyone, don't listen to his bewitchment. We can definitely negotiate a fair way to distribute the points. I'll handle the distribution. There is absolutely no possibility of anyone ending up with 0 points. Please trust me. I swear on my honor that we won't have a situation where one person takes everything. We've all gone through this hellish game together. You could say we've lived and died as one. Number 2 kept talking like a madwoman, as if she were trying to cover something up or suppress the guilt in her heart. Lucy's few simple words earlier had already filled her with deep fear, and now, almost instinctively, she just wanted to vote him out. Get this mentally unstable devil out! Then her chance would come. Luce sensed her mental state and continued to interrupt with a smile. Oaths have never been trustworthy. Compared to oaths, choices based on human nature are far more reliable. In those videos that just stirred up everyone's deepest desires, what did you see? What are you afraid of? Even if my proposal passes and you get nothing, you still won't die, yet you're acting so desperate right now. That deepest desire, the ultimate gain, it's something you can't bear to let go of, isn't it? Sweat began to bead on number 2's forehead. She still wanted to say something to turn the tide and get number 3 and number 5 to vote quickly. They were only 1 vote away. At that moment, someone who had remained silent all this time finally spoke up. It was number 5. Since there was no threat to his life, he seemed relatively relaxed. I'd like to ask a question first. Number 1. Why do you say that if we let number 4 distribute number 3, and I would only get 0? Luce tilted his head slightly in his direction. On his blue mask, an expression of silent speechlessness was formed. Are you not using your brain at all? He then turned his head to look at the woman, number 2, and said with a mocking smile, "It proves you're still not as smart as Miss 2 here. If I'm not mistaken, you already understood the key to this game just after I finished speaking, didn't you?" Number 2 trembled slightly, as if her thoughts had been exposed, but she didn't dare admit it and tried to remain defiant. Lucy didn't give her another chance. He leaned back in his chair and continued. Suppose there's only one person in this game. Then there's no doubt he'd take everything, the entire 100%, and go home happily. But if there were 2, what would the result be? 50-50? Or something else? Of course not. It would definitely be 100 and 0, because as long as half the people agree, the proposal passes. The person with the power to distribute doesn't need to care about the other person's thoughts at all. Lucy's words held everyone's attention. Except for number 2, whose face grew increasingly pale, everyone else listened intently. Luce continued. So what happens when there are 3 people in this game? The tone was calm and steady, but those who had been thinking along with him, including those watching the stream, realized the cruelty of this game all at once. Inside and outside the game, they blurted it out almost in sync with Lucy. The distributor only needs to give the third person a tiny bit of profit, and doesn't need to consider the second person at all, and the proposal will pass. The distribution would be 99, 0, and 1, because if the third person doesn't agree, the proposal fails, leaving only 2 people left, and that last person gets nothing. So, what happens when the number of people increases? I think I don't need to explain it to you all. For a moment, everyone was silent. They weren't naive. Before, due to the intense pressure, their thoughts had been chaotic, and no one had seen through the key point. Now, with Lusa having made everything so clear, they could deduce the subsequent results themselves. If there are 4 people, the first person's distribution only needs to care about the interest of the second to last person. Because if the first person dies, it reverts to the 3-person scenario mentioned earlier, and as was clear, the second to last person would get nothing. So the distribution would be 99, 0, 1, 0. And by that logic, now that there are 5 people, although it's hard to accept and feels counterintuitive, if you look at it this way, Lusa's distribution method is impossible to break. He distributed it correctly. But how does he dare? How does he dare? He has to realize that the slightest mistake would cost him his life. Yet he decided anyway, as if this life or death crisis hadn't put any pressure on him at all. Not even a flicker of hesitation in his mental state. So, I am the luckiest one among you all. In that case, you really do love me? Luce said this to the organizers, for arranging him to be the first person. Silence means consent. 5 minutes are up! Click! The small door in front of Lucio opened and closed, releasing several relatively gentle little animals that wandered aimlessly around the space, squeaking. You even found me some little playmates. It seems you really do love me after all. Luce continued his banter, even actively luring the bugs toward himself. He wasn't in a hurry to urge the other players, letting them digest the information while he played around, thinking about how else he could exploit the system. While he was carefree, the other players weren't ready to face reality, eyeing each other with suspicion and racking their brains for a way to break the deadlock. Especially number 2, who was the most unwilling. She was still thinking about how to turn the situation around. Everyone, this logic is just the worst-case scenario. It's a conspiracy of the game. As long as we stand united, but halfway through, she felt she couldn't even convince herself. Why would anyone believe her? Wait. Number 3, number 5, I can privately give you... Just as she was planning to use her own points to win over number 3 and number 5 to gain credibility. She realized that in the previous round, Lucio had already extorted every single point from all 4 of them. Number 2 looked at that number 1 player with eyes full of despair and shock, looking up to him in awe. Could it be that he had already anticipated this situation just now? At the thought of this, the eyes of the second woman became somewhat vacant in an instant. As long as we all trust each other, there won't be a situation where only he takes the lion's share. She was still racking her brains, muttering to herself meaninglessly, when in reality, this matter was truly very simple. If only everyone trusted each other. If only everyone could trust her, how could the 4 of them possibly only receive such a tiny benefit? But it was precisely this little bit of suspicion that kept everyone stuck right here. Stop thinking about it, number 2. At this moment, Lusa spoke once again, interrupting her train of thought. Can you really face your own heart? Will you trust yourself that if I died, you wouldn't think about taking the most? And if you really found some way to get everyone to trust you, to throw me out and put yourself in the optimal position, don't you think that number 3 would use the same method to throw you out as well? The light in the second woman's eyes gradually faded, and upon hearing these words, she finally realized that there was no solution anymore. Originally, she thought she could turn the tables by relying on her own cleverness and wisdom. It is a pity that there are no ifs. Luce had already begun to tease the little bugs that had crawled in. One thing that looked like a scorpion with a huge tail crawled onto his body at his beckoning. He reached out and pinched it, applying a little force, and that seemingly incredibly strong giant insect was immediately left without any ability to resist. After thinking for a moment, Lucy pinched the insect in his hand and gradually brought it closer to the wound on his severed leg. The next moment, the scorpion's tail shook violently, and something no one expected happened. It spit fire. Chosen by pain. Pain points increased by 6. Whoa! What the hell is this alien creature? Luce was stunned at the time, looking at his severed leg stump that was roasted half burnt and half raw. He truly hadn't expected the power of this bug to be so great. It even spits fire? Though I have to say, the blood-stopping effect of this thing is actually not bad. Stopping blood? You call roasting a severed limb into a charred mess stopping blood? Other players watched him playing around here, and after experiencing the power of the bugs, their already pressured hearts were burdened with another heavy stone. Can this thing be taken away? Can you give it to me? Where are the organizers? Why aren't you saying anything? Lucy's voice was met with no response. Whether it was the previous escape game or the current loot-splitting game, it was not that difficult in essence. It was just the severed leg, the magma, the rusty saw, the swarms of bugs, death, and the gate of venomous insects that could open at any time. Everything was constantly adding pressure to one's heart, crushing all your psychological defenses, making you break down, and leading you to make wrong choices, or even choices that abandon your life. It's just that all of this was ineffective against Luce. Number 1, I have a question I want to ask you. In the silence, the third player, who hadn't spoken until now, broke the quiet like a final struggle. Your analysis is very good, but this kind of distribution method must be based on a rational state where everyone is clear-headed. What if among us there are some who don't care about benefits or anything else at all, and just want to vote you out and let you die? As soon as the words fell, there was a loud bang, and the fifth player started blowing hard on the chair underneath him like he had gone insane. I don't care. I don't care. Why is it that even though my leg is severed and I've suffered so much torture, now that I'm in the safest position, I still haven't received any benefits? I want at least 10 points. It doesn't matter who does the distributing, it's all the same. As long as you don't give it to me, I won't agree. At worst, we all die together. Anyway, I'm the last one, I won't die. The fifth person shouted wildly, like someone who had been driven insane. It's just hard to tell if he was faking it or if he had truly gone mad. In these types of game theory games, dealing with people like this is actually the most troublesome. The eyes of the second woman, which had already dimmed, instantly regained their luster, staring fixedly at the fifth person. As long as the fifth person was acting crazy, as long as he was the loose cannon, no matter the reason, as long as he refused. And just at this moment, the fourth person, who had been assigned 0 points earlier, suddenly spoke up. Number 1, give me 5 points. Don't worry about what the fifth person thinks, I can agree. Quiet. Silence. In the entire vast room, it seemed as if even people's breathing had ceased, and the hissing of the insects was gradually ignored by everyone. The fifth person's eyes went wide. The previous look of madness had completely vanished, and he stared fixedly in disbelief at the fourth person. His act of playing crazy hadn't even managed to put pressure on Lucio before it was shattered just like that. In the first room, Luce burst into laughter, the expression on his mask showing he was enjoying it immensely. He hadn't done anything, yet he had watched a good show. The process of a fragile alliance breaking down by itself. He turned his head to look at number 3 and gave his answer. Rationality might not be worth relying on, but greed and human nature are eternal. You will believe deep down that no matter who is doing the distributing, as long as they hold the power of distribution, they will definitely make the choice I mentioned before. You both hope to maximize your own interests and do not want to give others the chance to maximize theirs. Greed and suspicion are eternal. Whether I die or not is not important. For the sake of your own interests, what you can actually choose is only life or death, 0 or 1. This is a hell game. The difference between the rewards of 0 and 1 could end up being vast. The things I showed you just now, the things that stimulated the deepest desires within your hearts, will not let you give up the gap between this 0 and 1. What's more, after experiencing this, you might not ever dare to set foot in this game again. In other words, this might be your last chance to gain benefits and change your reality. Finally, in the entire room, only Lucy's voice kept echoing. It sounded like words said to others, and also like a personal review of his own. No one responded, and the organizers didn't say anything either. In the extremely oppressive atmosphere, every player was looking forward to the possibility of an accident occurring. But it didn't happen. When the second 5 minutes arrived, a giant spider entered the third room. Soon, the votes of the third and fifth players were silently changed to agree, without any approval and without any other resistance, as if they were completing a silent contract. Game over! Hell difficulty dungeon magma lair. 5 people cleared. 1 person cleared perfectly. Game rewards are distributed according to the results of the additional trial game. Paradise of the Chosen, we welcome your arrival. The mechanical voice of the game rang in everyone's ears, and right before the eyes of every spectator, the game screen abruptly ended. Hour. Please feel free to visit other ongoing games or look forward to the next one. God's Chosen Paradise welcomes you to join as a player as well. After Lucy's game ended, the same 2 sentences appeared before the spectators who had been watching his game. Watching this thrilling game of hell-level difficulty, everyone couldn't help but feel deeply satisfied. That was insane. I was planning to check out a few other game instances, but now that I'm here, I can't leave. I never expected that someone like this actually exists in the world. Honestly, I still don't get it at the end. That was a perfect clear. Why did people agree to his distribution method? Go play somewhere else, pal. If that's your level of intelligence, maybe this game isn't for you. Why does he keep wearing that mask? I want to see what he looks like. If he revealed his face, he'd probably become an internet celebrity instantly. Even though the game was over, the crowd was still reluctant to leave, engaging in heated discussions within the now blackened livestream. From start to finish, tens of thousands of people watched Luce's game, and a large portion of them were those who didn't want to leave once they started watching. Even among the many players who achieved perfect clears, Luce was the most captivating, satisfying the public's fantasies about the new world. Of course, most people's remarks were incredibly naive, obsessing over fame, internet celebrity status, and feeling proud just because they were from the same country. But given the sheer number of people, hidden among the foolish masses, there were certainly quite a few with ulterior motives. On the laptop in front of Blank, dozens of documents were open, recording all the intelligence he had gathered during this game. This included game types, categories, various undisclosed information, and powerful players. Among them, the document titled "A Certain Player in a Blue Mask" had the most entries and the most detailed content. After Lucy ended his stream, Blank immediately went to other live streams to continue collecting intelligence. However, his mind kept flashing back to Luce's performance and his various actions. With that kind of mentality, plus strength that clearly surpasses humanity, and a nature that treats pain and fear as nothing, the game has only just begun. Yet there is already a player of this caliber. How many more powerhouses like this are out there? Blank felt a mix of excitement, worry, and awe. As the game develops, the world will surely soon see people capable of influencing global affairs single-handedly. The world itself is just a game. Meanwhile, various official organizations, both domestic and foreign, also had personnel observing the stream and monitoring Luce. Record this: manic personality, immense strength, suspected psychiatric disorder, shows no fear of pain, even appears to yearn for it. He speaks Mandarin, so he should be Chinese. That's a good thing, I suppose. Back up all data, top secret classification, and send it to the Secretariat immediately. Observe, analyze, find a way to locate him. Regardless of where this sudden world game came from, these top-tier players alone will likely become strategic assets in the future. We must find them first, guide them, cooperate, or perhaps control them. In the corners of the world unseen, turbulent undercurrents have always been surging. As for Lucy himself, he entered the game settlement interface, listening to his results and reviewing his gains from this trip. Game over! Total participants, 5,214,948. Total finishers, 1,985,419. Total perfect clears, 7,529. Your evaluation, SSS grade, perfect clear. Current consecutive perfect clears. 2. Calculating rewards. Special event triggered. Caused a bug within the game through guidance. Earned achievement badge. System attacker. Special event triggered. Caused an additional game test due to personal reasons. Obtained enhanced final reward. Total points awarded, 8,800. Items rewarded. Intermediate recovery potion, times 5. Advanced recovery potion, times 3. Game exit coin times 1, epic weapon draw ticket times 2, random seal draw ticket times 1, special skill draw ticket times 1. Best special reward. Awakening of Spirit. Personal Spirit +1. Note, Spirit is the foundation for mastering various special skills. Looking at the list of benefits one by one, Lucy was quite satisfied. The God's Chosen game is definitely an opportunity not to be missed. Both the pain points and the in-game rewards are enough to make his strength grow rapidly. The next stage of the world's transformation is usually total chaos. He must increase his strength as much as possible before that day arrives. Wearing a mask to slaughter everyone is fine, but when taking it off, it's better not to be targeted. An innocent man is not guilty, but his treasure makes him a target. The growth of his strength will definitely be seen as a threat by some. Let's check the loot in the backpack first. There's quite a lot of stuff here. He opened his game backpack and looked at the items inside. Adding what he extorted, his points have now reached 12,400. He didn't know what that concept meant, but it surely couldn't be low. As for weapons, excluding the unused draw tickets, he currently only has the sharp blade he captured. The weapon grade isn't high, but it suits him well enough for now. As for the 2 badges, They should be the main features distinguishing Lusu from other players, as they were both triggered by special events. Godslayer, Legendary. Effect bonus. When facing attacks of superior rank, immune to all effects except direct damage. When determining attacks of the same rank, your effects take priority. System Attacker. Epic. Effect bonus. Hacking or manipulating game loopholes will yield higher level rewards. Luce didn't know what the limit for equipping badges was, but since there were bonuses, he might as well wear them. As for the newly obtained Game Exit Coin, the description was simple. Exit Coin can be used to forcibly leave the game. Cost: all items, abilities, and points obtained in the game will be wiped out. Description: a coward may save their life, but don't hope for the benefits of the strong. A pure life-saving item. After checking the various descriptions, he decided not to use the draw tickets yet and left the game. The same dizziness, the same act of opening his eyes on the bed, but this time, as he opened his eyes, the voice of the game suddenly rang in his mind. This voice also appeared in the ears of every chosen one. God's Chosen Paradise, the first official game, has ended. Special notification, informing all chosen ones that functions are now enabled and rankings will be announced.
The shop function is now open. During your break from the game, all chosen ones can prepare and advance the items you wish to purchase. The products in the shop will help improve your performance in the game. The friend system is now open. All chosen ones can add friends, make transfers, and give gifts. Of course, the service fee will be charged based on the specific amount. Please look forward to future features such as co-op gameplay. Feature release preview. Since the game began, new people have been chosen every day. We look forward to everyone becoming a player. Now, 2 games have passed, and many outstanding players have already stood out. We believe they will eventually possess everything. To help players better understand themselves and others, we will launch a peak leaderboard after the next game ends. The peak leaderboard will comprehensively consider players' combat power, game performance, and owned bonus items to rank the top 100. Those who make the list will receive future benefits. We hope everyone participates actively and performs well in the next game. The announcement ended, and the dialogue above repeated twice in everyone's mind, as if emphasizing the important points. Lusa frowned slightly as he watched the announcement. Peak leaderboard. Something like this is basically putting top players on the chopping block. After only 3 games, he might already be among the strongest, but his strength is definitely not outrageous yet, and it is certainly no match for some violent organizations. To put it simply, he doesn't have the confidence to survive in front of firearms yet. However, it says there will be benefits on the list, so that might be pretty good. I wonder if it will expose my real appearance and personal information. I'll deal with that when the time comes. Luce decided to put things he couldn't control out of his mind for the time being. He is cautious, but he does not lack the courage to take risks. It is impossible for him to deliberately slack off in the next game or skip it just to avoid this leaderboard. Lay low when you can, but the growth of strength is the priority. If any real trouble comes, he will just face it. Thinking this to himself, he pulled up the screen in his mind and looked at the page. Rest mode. For every game, you can choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe that the world welcomes players and players will eventually possess the world. Time until the next game starts. 47, 57, 43. This is God's challenge. Welcome to God's Selection Paradise. Apart from this standard page, 2 new pages for friends in the shop have been added to the side. After familiarizing himself with how to use it, Lucy opened his eyes in his room. Sitting up from the dimly lit room, Lucy checked his physical condition and felt his body completely whole. Well, great, the special reward for a perfect, clear, full body restoration. The benefits of joining the game are most obvious here. In the real world, the pain of using the chosen effect is still too restrictive. He jumped lightly twice, and the first feeling was light, really light. If the previous 10 points of strength were breaking the genetic limit, then the current 24 points are really too much to control. Luce doesn't know what the ancient heroes meant by being as light as a swallow. He only agrees with one thing. If you have enough power, you can fly, and he is that flying brick now. It's as if there is a high horsepower engine inside his legs that can provide terrifying propulsion. He didn't have legs in the game, so he didn't feel anything, but now he feels he needs to adapt to his body control. If Jiang Tao were to provoke him again now, he might actually hesitate. A single hit would really kill him, and killing someone in the real world is probably hard to deal with. His experiences in the game, plus the influence of the greedy mask, have given him a somewhat twisted tendency now. He needs to return to normal. He opened his phone, clicked on a familiar app, and the first trending topic that caught his eye made his heart tremble. The God Selection game really kills people. Luce thought as expected. Only in the second game would God's Selection Paradise truly show its fangs, and people would realize the true face of this game and its cruelty. 5 people who participated in the game with him died right in front of him, and one of them was killed by his own hands. The rest didn't achieve a perfect clear and didn't have a chance for treatment like he did. Returning to the real world with a broken leg? Thinking about this, Luso's heart grew heavy. This level of world turmoil is definitely not going to be small. The authorities should ban the opening of God's Selection Paradise. They should forbid everyone from participating in that game. What is the essence of God's Selection Paradise? Supernatural power or a scam? A sudden increase in hospital visits across different regions? What is the official explanation? Each trending topic was clearly different from the first time. The previous excitement and curiosity had turned into panic at this moment. Luce even noticed that some outrageous headlines and videos could be seen 1 second and would disappear the next time he refreshed. It seems like a hidden hand is strictly controlling and frantically deleting them to maintain stability. But Lusa knew that this state wouldn't last long. It's impossible to block it forever. Sigh. He sighed, turned off his phone, and headed to school. Ding-a-ling! The bell for class had already rung, but the classroom was still noisy, with no one to manage it, just like a vegetable market. The students were chattering endlessly. Young men and women of this age seemed to have inexhaustible energy, which is hard to understand. Only this time, Lucy didn't listen to what they were discussing anymore. Their discussions, fears, and guesses about the game were all his own personal experiences. Without knowing it, he seemed to have become somewhat distant from the others. The game is over, did you watch it? Or rather, did you participate? Until a voice sounded in his ear, carrying a warm breath, pulling Luso out of his thoughts. Turning his head, he found Xiantong had leaned in close to his ear and was speaking to him. Although Lucy had never admitted it, from her current words it was almost as if she had already assumed Lucy was one of the chosen. What? Is there something you need? Lu still didn't answer directly. If you cleared it successfully, then congratulations, you were lucky. If you were a spectator, you must have seen a lot of things. Xiantong's expression was a bit grave. As she spoke, she took out her phone and whispered, "This game, I've been trying my best to collect intelligence. God's Selection Paradise is not playing around. The cruelty and ruthlessness of some games have clearly exceeded physiological limits. They are called hell difficulty, and they live up to the name. It's truly like hell. Moreover, although the game just started, some insanely strong players have already begun to appear. Take a look at this video." Saying that, Xiantong passed her phone under the desk like a thief. Lucy's left eyelid suddenly started twitching violently. Opening the phone, a dark red scene came into view. The video content was something Lucy found all too familiar. Magma! A saw. 10 players tied up. Lucy, struggling to keep his lips from twitching, Lucy felt momentarily lost for words. Is the world really this small? Before the magma engulfs the platform, you must find a way to escape. What does that mean? Are we supposed to saw off our legs? Heh, it's not the first time for such leg sawing business. Did you guys even pay the royalty fees for saw? What's the reward for the first one to get the saw? Listening to the voice of the game host and the dialogue of his own self in the game, Lu Su felt an excruciating level of second-hand embarrassment. What can I say? What am I supposed to say? After watching the game video for a few minutes, Xiantong noticed his expression and spoke up. Sawing off one's own leg, sawing, not even hacking it off. If it were an untrained person, I don't think anyone could really make that decision. They'd just die and give up all hope of living. But look at this guy. At this moment, Lu Se watched himself in the video, calmly sawing away at his leg. Back then, wearing the mask of greed, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but seeing it now in his normal state, it really was quite chilling. To play it cool, Luce deliberately asked why didn't he just saw the leg that was shackled. Xiantong nodded and said, "At that part, I also thought maybe the guy was just a bit crazy in the head, but seeing what happened later, I realized just how terrifying he really is." Keep watching. I've edited this part to highlight the most crucial moments. As she spoke, Xiantong dragged the progress bar, blocking the phone with her body while explaining the details to Lu Tse. But Lu Tse was already feeling a cold shiver down his spine. Hearing her analyze him right to his face made him feel numb from head to toe. After what felt like an eternity, the game video finally ended. Lu Tse kept his face taut. Honestly, only from a bystander's perspective could he truly realize how insanely he had performed in the last game. It was impossible not to be noticed. Overall, that's how it is. Finally, as the video finished, Xiantong took a deep breath and put her phone away, her expression filled with undisguised shock. No matter how many times she watched it, she never got bored of it. Every single time, that same feeling of shock would well up in her heart. She looked at Lucy beside her, his face somewhat wooden, and assumed he was just stunned. "So how about it? Give me your evaluation." "Luce, Oh, what kind of nonsense is this asking me to evaluate myself? How do you evaluate yourself? Looking for answers online. Urgent. He's quite impressive. Truly extraordinary. I reckon he must have achieved a perfect clear. With no other choice, Luce decided to praise himself a little. What do you mean quite impressive? This is insane, all right? Xiantong grew anxious, seeing that Luce seemed absent-minded. Whether it's his intellect or his ability, the mere existence of someone like this is enough to disrupt the order of human society. We had a hunch about it before, but we didn't expect it to happen this fast. Hearing her words, Luce felt a bit awkward inside and said, "This disrupts human order? It's still far from that, surely. The ability he's actually shown is just strength far exceeding that of a normal human. Does that kind of combat power really affect the order of human society?" "But this is just the beginning," Xiantong said seriously. "Power will only snowball, and there's no telling how many people like this are out there in the world. The change the God-chosen paradise has brought to the world overnight is drastic and irreversible. In the future, the ones controlling this world might not be high-ranking officials or corporate moguls, but the top-tier players. Just as they say in the God-chosen game, the players will eventually own this world." "Lucen, this video of yours, you recorded it yourself, right? Have you uploaded it to the internet, or is it already circulating online somewhere?" Xiantong shook her head. "No. My family has a bit of connection, so I get access to first-hand information online. I actually saw some people posting this video in the background, but they were deleted very quickly. This doesn't just mean your video is hardcore or involves death. It also means that someone in the official circles has likely noticed this person in the video. Top-tier players are definitely strategic reserves. The government, state agencies, various departments, and even all sorts of factions are definitely keeping an eye on them. Now that the friend system is open, I expect team-based games will appear soon. Just watch, various strange factions will start popping up like mushrooms after rain." Xiantong said a lot. Luce knew her family background probably wasn't simple, so he didn't ask further. However, one thing was certain. There were likely already many people and organizations tracking him. He just wondered how long the mask of original sin could keep him hidden. "So we've talked so much, it's time you told the truth. I've already told you that I'm also a chosen one." At the end, Xiantong suddenly shot him a sidelong glance with a playful smile, leaned in close, and whispered in Luce's ear, "You're a player, right? From what I know of you, you definitely didn't listen to my advice and join the game, didn't you?" Luce calmly pushed her away, thinking to himself that it was so noisy in class that no one was paying attention to them, but could she please not lean in so close? "It tickles when you breathe next to someone's ear." "Yeah." Luce didn't deny it this time. "Then what difficulty was your game instance?" I forgot to check. "Anyway, although there were deaths in our game, most people survived." "There were casualties in your game too?" Xiantong was shocked and immediately looked Luce up and down. "Well, that's not bad. Your luck is actually quite decent. You were probably in a normal or difficult instance. According to the intelligence I've gathered so far, games in the God-chosen paradise are divided into roughly 4 difficulties. Normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell." Luce listened to this news, his expression turning serious. Although he was a participant in a hell-level game, because he had been focused on playing, he actually knew little about the overall game structure or the situations of other players. "Tell me more details. What's your judgment? What's the approximate distribution of these game levels?" Xiantong nodded. After all, if she wanted to gain someone's trust, she had come to Luce precisely because she needed someone she could rely on during the early stages of the game. She felt there was no need to keep secrets about such matters. The ratio of the 4 game difficulty levels, it is hard to say. I cannot give you an exact percentage. But it is obvious that the higher the difficulty, the smaller the ratio. In most cases, there are still more normal and hard games. Even the normal ones are not simple, and once you get to hard, casualties become a frequent occurrence. And Nightmare and Hell, they really are exactly what they sound like. They are no longer games, or rather clearing levels. It's about doing everything you can just to stay alive. By this point, Xiantong's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and her complexion looked quite awful. After all, she was just a high school senior who had been pampered all her life. How could she have ever faced life and death directly? Oh, right, there are also the different types of games. Within the same difficulty level, there are all sorts of varied games with a huge range of types, but it is not like there are no repeats. Every game likely has many identical copies, with different players participating in them. For example, in the video I showed you earlier, I saw 10 other players who encountered the exact same game. The gameplay, I didn't finish watching it, it's a 4 or more new things. I am afraid that none of them survived. Xiantong gulped. Just thinking about that scene made her shiver. So to a large extent, the God Selection Paradise is really a game of luck. If you are selected for a hell difficulty dungeon, it is truly a dead end. Those who were in the same dungeon as the masked man just now can be considered lucky to have escaped with their lives. But such a cruel and realistic game will inevitably spawn a group of top-tier experts who will change the world. Luce listened while gently nodding. He did not care much about the danger. In his view, the higher the difficulty of the game, the higher the rewards. The game's opportunities are equal, so for top players, being assigned to high difficulty dungeons is actually a good thing. At the very least, he himself hoped for hell-level games that would be killing multiple birds with one stone for him. Can you choose the difficulty of the game dungeons? Luce asked. How is that possible? Xiantong shook her head with a wry smile. At least for now, it is absolutely impossible. Judging from the footage and the player's performance, they have no idea what they are about to face. If they could choose, who would pick a hell difficulty game right from the start? Luce, that is exactly what I would do. He really wanted to pick the hell level difficulty. If he had to classify it, his own initial game was probably hell level as well. Suddenly, Xiantong changed the subject and looked at Luce, asking, I bet you have already participated in a game. The fact that you came out unscathed and without any signs of mental instability shows that you are far from simple. But ask yourself, if you were assigned to a hell difficulty dungeon and forced to saw off your leg with a rusty saw, could you handle it? Luce. So before participating in a game, you must be fully prepared and mentally ready. It's best to prepare an exit coin in advance. Although you will lose everything else, at least your life is saved. Seeing that Luce did not respond, Xiantong did not wait for an answer and finished giving her advice. Starting the game properly is very important, and she herself needed to start finding a way to join a game too. Why are you telling me all this? Luce suddenly frowned and sighed. What do you want from me? If the other party knew he was ranked first, trying to recruit him would be normal, but it seems she didn't know. This young lady was giving out all this information for free just because of her curiosity about him from their past interactions. Xiantong blinked a few times, a flash of shyness and annoyance appearing in her eyes. She looked down to hide her slightly flushed face, feeling a bit helpless. This guy. Is there really a man in this world who, when a girl actively shows goodwill, thinks only about transactional interests? Because of the God's selection paradise, the world is about to undergo a radical change. Various official and civil organizations will soon emerge, and even small groups between individuals will quickly appear. With the collapse of order, suspicion, confrontation, and dog-eat-dog social phenomena are bound to occur. In such a situation, the sooner you find allies, the better. Before the situation becomes completely uncontrollable, the allies you find are more likely to be trustworthy. Match question mark appeared over Luce's head. Seeking allies and you choose me, a student. That is way too childish. Your family background should be quite something. Can't you find a way to get in touch with some experts or connect with powerful factions? 2 high school students talking about forming an alliance here is just too naive. But Xiantong shook her head and said earnestly, in this kind of competition, depending on the game conditions, a special forces soldier might not necessarily perform better than a street thug. Especially in the early stages of the game when people are still ignorant, it is relatively fair. Besides, my intuition tells me you are not bad. Zhu Yuanzhang went from being a beggar to becoming an emperor. I don't think our conversation is childish or unrealistic. Why do those who pride themselves on being rational and wise know about the arrival of the God's selection paradise? Do they know how to deal with it? I just want to join forces with you. If possible, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Saying this, Xiantong tentatively extended her hand toward Luce. Luce looked at the hand offered for a handshake, feeling a bit dazed. He felt that what she said was the truth, but perhaps not the whole truth. Suddenly, at that moment, a sound blared from the school's PA system. Students in the East District of the teaching building, please evacuate quickly and in an orderly manner. Avoid crowding and do not stay in the classrooms. Luce and Xiantong exchanged a look, their hearts skipping a beat. The East District? Isn't that right here? Forgetting about the handshake, Luce flipped onto the window ledge to see what was happening outside. People in the classroom had been in a state of chaos, and with all the noise, he hadn't noticed any sounds coming from outside. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted outside the classroom, drowning out all the noise. It sounded like a load-bearing wall being blown apart. A thunderous voice, completely inhuman, roared through the entire teaching area. The world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society! Tiandi Hui? Luce leaned against the window, listening to the shouts from afar, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had just been talking to Xiantong about some organizations and factions, and now one had already appeared. Besides, this doesn't make sense, right? Wasn't the Tiandi Hui an organization from the Ming and Qing dynasties? Commonly known as the Hong Men, why would it suddenly pop up in this day and age? Lu sensed very keenly that this must have something to do with the Divine Selection Paradise, or it might even be an organization specifically targeting it. After that astonishing roar, the person did not stop but continued to yell, "Sun and moon rotate, the cycle repeats. The divine selection descends, the world is unified. The world belongs to the TND way." Lu say, it's an origin family name and others that already say from. Hearing this voice, Luce knew his previous assumption was correct. It was definitely an organization founded with the Divine Selection Paradise as its goal. Sun and moon rotate. The guy acted like he had lost his mind, roaring continuously and repeating the same words until Luce found it quite boring. Along with the roaring were the screams of students and the sound of things being smashed. Walls were collapsing, desks and chairs were flying through the air, and there was no telling how many people were injured. Luce's senses were among the sharpest even for a human. Listening to the commotion, he knew the person was likely on the floor below him, and the teaching area on the next level was already in complete chaos. However, Luce did not intend to get involved. He just found it strange that the school would let such a person in. The guy isn't here anyway, so let's just bail, nothing more to say. Boom! Just as Luce was thinking, an explosion suddenly rang out. The floor of the corridor outside the classroom was smashed open by a huge hammer, and brick and dust sprayed everywhere. The next second, a ragged giant with unnaturally swollen muscles and standing over 1.9 meters tall jumped out from the shattered floor. Standing amidst the dust, the guy looked up slightly and locked eyes with Luce, who was looking out from the window. The two of them stared at each other blankly. Luce, damn, my luck is pretty rough. We actually ended up staring at each other right after I said I wouldn't run into him. Luce instantly shifted his gaze, jumped down from the window, and accurately found his seat in the panicked classroom. With just that one glance, he had already memorized the guy's general appearance and physical characteristics. The muscle swelling had reached the point of tearing. It was clearly not a level of muscle mass a normal human should have. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have completely lost his sanity. Before me was like the coming work of his dear games to certain, and melt because to require mentions time for no volunteers to say because you are harming what's in time. You are true with terms. He was holding a large hammer with a head over 30 centimeters in diameter. It was made of some unknown metal, and any ordinary person hit by it would certainly be dead or severely injured. Luce had a rough idea now. This guy was a student at the school, and he was definitely a player. He just didn't know why the person had ended up like this. What's coming? What is that? Atong was on the side. Seeing Luce jump back, she asked loudly. Probably a player who went crazy for some reason. He seems to be promoting some organization. Run! I see, and Tong didn't waste words. She grabbed Luce and ran toward the door. Having been through 2 games, she had seen too much and knew very well the threat strong players posed to ordinary people. By now, several classrooms connected in the East Wing were already in chaos. All the students were running outside with excitement outweighing fear. Just as they stepped out, they saw the giant standing there, dazed. My God, Liu Pang! Someone among the students recognized him and seemed quite familiar with him. He walked over with a look of surprise, staring at the sluggish giant who had lost his reason. All right, curious again, talk to me, Satan, and say something. That's cool. The giant didn't even look at him. With a casual swipe, the student who had approached flew away like a plastic bag slapped 7 or 8 meters away. He was already unconscious when he landed on the ground. The crowd scattered in fear, and the open area in the classroom was suddenly cleared. Sun and moon rotate, the cycle repeats. The guy didn't even look at the crowd, just kept shouting the slogan loudly, making people's eardrums ache. He swung the giant hammer in his hand and smashed the wall of the classroom in front of him with a boom. For some reason, Luce couldn't help but think to himself, 80, 80. The giant didn't pursue immediately. Within tens of seconds, most of the people had run off. Just then, the giant suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes scanning toward the crowd, and locked eyes with Luce. Luce, screw you. Why the hell do you keep staring at me? Can't you look at someone else? Luce averted his eyes, having already made a rough assessment of the guy's strength. He's far weaker than me. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened as he looked at Luce, and he rushed in Luce's direction, his massive body bringing with it a gust of wind. The crowd was alarmed and scrambled away. Luce and Xian Tong retreated quickly along with them. The giant stood still, swung the large hammer in his hand, and slammed it toward the crowd with a whistling force. Luce raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling that this seemed to be aimed at him. Instinctively, he slowed his pace just a little, deciding to try and take the hit with his shoulder to see how much pain value he could get. Dodge! Next to him, Xian Tong pulled his arm hard, using her body weight to help him evade the blow. What are you doing? Hurry up and run. Are you really that slow to react? Luce looked at the young girl with slight surprise, then looked at the giant rushing over once again. Confirmed by the look in his eyes, he was the target. He's now 80% sure that this thing was fixated on him. If he stayed hidden in the crowd, not only would it cause unnecessary casualties to others, but it would also be easy for people to notice that the attacker was specifically singling him out. After a moment of thought, Lu Su looked at the scattering crowd and said to Xian Tong, who was telling him to run, "Thanks." Then he shoved her into the crowd while he tripped himself and broke away from the group. An isolated individual was very conspicuous. The frenzied giant walked toward him, and in the chase they moved away from the others and onto a somewhat empty platform at the corner of the floor. Luce backed against the corner wall, turned around calmly, and looked at the panting guy in front of him. There was nowhere left to retreat. Exhaling a long breath, Luce turned around slowly, looking at the irrational giant opposite him. Although called a giant, Lucy felt no sense of oppression from him, and his strength was nowhere near his own. The opponent was more like a small pawn released by someone behind the scenes to send a signal. Why would he target me? Was I exposed? If even Xian Tong couldn't tell the difference between him and his game persona, Luce didn't think he would have been exposed so quickly. It seems there are still situations I don't know about. It's just that Lucy twisted his wrist slightly, feeling the explosive power within his body, and whispered to himself, "Why do you have to seek your own death? In such a big school, you chose to target the only person who could crush you to death? The only trouble is that the appearance of this little Hulk-like guy has caused a sensation, and I'm afraid he'll be headlining the news as a major social incident very soon. If I really get involved and knock him down, it might be difficult to slip away." "Aren't you going to say something? Just standing there?" Strength is the greatest source of confidence. Luce felt no tension at all as he turned around in a very relaxed manner and asked, "Sun and moon rotate, the cycle repeats?" "I don't need you to say that." Luce was speechless. He could see that the opponent had indeed completely lost his mind. At this rate, he was likely being used by someone else. Then it seems to be the problem of that organization called the Heaven and Earth Society. At this moment, more than 10 meters away, the corridors and stairs were already packed with teachers and students, all watching him anxiously. Many were holding their phones, looking terrified, yet they didn't forget to take photos. Looking at Lucy, who had been backed into a corner, and the massive, frantic figure standing before him, everyone felt that Lucy was in mortal danger. "Run. Brother, are you just standing there waiting to die? Don't move. Don't do anything rash to provoke him." All sorts of shouts came from the crowd, with various irresponsible and contradictory suggestions being thrown out. In the corner, the dean of students was making phone calls so frantically that his phone looked like it was about to smoke. Xian Tong also looked at Luce with concern. She could tell that Luce had intentionally moved away from the group and backed into the corner, but she wasn't sure if he really had the situation under control. Even if he had cleared the game, would he really be okay? Luce took it all in. Suddenly, from the end of the corner, a person dressed differently from the rest pushed their way in. The man was wearing a red uniform of some unknown department and had a lean build. As soon as he appeared, the dean walked up to him quickly, as if he had found a pillar of support. Then a voice reached Luce's ears. Student, don't be afraid. Please stay calm and don't provoke him." "My name is Zhao Jiaqing. I'm from a relevant government department," Luce drew. Obviously, the voice didn't come from the crowd, but right in his ear, just like the voice transmission techniques in martial arts novels. "A special ability. It's a player." Those words flashed through Lucy's mind instantly. He immediately looked up at the man in the red uniform. Luce was certain it was him. Noticing Lucy's gaze, the man made an okay gesture with his hand and continued the voice transmission. "Don't panic, I'll help you. Just don't provoke him and don't move around. Don't worry, I will definitely get you out safely. Just relax." In truth, Zhao Jiaqing didn't have much of a plan either, but he had no choice. He was afraid that Luce, being a student, would break down, so he could only try to steady him. Luce replied, "Okay, no problem." Zhao Jiaqing could use voice transmission, but Luce couldn't. He said it out loud and even gave an okay gesture to Zhao Jiaqing in the crowd. A large group of teachers and students turned around instantly, looking at Zhao Jiaqing with suspicion. Zhao Jiaqing broke into a cold sweat. "My ancestor! Why the hell are you saying that out loud? I told you to relax, not to relax like that. Do you have any idea that your life is still in danger?" The game has only just begun, and Zhao Jiaqing had no experience with such sudden events. Fortunately, this crazed giant Lu Peng had long since lost his mind and didn't find anything strange about what Luce said. Zhao Jiaqing could only force a smile and try to persuade him. Student Lu Peng, right? Can you hear me? We want you to calm down. If you have any demands or difficulties, you can tell us. We are listening to these overly familiar lines. Lu Su curled his lip, thinking to himself that this classic Hong Kong police negotiation tactic is why it's still endlessly recycled, but it's totally useless. The guy on the other side has clearly lost his mind, okay? The sun and moon rotate, the cycle repeats. The opponent kept repeating it like an oversized broken record. The gods chosen descend, the world becomes one. I didn't say it couldn't be one, so why do you keep saying it to me? Lu Su said, a bit impatient. The world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Fine, it belongs. If you say it belongs, then it belongs. I never said it didn't, so what are you trying to do? Lu Su began trying to reason with the cutie. The sun and moon rotate. Clearly, communicating with the cutie failed as he was still repeating himself. Zhao Jiaqing's attempts from the sidelines were completely useless. Seeing the two in the center of the scene chatting happily, he grew anxious and flustered. Dude, are you aware of the seriousness of the situation? Don't provoke him, Zhao Jiaqing transmitted again. But Lu Su had no intention of dragging this out any longer. The opponent was obviously brainless, so waiting was pointless. He might as well probe his situation. The Heaven and Earth Society is trash. Instantly, Lu Peng jerked his head up, red light erupting from his eyes, his murderous intent locked onto Lu Su, who had dared to insult the Heaven and Earth Society. Okay, basically confirmed it's being controlled by that so-called Heaven and Earth Society, Lu Su thought. Don't! No sooner had the words left Lu Su's mouth than Zhao Jiaqing roared. But it was too late. A violent gust of wind whipped up. The floor tiles under their feet exploded, and Zhao Peng's massive body charged at Lu Su like a locomotive. Lu Su, however, stood there motionless, as if he had been scared stiff. Zhao Jiaqing lunged forward, but even as he started moving, he already knew it was too late. It's over! Standing in a relaxed pose, just as the opponent's massive frame completely engulfed him, Lu Su suddenly looked up, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a slight twist of his body, he dodged the heavy blow, and then his left hand struck out like lightning, his thumb and index finger clamping onto the opponent's chin. Snap!
Silence the world and listen to the sound of bones shattering. It was only the strength of 2 fingers, but those were Lu Su's fingers. The opponent's jaw was crushed instantly, and the entire joint was dislocated along with it to prevent him from roaring or saying anything else. Buddy, since you've already lost your mind anyway, I won't hold back anymore. 10 points of strength is already beyond the human limit, and Lu Su now has 24. In reality, he had already shown restraint. Had he truly struck with full force, it wouldn't have been a crushed jaw, but a shattered skull. Boom! The massive impact combined with the force Lu Su exerted through his fingers sent the completely mindless opponent crashing into the wall behind him, and Lu Su dodged slightly to the side, letting the attack pass by. Crackle, crackle. Bricks cracked and large chunks of debris flew everywhere. It was hard to tell if the opponent possessed that much impact force on his own, or if Lu Su's strength had added momentum. Large, spiderweb-like cracks had appeared on the wall, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. Beyond was the school grounds. Lu Peng's massive body slumped to the ground, his head having crashed straight through and now exposed on the other side. He had completely lost consciousness. The entire process was incredibly fast. The distance between them was only 5 meters, and from the moment the opponent charged to the moment he slammed into the wall, only a second had passed. Lu Su had struck just as the opponent obstructed the view, moving lightning fast without any prior sign. Zhao Jiaqing had also reached the scene by now, and after planting his feet, he stared blankly at the sight, not knowing what to say. His eyes darted back and forth between Lu Su and the giant unconscious on the ground, his mind struggling to process it all. From his perspective, Lu Su had suddenly provoked him. The opponent had gone berserk and charged, and Lu Su hadn't moved an inch. Then, somehow, Lu Su had sidestepped, and the opponent had slammed himself into the wall. The whole thing had an inexplicably relaxed feel, forming a sharp contrast to the previous tension, creating an eerily absurd atmosphere. Just moments ago, he had been absolutely terrified, and when the giant charged, he had even imagined Lu Su being seriously injured or killed, with him having to take responsibility for a human life. But looking at it now, it seems he's fine, right? Never mind him. When the giant transformed Lu Peng charged, the crowd had gasped in terror, and many had closed their eyes while still trying to snap pictures with their phones. Now, seeing Lu Su unscathed, they suddenly fell quiet, as if things weren't supposed to turn out this way. You? Zhao Jiaqing frowned and looked Lu Su up and down, checking his condition. He didn't seem to be hurt. He crashed into it himself. Don't try to pull a scam on me. I don't have to take any responsibility, right? Lu Su said quickly. Zhao Jiaqing? That's all you're thinking about? Zhao Jiacheng felt a headache coming on, wondering if the kid had some circuit loose in his brain. Are you okay? Does mental anguish count? I've suffered severe psychological trauma. Can I apply for state compensation? Lu Shi insisted seriously. Zhao Jiacheng, never mind, as long as you're okay. But don't do such heroic things in the future. I heard that to protect your classmates, you decided to lure this crazy guy away by yourself. You really should pay more attention to your own safety. Loose. No, where did you get that information? What kind of ridiculous misunderstanding is this? Just then, another commotion erupted behind them. Cheers broke out, and the students who had stayed far away began to surround them. Amazing? What kind of reaction time is that? That's on par with an F1 driver. Stayed calm in the face of danger, my brother. For a moment, the sounds of taking photos, uploading short videos, and endless praise filled the air. The dean of students also rushed over, fussing over Luce, worried that if someone had died today, his career would be affected. Applause even rang out in the crowd, making Luce feel like a matador who had just finished a successful performance. Actually, it's quite fitting. The bull did get knocked out, didn't it? Seeing the crowd of students surrounding them, Zhao Jiacheng shouted to stop them, and only then did teachers step in to maintain order. A short while later, several more people in special uniforms pushed their way through, except their uniforms were blue. Then those in blue gathered around Zhao Peng, busy doing something. Luce gave a few perfunctory responses, and after telling the dean repeatedly that he didn't need to go to the hospital, he tried to disappear into the crowd. Zhao Jiacheng looked at Luce's back, his brows furrowed, and suddenly spoke again. Wait a second. As he spoke, he took a gold business card from the inner pocket of his uniform. Luce turned around and Zhao Jiacheng handed him the card. This is my card, take it for now. Right now I have a lot of follow-up work to handle, and this scene will be cordoned off immediately so I don't have time to talk to you. However, if you feel you should contact me, then do so. In his last sentence, Zhao Jiacheng emphasized the words should, looking directly into Luce's eyes as if implying something more. Luce reached out and took the card, shoved it into his pocket without even looking at it, and while mumbling an agreement, he slipped away. Zhao Jiacheng didn't say anything more and turned back to his colleagues to begin dealing with the incident. Are you okay? Jiantong approached and asked in a low voice, watching Lutzer nod. Seeing Lucy escape safely, she let out a sigh of relief, though she felt a bit suspicious. Why did Luce seem so sure he'd be fine? Was he that confident in his own strength? Was the ability he acquired in the game an agility-based one? Why did that monster seem to have a thing for Luce, chasing him relentlessly? She pushed these questions aside for now, planning to ask him privately later. Watching the students being evacuated and the police tape being put up, the special department personnel continued their work. As darkness fell, Zhao Jiacheng let out a long breath and began to reflect on the day's events. The incident was so sudden that even he was a bit bewildered. A high school student who can stay calm in the face of danger, that kind of psychological stability plus those reflexes, and he never seemed to show any tension or fear at all. Muttering to himself, the student from earlier that day had left too deep an impression on him. In this world, there are only two types of people who don't panic when things go wrong. Those who are too naive to understand the situation, and those who have the confidence to handle it. Captain Zhao, the preliminary investigation is done. A female staff member in a blue uniform walked up quickly, holding several files in her hand. It's just that the injuries are a bit strange. Aside from the skull fracture from the forehead impact, for some reason, the opponent's jaw was shattered. Zhao Jiacheng, who had been lost in his own thoughts, was startled and jerked his head around, giving the other person a fright. Jaw shattered from the impact? Oh, the woman in blue, who was in charge of administrative work, responded and pulled out a stack of reports saying, I am not sure, which is why I find it a bit strange. After all, the subject's skull also has a fracture, which is more normal, and given the angle of impact, it fits perfectly. However, if the impact occurred at that angle, logically, it shouldn't have hit the jaw. I do not know if there was some kind of friction, or perhaps it was an injury from before. He is out of critical condition now. His name is Lu Peng, and after investigation, it has been confirmed that he is a player of the God-chosen game. Just as the secretary was about to continue her report, she was suddenly interrupted by Zhao Jiacheng. Wait a moment! As he spoke, he walked over with a frown, picked up the stack of x-rays from her hand, and examined them repeatedly. The administrative secretary in charge of the investigation was also stunned. She did not know why Zhao Jiacheng was suddenly so abnormally interested in this injury. This level of bone fracture looks like it has become more severe than the trauma to the head. You have to realize that at the time, this student's physical durability was very high. After all, he was able to crash through a wall. Although the human skull is harder, such a large gap is still a bit strange. What do you think could be the reason? Zhao Jiacheng asked while recalling the scene from earlier that day. The sun and moon revolve. That guy had clearly lost his mind for some reason, and he kept repeating those words over and over. If he was constantly repeating it, his jaw could not have been broken beforehand. It must have been from that specific impact. Could it be friction from the wall? After all, he crashed straight through it, the secretary guessed tentatively, thinking Zhao Jiacheng was worried about the other person's injuries. Zhao Jiacheng? Maybe so? Zhao Jiacheng did not refute her, just muttered to himself. In his mind, he kept replaying the scene from the day and all the strange behaviors of that high school student. Time passed quickly. After that unexpected incident, the weekend arrived and the school was just about to step up its security measures. Lus lay quietly on his bed, waiting for the arrival of the new round of the game. He had been living on edge for the past 2 days, wondering if people from that strange organization would come to investigate him, or if the family of the student he had taken out in a single blow would come looking for trouble. Fortunately, none of that happened. Time until the next game starts. Scenario there, F58-43. The final hour. At this moment, he was on a phone call with Xi and Tong, talking about the situation of this upcoming game. Xi and Tong, I do not know how you did it yesterday, but your strength must not be bad. But regardless, this game is still too dangerous. I strongly suggest that you buy an exit coin before playing. Luz typed a response, I know. Are you participating in the game this time too? Yes, the other replied briefly. Let's play our own games for now, and we can add each other as friends if there is a chance later. Also, a heads up, although the clothes inside the game are uniform, according to the intel I received, underwear seems to be brought in directly. So, you could try to see if you can bring things in from the real world. Luce looked at the message, realized with surprise that this was another piece of trivia he hadn't known, and wondered what kind of special connections his deskmate had. Sigh, it's nice to have a background. Unlike him, who had to resort to cheating out of sheer helplessness. After saying thanks, with the information tucked in his mind, Lucho lay alone on the bed in his small room, lost in thought. He was wondering if Xian Tong was really worth trusting. If he were to cooperate, he would definitely have to reveal his status as the #1 player. But her family background clearly wasn't simple. Is this something that can be resolved just by trust? As he thought, feeling time slip away, he couldn't help but take a golden business card out of his school uniform pocket. It was the one Zhao Jiacheng gave him, telling him to call when he felt he needed to. He looked at the name of the department on it, which he had never heard of, then looked at Zhao Jiacheng's contact information on the back, and after a moment of consideration, he stuffed the business card right into his underwear. Sorry, Mr. Zhao Jiacheng, you'll just have to spend some time with my buddy for now. Since I don't have anything suitable handy, for that experiment Xian Tong mentioned about bringing items in, I'll use yours. Yep, perfect fit. He took a deep breath, tidied up his backpack, packed his achievements and various medicines, and waited for that long-awaited sound. For some reason, he could always be stirred into excitement by this voice. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Please choose to become an audience member or a player. Player. Hello, player. You have a short amount of time to prepare. Game points. 12,400. Pain value, 6. Strength, 24. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 1. Bonus medals, God Slayer, Legendary System Attacker. Epic. Game initialized, ready to start. Welcome to the God-chosen paradise. It was the same dizziness, the same spinning sensation, but this time, Lucy had already developed quite a bit of adaptability. It felt just like coming home. After opening his eyes again, he saw an empty and dim room. There was a damp, moldy smell in the air, and it seemed the hygiene of the environment was rather average. With a slight sway of his body, he felt his feet hit solid ground. He wasn't dangling in the air like last time. Luce was slightly disappointed. Why did it feel inferior to last time? At least last time he was dangling in the air, which gave him a chance to saw off a leg. He touched his face slightly. The mask was already on, fitting perfectly. There were a few other players around, but before Luso could observe them, he heard a sound that pleased him greatly. Welcome, players, to the hell mode of the God-chosen game, Demon Hospital. As the mechanical voice sounded, a creaking noise of mechanical rollers also echoed, and a tracked robot emerged from the corner. Hearing this, all the players' expressions shifted, their faces turning grim. They were no longer novices, they now understood the terror of hell mode. How unlucky to run into this on just the second game. But Luce, hidden behind his mask, revealed a satisfied smile. Hell mode. This is truly coming home. Given its hell mode, managing my pain tolerance shouldn't be too hard. If you count this time, this is probably the third consecutive hell level instance I've gotten. My luck is truly something else. Hey, I chuckled involuntarily. Good thing it's me. A normal person probably wouldn't be able to handle arrangements like these. Greetings, excellent players. I am your host for this session. You may call me the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. Of course, if you want to call this place a prison, that's perfectly fine too. Luce looked at the tin robot in front of him and suddenly asked, Tom, are you the same thing as the voice from the previous game? The Great Tom, watch your tone, kid. Luce gauged the voice. It did sound familiar, but he didn't intend to offend the other party over something trivial. So he didn't respond, opting instead to open his stream to look for valuable information from the audience's perspective. It's starting. I specifically skipped class to watch the expert's perspective. I literally quit my job to watch. Once I learn the ropes, I'm quitting this dead-end job to join the game too. This is a high-level lobby. I just checked. All 5 players in this instance have cleared games before. No newbies here. And besides this guy, that foreigner over there is also a player with a perfect clear record. This is going to be good. Wait, did I get the right stream? Why is the mask the expert is wearing a different color than last time? Luce gave the live chat a quick glance and realized that more and more people were paying attention to him. Being watched isn't exactly a great feeling, but the advantage is obvious. For instance, I can always quickly find out information about those around me. A high-level lobby, huh? Looks like the people this time might be harder to deal with than the last lot. What, mask color? Reminded by the comment, Luce turned to look at the tin robot. From the mottled surface of its chassis, he could faintly make out his own reflection. It was a red mask. Red! Gluttony! Personality influence. An intensified state of greed in terms of appetite. Mentally chaotic, capable of eating anything. Everything disgusting in the world tastes incredibly delicious to him. Benefit. Incredible digestion. Everything consumed is converted into energy, and all negative effects are canceled out. Side effect. The more you eat, and the more harmful what you eat is, the higher the level of mental chaos. Furthermore, the energy in your body does not truly belong to you. If not released to a certain extent, you will explode and die. Hiss! Luce drew a sharp breath. He didn't expect to get such a major one this time. The last greed mask had both normal and overload modes to choose from, and the normal mode didn't feel like much of a change. But gluttony is different. It's the only one of the 7 cardinal sin masks with no mode selection. Gluttony and lust are the 2 types that affect the mind the most. They have the highest negative impact. However, looking at the description, the functionality is absolutely insane. This is definitely a bug-tier superpower for the early game. As expected of an S-tier sealed item, both its effects and side effects are top tier. No telling what the other states and overload modes will be like. But high risk equals high reward. That's just the principle of this game. At least for now, he didn't feel any effect on his mental state. Alright, I presume everyone here is no ordinary player. You may get to know each other, or communicate to familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. After all, in a sense, you are both partners and competitors. What do you mean? After the tin robot finished, the foreigner among the players spoke up. Based on the previous live chat hints, Luce knew this was a player who had achieved a perfect clear. Exactly what I said. Get familiar with each other first. The red light on the tin robot flickered twice, then its treads rolled, dragging its body out the door. So what is the task in this game? Don't be impatient. Also, you must address me as the Great Tom. The tin robot seemed very angry at the player's rudeness. It left without looking back, its footsteps never stopping. After the door closed, only these 5 players remained in the damp room of several dozen square meters. The atmosphere turned silent, and because it was a hell difficulty game, there was even a sense of oppression. The foreigner who spoke earlier was frowning deeply and said somewhat strangely, "What is the purpose of this robot coming here?" He didn't say anything. Fuck, maybe he came here to act as a mirror. Lutz listened to his muttering and replied, touching his own mask. Also, can this international friend understand Chinese? If so, why not speak it? After all, what the robot said seemed to be Chinese. Or was it in English mode in that foreigner's ears? The foreigner was taken aback, raised his eyebrows with a thoughtful expression, but just casually replied, I don't want to. Luce didn't bother with him anymore, and the conversation went dead again. There are 5 players in this game. They don't look like newbies. It's quite convincing. Although they all look like they've just eaten shit, at least they didn't cry for their parents upon hearing hell mode, which is decent enough. There's an arrogant-looking foreigner who seems to understand Chinese but doesn't want to speak it. His expression looks like he's mimicking some movie star, playing the mysterious character. On the left is a big guy. He looks physically strong but probably useless. Still, at least his physical features are prominent, so we don't have to bother memorizing his name. We'll just call him Big Guy. There's also a woman. From the moment she walked in, her eyes have been darting around at everyone. Might not be an easy mark, but hopefully, she'll drop some loot. The one on the far right is the flashiest, a 6'3" man. While everyone else is wearing the basic game-provided clothes, he managed to get himself a red outfit with a pattern. Let's call him Flashy. Silence! The guy in red, whom Lutza dubbed Flashy, turned his neck stiffly, his mouth twitching as he looked at Lutza and said, Dude, seriously? Couldn't you have just thought that in your head? Why did you have to narrate it out loud? Is there something wrong with your intelligence? How am I Flashy? This is the uniform required by the organization, okay? The flamboyant man's mouth kept twitching, and the other 3 players all turned their heads to look at Lutze, all looking speechless. Dude, seriously? You just don't fit the vibe here at all, you know that? In such a depressing and cold atmosphere, in a hell game where your life is at stake at any moment, you act like you are here to be a judge. We were all caught in that mood, and then we listened to your speech. It just ruined the flow of our emotions. The man in red sighed slightly, looked Luce up and down, and felt at a loss for words. Are you still giving a critique? Everyone else here looks normal enough, but you are wearing a mask. Wearing a mask is one thing, but it has to be bright red, and the light on it keeps forming all sorts of patterns. Is this the kind of thing you get as a reward in the game? I can only say it is as abstract as you are. Huh? Did I say that out loud? No way, do you have mind-reading powers? Luce touched his mouth in surprise, feeling the cold temperature of the mask. You really did say it. The man in red said helplessly, then regretted it immediately. Why the hell am I arguing with this psycho? Damn, are you projecting some kind of intelligence-lowering aura? Seeing the expressions on the people around him, Luce realized that it was probably true. It seems the mental chaos side effect of the gluttony mask is always there. If I don't control it actively, it really causes some minor trouble. Ah, well, since I said it, I said it. A game always needs a narrator, and it helps you understand how you look in other people's eyes, right? Who wants to know how we look in your eyes? Heh, I've only heard that old people can't hold their bladder. I didn't expect to meet someone who can't hold their tongue. The boorish brute couldn't help but mock him, which fit his personality perfectly, and then the crowd fell into silence again. Everyone was looking at each other, only no one else was as neurotic as Luce. Ahem! A cough broke the silence, and the man in red took the initiative to speak. I am not called the flamboyant man in red. My name is Jutian. That is my real name, not a nickname. I think that since we are in the hell game, we should try to eliminate unnecessary gaps between us as soon as possible. From a broader perspective, compared to this game, we are all human, and we are on the same side. From the current situation, we might need to understand each other, and I think that will be beneficial for the game. Most of you are Chinese, right? I am from an official organization. You can trust me. Jutian said calmly, trying to connect everyone first. This had to do with his background. In times of crisis, one must unite all forces that can be united, not to mention that there was no real hatred between them anyway. I don't think so, the foreigner said. We are not sure what the purpose of the game is yet. But you can call me Kirk. That's my name. The woman who hadn't spoken on the other side finally opened her mouth, and she looked at Jutian and said, Hello, thank you for your sincerity. But as the Tin Man said just now, in this game we cooperate and compete at the same time. It is really hard to build trust right now. Humph, official? The brute spoke up too. How many days has the game started? And there's already an official presence. You people just love to interfere. Actually, the biggest contribution you can make is to stay out of it, messing things up every single day. The brute clearly didn't have a very good temper, and his attitude was mediocre when talking to anyone. But Lucy knew that this was likely a manifestation of fear and nervousness. The pressure of the hell game required him to release it in such an unfriendly way. Seeing that the communication was not going well, Jiutian sighed. He had anticipated this status quo. He slowly turned his head to look at Lucy, waiting for him to express his position. He had also watched his own live stream earlier. He was part of an organization, and the relevant external staff were monitoring him constantly, having already informed him about Lucy's situation. Logically, he should be an expert. Luce saw the other person turn his head, and after a moment of thought, replied, "Are you sure I can't call you the flamboyant man in red?" Jiutian. He felt like his head was about to explode. "If you don't know how to address me, feel free to come up with a nickname too. Who asked you? Is that the point?" Just as the situation reached a stalemate, the voice in the room rang out once again. It was the same voice, only this time the Tin Man did not appear. It was just a mechanical sound accompanied by text appearing on the wall. God's Chosen Paradise Hell Mode Demon Hospital. Player Basic Task. Survive. As long as you survive until the clearance task is completed, you have cleared the stage. Player Target Task. Find the source of the disease. Find the person who is most severely ill and resolve the crisis brought by them. Players who complete the target will receive extra rewards and will be scored based on performance and contribution. Demon Hospital welcomes every patient. Countdown, 5 minutes, the game is about to start. After the brief description, the voice ended, and there was no extra dialogue. It was as if any redundant dialogue had already been finished by the tin robot earlier, and now it was just the formal description. Seeing the task description, everyone's expressions turned heavy. Hell mode, the basic task is just to survive. That is to say, none of the 5 people present were pushovers, otherwise, just reading about this survival task would be enough to scare someone to death. Jiutian also understood that the possibility of cooperation among them was very low, and the task was very vague. What kind of disease? How do you judge who is the most ill? Surviving to the end counts as clearing the stage, so what if someone slacks off, just waits for others to do the tasks, and keeps their own head down? Wouldn't that be the same? How on earth was this designed? Everyone fell into silence, starting to silently check their backpacks and medicine, preparing for the unknown in 5 minutes. Oh, right, Lucci whispered to himself, but in such a tense environment, the small sounds still caused everyone to look over. They saw the guy with the red mask reaching into his pants, and looking at that area, it was quite unspeakable. Dude, what do you mean? In public, too? Are you revealing your true nature just because you're wearing a mask? You don't care since your face isn't exposed? The man in red slapped his forehead and asked the staff outside in his live stream, is his information accurate? Is he really an expert? Before he could finish, his expression changed instantly. His eyes fixed on the thing Luceau pulled out from his pants. A golden business card. Jiutian was all too familiar with the type of that custom business card. His expression immediately relaxed a bit, as if he had seen a friend, and he walked towards Luceau with long strides. He whispered in Luceau's ear, "One of us? You disguised yourself well, brother. Which department are you from?" Seeing the other person leaning in, Luceau instinctively flipped his wrist to tuck the card he was holding underneath, casting a wary glance at him. "Cut the crap. We're on the same side. We don't have much time. Which department are you from?" "Me?" Luce tilted his head, thinking for a moment. "I'm from the senior high school department." "Jiutian? What the hell kind of senior high department? What kind of nonsense is that? What are you talking about?" Jiutian was stunned. Looking at the mere 3 minutes left, he started to lose his cool. Why is my colleague acting like this? Do I not look trustworthy? Even if we are from all over the place, this is an official organization. Can't we even have this much trust? "Buddy, hurry up! I saw your business card. My name is Jiutian from K-City, Zhonghai Province. I didn't bring my card. Besides, do we even need that stuff? Look at my clothes." He tugged at the fabric of his red outfit as he spoke. "How come you didn't get a uniform? You turned it into a red mask instead? Your branch has some really weird rules." "Oh, right, there should be some of our people in your livestream channel. Can't you just have them check me out?" Luce realized the guy probably misunderstood something and continued to spout nonsense. "You look pretty old and you're still in the same department as me? Still in high school? Are you the Dean of Student Affairs?" Jutien tensed up. His fists were clenched. How can this guy be like this? Completely lacking in organization and discipline. Jutien, according to our organization's records, there are indeed players who have cleared the game perfectly, but there's no record of anyone with that kind of mask. Keep communicating with him. The relevant staff members reminded him in Jutien's live stream interface. Jutien swallowed the urge to punch someone, lowered his voice, and said with a cold face, "Comrade, I don't know what you're planning, but you mentioned the color of my clothes earlier and deliberately pulled out your card. Clearly, you were just trying to attract my attention. Do you have anything you want to say?" Luce scratched his head. "Come to think of it, I'm actually a bit hungry. Strange. Who asked you?" Jutien turned away immediately, leaving behind a cold. "Take care of yourself," and decided he was done dealing with him. "Bye now." He addressed the staff in his live stream channel. "Hurry up and find out exactly which organization this guy belongs to. Is he sick or something? A hell difficulty game. How can you treat it like a joke? Attention players, you had better leave this room quickly before the time runs out." By now the timer was down to 1 minute. The room door opened, revealing a pitch-black corridor outside that seemed to lead into an abyss. No one wanted to defy the broadcast. In hell mode, a fatal state could occur at any moment. Kirk, the foreigner, stepped out first. His retreating figure actually carried a hint of arrogance. The big guy looked at his back with annoyance. What a show-off, and then walked out as well. Jutien and the woman followed close behind, exiting the room. Lu stuck to his usual behavior. After stepping out in the last second, he stood outside the door and poked his face back in, wanting to see what would happen. Bang! The door slammed shut, shoving Lu Se right out. There was even a mask-shaped imprint left on the door. Jutien, who had been keeping an eye on his colleague with his peripheral vision, helplessly turned his head away. He felt like he just couldn't take it anymore. After the door closed, they were in a long corridor. It curved, and the path ahead disappeared into darkness about 100 meters away, turning off to one side. On both sides of the corridor, there were heavy iron doors at regular intervals, dark and silent, as if guarding beasts. There was absolutely no sound coming from anywhere in the hallway. Presumably, these were the rooms where the patients lived. Jutien ran his hand along the curve of the wall to gauge the distance ahead and started walking forward with long strides. Before getting to real work, he intended to get a clear sense of the terrain and the basic architectural structure. No stairs up or down. It should be a single-level building, though hidden doors can't be ruled out. Judging by this curve, it might be a circular structure. Jutien's voice echoed in the silent space. He didn't hold anything back and decisively shared his thoughts with everyone. Just then, the game's voice returned. "Breakfast time, 30 minutes. Mealtime is mission time. During this period, players must enter the patient rooms. If you leave, you must return to the room as soon as possible. Lingering in the corridor for too long will result in unpleasant consequences." Clang, clang! As the sound played, a meal tray slid out from a small compartment at the bottom of each door. It was impossible to tell where it had come from. Instantly, a foul, unbearable stench permeated the space. Under the dim strip lighting, the tray held a large container of gooey substance. Without being told, it was hard to convince yourself that was actually food. You couldn't identify what was in it. You could even faintly see bits of bone and mucus. Next to the container was a small dish with a few white pills on it. The note on the tray read, "The patient's mental state is unstable. Mixing the sedative into their food may allow for communication." Looking at this so-called hospital, it seems like mental illness is the primary focus, Jutien muttered. My God, the big guy cursed. Is this supposed to be food? If you feed the patients this, of course they're going to lose their minds. Is it that bad? Luce looked at the stuff on the floor. Why did it look so delicious to him? The gluttony mask maximizes the impact on appetite, completely overriding any rational judgment. The red warning lights began to flash, urging the players to hurry into the wards. Without time to think, Luce picked a room at random, grabbed his tray, and walked in. The environment inside the room was clearly different from the outside. It wasn't clean. The walls were covered in grime and even bloodstains. But the room was brightly lit, 24 hours a day. In the corner crouched a skeletal, demon-like man in handcuffs and leg irons. The moment Luce entered, he shot a hateful glare, staring intensely at the tray in Luce's hand. Time to eat. Breakfast, I think. I don't really remember. It's a delicacy, my friend. Look at you, your skin and bones. Do you want some? There was no furniture in the room. Luce took a look, walked straight to the center of the room, set down the tray, and sat cross-legged on the floor. Want some? A hoarse voice rasped from the patient, teeth clenched. Of course I don't. You new kid delicacy? If it's a delicacy, why don't you eat it? Let me tell you, don't get cocky. Before he could finish, Lute's eyes lit up and he said, Really? Thanks a lot. With that, he picked up the canister of who knows what and started chugging it straight down. Payugit.
Clang, clang, clang. A crack opened up on the mask, and that massive can of stuff was being poured in frantically, as if into a bottomless pit. You will be the same later on. Only then did the man finish his sentence, and he stood there completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, half the contents of the can were gone. Holding the remaining half, Lutzo asked politely, Are you sure you don't want to eat it? Before the other party could answer, he added immediately, All right, thank you. Then he tilted his head back and kept chugging it down. From start to finish, not even a minute had passed, and that giant can of food was completely devoured. This way of eating was no longer human. Simply put, in terms of eating alone, what Luce was displaying was nothing short of a superpower. It was supernatural ability. To be honest, when Luce first picked up that can, his heart was resistant. Although under the influence of the gluttony mask, he felt the contents were the greatest delicacy in the world. His reason told him this stuff probably shouldn't be eaten. But since he had to experience the power of the gluttony mask and factor in the pain value, Lutzu decided to just go for it. Lao Ba's secret special burger. But as soon as that stuff hit his stomach, Lutzu lost all control. A world-class delicacy! He had never tasted anything so good. It didn't just stimulate his taste buds, it felt like it was directly stimulating his brain. He couldn't stop at all. After finishing the can, he felt refreshed, a warm sensation wrapping around his entire body as if he were in paradise. At the same time, there was no sense of fullness at all. If anything, the hunger felt even more intense. An intense appetite eroded his mind. Luce just felt his body brimming with strength, and he craved even more food. The many spectators watching Luce, along with the staff from relevant organizations, were all dumbfounded by now. Wait, what? Huh? What does this mean? Is this also part of the mission requirements? I don't get it. Can some expert come and explain this? Where did the previous expert go? Tell us what this is about. In comparison, the behavior of the mental patient opposite him seems perfectly normal. I've heard for a long time that this guy's behavior is unusual. The analysts from major organizations were pulling their hair out, unable to figure out what this meant. But Lucy had made the reason clear from the start. He was hungry. The patient swallowed hard, looking at the masked man before him, feeling as though his own brain wasn't working right. You're not a staff member, are you? Are you another patient? Luce sat comfortably on the ground, deciding to let his guard down. He decided not to control his appetite, letting it run wild while keeping all his rationality focused on his inner core and the task at hand. It's delicious. The life you guys live here every day is truly like living in heaven. The man's mouth twitched a few times. Am I serving a deity now? After a moment of mental confusion, he let out a cold laugh and looked at the plate nearby and the medicine on it. His gaze turned fierce once again, glaring viciously at Luce. Are you done acting? No one cared about what they ate. The so-called meals were just ways to force-feed them medicine. In the past, they would at least pretend. Was this lunatic in front of him planning to just force-feed him the medicine directly? Pointing at the medicine, the patient asked, What is this supposed to mean? Oh, my apologies. Luce took a look and apologized. Then he picked up the plate, flipped his hand, and dumped it all into his mouth. No chewing required, straight down the hatch. Waste is shameful. The brother across from him was actually pretty decent for reminding him. After eating, the ravenous Luce rubbed his stomach, looked at the guy chained up across from him, and asked, Are you full, Skinny? The thin patient, huh? What did I eat? Didn't you eat it all? When did I ever eat your food? Luce asked, looking puzzled. It was as if what happened just seconds ago simply never existed. Lying through his teeth. The patient. Huh. He clutched his head in his hands, recalling everything that had just happened, and comparing it to Luce's serious tone, he began to seriously suspect that his mental health was deteriorating even further. Yeah, how could such terrible, disgusting stuff be eaten by staff? Could it be that I'm having hallucinations when I eat now? Could it be that I was the one eating earlier? The patient muttered, his gaze gradually unfocused. Wait, what? What does this mean? He's completely gaslighting the poor guy. I get it now. He's brainwashing the opponent to make him doubt himself, making it easier to question him later. Amazing expert! The people in the live chat seem to have caught on by now, and one after another they began to heap praises again. No, my medicine! My medicine! Suddenly the thin man's eyes turned bloodshot and he lunged madly at Luce. Clack! Clack! The iron chains held his body in midair just a few feet away from Luce, but it was like an unbridgeable chasm. He couldn't touch him at all. Where's my medicine? Where's my medicine? You ate my medicine. What am I supposed to eat? The man who had previously rejected the drugs was now completely out of control, looking like an evil spirit. Muscles strained against his emaciated frame and bloody scars covered his body. The chains groaned and creaked. The strength of this person was definitely beyond the scope of a human. What medicine? I don't really know what you're talking about. Lucy looked wise, still calm and collected, not scared in the slightest. I get it, brother. You must be still hungry. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you stay hungry. They really give too little food in this place. I'll definitely help you. Look at how thin you are. You're about to starve to death. Saying this, he patted the head of the now insane man and bolted away, appearing eager and impatient, leaving the patient in the room alternating between madness, composure, and howling as he rolled on the floor. Once Luce ran out, he dashed along the circular corridor. In front of every cell door, there was that disgusting meal and the pills. Why did I come out again? Luce was slightly disoriented. Just eat first, never mind. Saying that, he started devouring everything like a whirlwind, chowing down relentlessly. Whenever the hospital issued a reminder to return to the rooms, Lucy would sprint back. The thin patient was completely numb. This guy said he was going out to find food, so why is he always gorging himself every time he comes back? Where's my food, man? Except for the food that each player had initially brought into their own rooms. Every bit of breakfast served by the demon hospital left outside had been polished off by Luce. It is worth mentioning. Kirk at the beginning had looked at the food, thought about it for a moment, and didn't take any, choosing to walk straight into his room instead. So the food Kirk had deliberately left behind for a while had also ended up in Luce's stomach. As he passed by the door where Kirk was, Luce even glanced at it and noticed that the door was still left slightly ajar. But he didn't care about that at all. What game? Who is Kirk? He had long since forgotten. Just keep eating. Foreign Big Shot is in trouble. I just checked this Kirk stream. He's quite skilled. He didn't take the food inside on purpose. It was part of his design. I'm looking forward to seeing his reaction now. Outside, while Luce was devouring everything like a whirlwind, Kirk was in his room using his ability to coax and guide the patient. Kirk was an arrogant American, but he had the credentials to back up his arrogance. A former CIA profiler, he was an expert in negotiation techniques and psychoanalysis, an honorary professor at Harvard, and a recipient of various awards in the criminal investigation field. Relying on his outstanding qualifications, he researched a massive amount of classified information after his rookie mission, realized the importance of the game, and achieved a perfect clear in his first game. And now, he was a player with superpowers. Mental interference. In terms of superpowers, he was already even ahead of Luce. Relying on his background and his current superpower, Kirk felt it wouldn't be a problem to get some information out of a few mental patients. How many years have you been here? Kirk asked, and to everyone's surprise, it was in fluent Chinese. The game prevents internal language barriers, but he had chosen to speak Chinese at this moment. I can't remember. 3 years? 30 years? Kirk frowned, trying his best to interfere with the other person's mind while asking his questions. Through his previous coaxing and simple, non-threatening questions, he had basically numbed and controlled the other person. Now he knew the person's name was Long Liu, that he missed his mother, mumbled something about a mission, and wanted to eat fish-flavored shredded pork. Especially the fish-flavored shredded pork. The person had repeated it many times for some reason. So what kind of illness do you think you have? Kirk asked. I'm not sick! I'm not sick! Long Liu shook his head frantically as if he were having a seizure, and Kirk felt he was losing control. Okay, sir, we are willing to believe that. Then who here do you think is the most mentally ill? Medicine. No medicine. Long Liu was drooling by now, completely out of his mind and hard to control. Kirk sighed, realizing there was nothing more he could do, and decided to withdraw for now. All right, rest for a moment. I'll go out and get you some food. The fish-flavored shredded pork you like so much will be here shortly. With that, Kirk stood up and went outside, ready to fetch the food and medication. He originally didn't want to do this, feeling that the medicine and those things might trigger severe resistance and psychological trauma built up over the years. But he couldn't control him through personal mental influence anymore, so he had no choice but to get the medicine. However, he had already pulled the other person's consciousness into his own rhythm. Whatever else, it shouldn't be a problem to make the patient see that pile of disgusting stuff as fish-flavored shredded pork. Fish-flavored shredded pork seemed to be his obsession. Once that obsession was satisfied, and the patient took the medicine and was fully under his control, getting the game's intel would become much easier. Hell mode? Turns out it's nothing special, just looks a bit dark and creepy. Those other Chinese players shouldn't be making as much progress as I am. He didn't care if anyone else was slacking off. The reason he entered the game was to achieve a perfect clear. In his eyes, there was no such thing as cooperation. Players were competitors. Whoever cracked the game first got more benefits. As the snowball rolled, he would become stronger and stronger in the future. Hell mode couldn't scare him. Thinking this, Kirk walked outside with his hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his lips, a complete Western version of a cocky protagonist. He looked as soon as he stepped out. The tray is empty? Huh? Where's the food? Kirk was stunned. This was the first time since entering the game that something had exceeded his control. Where's the food? Why is there only a plate left? It's not just the food that's gone. The medicine is gone too? Subconsciously, Kirk looked at the doors of other rooms. With so many rooms and only 5 players, there should still be plenty of food. Looking left and right instinctively, Kirk's body stiffened. Nothing, it's all gone? Where did all the food go? What the f? He couldn't help but swear. Kirk looked confused. Could it be that in this game, food left outside the room disappears? The game notifications didn't say anything about that at all. And why is the food gone, but the tray is still there? Ha 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 ha! I almost feel sorry for this guy's expression. Who would have thought his own teammate is the biggest problem? Even the smartest brain couldn't imagine those things were eaten by a teammate. Feel bad for Kirk? Kirk's game stream was already filled with ha 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 in the chat. Kirk, looking completely dazed, returned to the room. The confidence from a few minutes ago was gone, and when he looked up again, his eyelids twitched wildly. Long Lu across from him no longer looked dull. His bloodshot eyes were filled with murderous intent. The chains on his body were clanking, and the walls and floor had even started to show cracks. That power, completely beyond human capacity, made Kirk's teeth ache. He felt like the patient could break free at any moment and rush over to finish him off. Where is the fish-flavored shredded pork? Hold on, the chef is still making it. To give you the best taste, don't rush. Kirk forced himself to stay calm, trying to stabilize the patient. I'll go urge them again. With that, he closed the door and left. While Kirk was in a state of shock, Lusso had eaten his way to the end of the circular corridor. In an open room there sat that robot Tom. Any discoveries, dear player? The familiar mechanical voice sounded as the tin robot turned its head toward Lucette. Do you have any more food? Tom seemed to have glitched after being asked, not responding for a moment. You smell delicious, Luce continued, but didn't make any further moves. As the red light was about to flash, he walked back to his room. And after turning and walking a few steps, he came face to face with Kirk, who was out scouting for information and, not believing the situation, was heading toward the end of the corridor, checking each room. Right in front of him, Lutze tilted his head back and downed the canned food he was holding, as if he were afraid the other guy would snatch it. Kirk, looking at the red-masked figure who had unexpectedly walked over and observing Lusu's actions, Kirk felt his brain start to cramp. Am I hallucinating? Did my own mental interference backfire on me? Watching Luce gulp down a weird can of food in the blink of an eye, he forced himself to accept what was happening, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. The meeting of the century! Ah ha ha! I am dying of laughter. I've been switching back and forth between their perspectives, and honestly, they turned such a terrifying atmosphere into a comedy. Even though it is funny, I have no idea how they are going to complete their mission. This is a hell game, after all. What are you doing? Kirk looked at Luce in disbelief. He no longer cared about national pride and asked directly in Chinese. Eating, obviously. Isn't this mealtime? Luce replied matter-of-factly. Do you have any food left? Kirk opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. He had no idea what Lucio was doing. He tried to interfere with Lucy's mind, only to find the man's mental state was a chaotic mess, and his interference had no effect whatsoever. It was as if he had dropped a single bead of ink into a swamp, vainly trying to pollute the whole thing. The moment he used his ability, he felt a backlash and his face turned pale. Kirk looked at Lucio with horror in his eyes, thinking to himself, could this guy have been through something? Has he already suffered mental damage in this hellish game? In that brief moment of eye contact, Kirk considered 10,000 possibilities, while Lucio was busy thinking of 10,000 classic world cuisines. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in the corner of his eye as he noticed the small plate in Lucio's right hand. There were 6 pills left on it. Without time to think, he hurriedly said sternly, "Give me the medicine!" Luce yawned and said, "What kind of gibberish are you spouting? I don't understand you. Give me the medicine in your hand." "What medicine? This isn't medicine. This is my breakfast." Fine, it is breakfast. Can you give your breakfast to me?" Kirk started to coax him, realizing that Luce was likely mentally unstable, so he began adopting the tone used for talking to the insane. "Why would I give you my breakfast? Are you a beggar?" Luce replied, his mask displaying an expression of displeasure. "Kirk! Right, why would someone give me their food?" "No! Why am I even thinking about this?" Shaking his head violently to calm himself down, Kirk finally realized that this hell game was a bit too difficult. He spoke to Luce patiently. "Because I am a poor man. I have been hungry for a long time, and I need your help. For the sake of Christ, can you please share it, my dear sir?" In his desperation, Kirk even broke out into an English-style dramatic accent. "If you're hungry, go eat real food. Don't eat medicine like a meal, you lunatic." Luce replied, then picked up the plate, flipped his hand, and swallowed the 6 pills. "Kirk, wasn't I just playing along with what you said? How did I become the lunatic?" But seeing Luce eat the last of the pills, his heart sank to rock bottom. "It's over. How did such a decent game turn into this? What a useless teammate. Can't this game be designed for single-player runs?" A red warning light sounded, forcing the two back to their rooms. Kirk's gaze turned cold. Looking at Lucy's back, he said flatly, "If you still have a bit of sanity, use the exit coin. At least your life can be saved." Luce didn't even turn his head as if he hadn't heard the words directed at him, and walked quickly back to his room. Once back in his room, Kirk was completely on edge. Long Lu was rolling on the ground, looking like a vicious ghost. He had clawed open the scars on his body, blood smeared everywhere. He had even used his bare hands to dig chunks out of the stone-paved floor. Is this even human? The calm in Kirk's eyes slowly turned to wariness. He didn't dare speak and just stood pressed against the door. "Medicine! Medicine! Where's my fish-flavored shredded pork?" Facing the clearly insane mutterings of the other party, Kirk swallowed hard and began to mediate. "The food is still being made." Shifting the perspective back to Lucette, he had also returned to his room, facing his own emaciated patient. The situation he faced was similar to Kirk's. The hungry patient was rolling around like an alien, barely stopping short of transformation, but Lucio felt no fear. He wandered over to the patient, sat down on the ground, and asked naturally, "Ah, what a hearty breakfast. Are you full now? You didn't bring me anything back at all." If the patient could speak normally, he would have definitely leaned into Lucio's ear and shouted this. But he couldn't, only able to make various meaningless noises. Oh, you will be like me. You will become just like me." He roared, the chains pulled taut, and his fingers slashed down like knives, leaving a deep gash on Lucio's shoulder from which blood began to flow. Luce didn't react at all, just sat leaning against the wall, murmuring, "Looks like you're not full." "Yeah, me too. I'm just like you. I'm not full either." Patient. He had completely lost it, flailing his limbs around and inflicting wound after wound on Lucette. "Pain chosen! Pain value +1! Pain chosen! Pain value +1! Luce didn't react in the slightest, allowing the damage to continue as if he didn't even notice it. "All right, breakfast is mostly over. What did you want with me?" Lucy asked, turning to face the ghost-like figure. Patient. Shouldn't it be you who came looking for me? Perhaps Lucy's thinking was so chaotic that it seemed to surpass the patient's, making even the patient unable to resist responding. "I'm so hungry, but also feel like I ate too much." Lucy rubbed his stomach and stood up. "Bro, this posture is a bit uncomfortable. You brought me here to ask for help, right?" Saying this, he grabbed the arm swinging toward him. The arm that held the strength to shatter bricks was rendered completely immobile by Lucio's grip. A red light flashed. Lucio pulled his sharp blade out of his inventory. Side effect of the gluttony mask: the energy from eaten food doesn't belong to you. If it reaches a limit without release, you could explode. And let's release it. Roar! The patient whose wrist was grabbed let out a beast-like howl. The next second, a red light flashed. 24 points of strength, plus the triple bonus from the sharp blade, plus the release of Gluttony's power. Snap! Sturdy chain, which seemed like it could tie up a dinosaur, snapped at the sound. At the same time, the patient's wailing stopped abruptly, and he stared blankly at the chains that had restrained him for who knows how many years. His crazy, chaotic eyes seemed to clear up instantly, and the hands that had been clawing at Lucia dropped to his side. "Whoa, what's going on?" The patient stared at the broken chain, frozen in place as if he had been struck by a paralysis spell. His back stopped aching, his legs stopped hurting, and his insanity simply vanished. It was as if the person who had been hell-bent on killing Lucio just moments ago was someone else entirely. "Brother, I was just playing with you earlier. Please, don't hold it against me." Holy cow, what just happened? Here we go again, top-tier superhuman strength. His last game already blew my mind. He could have just gone on a rampage, but he insisted on blending in perfectly with the psychiatric patients. Honestly, I heard rumors about this guy's condition back in the last game. Coming to an asylum must feel just like coming home for him. The skinny patient stood there awkwardly, his whole body stiffened, seemingly unsure of what to do next. He had lost one chain, but he was bound by something far more secure, Lucé's hand, which was still gripping his wrist. In those few short seconds, he felt as if his nerves had gone numb and his arm had completely lost all sensation. Luce exhaled slowly, feeling the violent power within him subside slightly, bringing him some relief. He let go of the man's hand. "You? Who are you?" Perhaps the overwhelming external stimulus helped the patient break free from his chaotic mental state, granting him a brief moment of lucidity. "I'm your fellow patient." But Lucy's mind was no clearer than his, and the conversation remained unusually nonsensical. "What is your name?" "My name is Guo de Gang." "Patient!" That was a perfectly normal name. For some reason, he just felt like something was very wrong. "My name is Long Wu." "My name is Long Wu." Luz hadn't even asked yet. Long Wu volunteered the information, practically shouting it as if he had just woken from a dream and finally remembered who he was. But the clarity in his eyes quickly faded, replaced once again by confusion and madness, and his newly freed hand began to twitch. Yet for some reason, instead of attacking Lusa, who was standing right in front of him, he began swinging the iron chains against the walls and the floor. From the outside, he looked like he was throwing a futile tantrum. "Breakfast time has ended. All players, please return to your designated locations." "Breakfast time has ended!" The game's announcement rang out loudly, echoing through the entire prison-like asylum. Oh, the bell rang. "I guess it's time to head back." Luce muttered to himself, ignoring the guy behind him who was starting to have another episode, and walked out casually. But suddenly, just as Luce was about to step outside, a loud bang erupted from behind him. "Leave!" Luce turned back slowly to see Long Wu collapsed on the ground. His eyes were blood red, veins bulged across his face, and his skin had turned purple. He had slammed his head into the floor, and blood was already trickling from the corner of his brow. With his tattered clothes and bloodstains all over his body, he looked just like someone who had been tortured in prison for a decade. Seeing Lucy turn around, he forced a few words through his gritted, bloody teeth. "Leave! Get out of here! If you don't get out of here, you'll end up just like me!" Lucy remained silent for a few seconds, then bent down slightly to look at Long Wu. A strange, smiling expression gradually appeared on the mask he was wearing. He said in a playful tone, "Sir, at this point, how are we any different? You'll still host me for lunch, right?" The voice felt like a stream of icy water poured over his head, leaving Long Wu with a chilling, inexplicable sense of dread. After saying that, Luce straightened up and walked out of the ward. Bang! With a loud slam, the door closed. Everyone had returned to the initial room, all 5 of them. Not one more, not one less. But no one looked particularly happy. It seemed that none of them had made any good progress on their game tasks. The only female player was deathly pale, clearly shaken, and the big guy from earlier was actually injured. His entire right arm was dripping with blood, hastily wrapped in his shirt, yet the stains were still seeping through. "All right, players, the first round of the game has concluded. How are you all feeling? Are you adapting?" A mechanical voice spoke. It was Tom, who was now in the room with them. "Feel free to exchange some simple information and summarize your experiences in preparation for the next meal. Of course, if any of you feel you have found the patient who is most severely ill, you may tell me at any time. You may proceed on your own now." Having said that, Tom rolled his treads to a corner and stopped moving as if he had powered down into standby mode. Damn it, this cursed game! A roar erupted in the room. The big guy was covered in cold sweat, clutching his blood-soaked arm tightly. What kind of place is this? They call this a hospital? These things aren't human at all. He kept cursing and swearing, and it was obvious from his words that everyone could sense the fear he was experiencing. As it turned out, once he entered the ward, the big guy had focused solely on completing his task, thinking only of force-feeding the patient to speed up his progress. He hadn't taken these tormented patients seriously at all. When the patient refused to eat, he just went up and tried to pry his mouth open to shove the medicine in. In that moment, he realized what he was up against. These pathetic-looking patients seemed to harbor the strength of tigers and leopards within them. They erupted instantly, and the big guy stood no chance. If it weren't for his decent physical fitness and regular exercise, which helped him escape in the end, he would have nearly lost his life. Indeed, their physical capabilities can hardly be measured by human standards, Jiuqin chimed in from the side. In this hell game, this level of difficulty is to be expected. Be careful. At least they still have their chains, and we still have the medicine. I suggest everyone share what information they have. I'll go first. I noticed a strange phenomenon. My patient was very resistant to the medicine at first, but after I persuaded him for a while, he suddenly went crazy and begged to take it. The woman's face was also pale as she followed up on Jiu Tian's words. Same here. The patient I encountered acted like he had a mania at first, completely refusing the medicine and food, but then suddenly started roaring and demanding to eat, downing all the medicine. It's very strange, and after they took the medicine, the mania disappeared, but I couldn't get any information out of them either. Their minds were completely chaotic. Just then, Kirk suddenly stood up. I have nothing to say, I just have a question. Then, he looked at Luce, who was lying flat on the floor, and said, Do you know that, aside from the patients assigned to you lot, no one else in this entire asylum took their medicine? Did you take them all, Mr. Red Mask? Kirk said the last two sentences directly in Chinese. Hearing his words, everyone froze, then turned their heads in shock, wondering what had transpired between these two. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned chillingly quiet. No one had expected that in a situation where the mission had barely progressed, something akin to infighting would break out. Jiu Tian fell silent for a few seconds, his brain struggling to process this information. What do you mean he ate it all by himself? So he took the initiative to ease the tension. Mr. Kirk, what do you mean by that? Exactly what I said, Kirk replied stiffly. I never imagined that someone could obtain the ability to eat as a skill from the game. It's just that I feel this is completely hindering our game progress. Kirk looked incredibly annoyed, having lost much of his previous rationality and arrogance. If you look closely, you could see a scratch on his face. That was because he failed to bring back the shredded pork with garlic sauce, causing the patient Long Lu in the room to gouge out gravel from the floor and throw it at him. Jiu Tian looked back and forth between the two, still not quite understanding. Afterward, he chose to ask his support staff for help directly in his live broadcast room since they had been watching everything for him. Special Agent Jushin, it is indeed exactly as he said. This player in the red mask used his ability to eat up every single item delivered to this hospital. Not just the medicine, but the food! All the food! We calculated the amount. 112 servings in total. It is impossible for a human to do this. The volume of food has long exceeded the world record for competitive eating. But Zweitbrod says his hookings of famous recently has been übergreifend. When we was abused the pericorxes, die tend to fakes. Much just done from some filties and the effort in grain chains. That was it 10 talks down and showing some blicky wamshays. So it's having to patron to think and for the hearts, Zufing see, chicken servants about if you said. So something in a mission, and stories and of it, study of it, traveling, should be simple. Huh? Jiu Tian looked at the reply on the screen, his brain feeling overwhelmed. His reaction at that moment was remarkably similar to Kirk's expression when he first met Lu Shou. Brain spasm. Hey, wait, is he sick? Why is he eating that? Is that stuff meant for human consumption? Isn't he afraid of eating himself to death? Is he trying to test out his own superpower? No, what's the context? Why did he eat and why did he eat it all? Was there no trigger? Unfortunately, Special Agent Jiu Tian, there is no context and no reason why. If you really have to ask, he said he was hungry from the start. So he was hungry, wanted to eat, and just ate everything. It's very absurd. Our behavioral analysts have been working on it, but they can't find the purpose of his actions. They suspect his mental state might be extremely chaotic. Even the patients in the same ward are much more normal than him. It is worth mentioning that the patients in his ward have actually had 2 instances of rational dialogue with him, something none of you players have ever achieved. It's just a pity that while the patient is rational, he is not, so no further effective dialogue occurred. Jiu Tian's brows furrowed even deeper. He couldn't quite grasp what was going on. No reason, no motive, yet the result was relatively decent. Are you kidding me? The patient is more rational than him? The patient can actually have a rational conversation with him? Is this really meaningless? After all, since being selected by the game and becoming a special agent, he had a long period of grassroots work experience and knew that many things were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Following rules to the letter often doesn't get things done. In grassroots life, many times it's those who look unruly and don't care about the process or logic who actually end up with decent results. He didn't know what was going on with Luso, nor could he think of a reasonable explanation. Additionally, there is one thing that needs to be paid special attention to. No matter what, do not offend him. Do not offend that person. His combat strength is terrifying. Huh? Jiu Tian frowned. This was the first time he had seen a description of combat strength as being terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ce, who had been lying flat the whole time, finally spoke up, interrupting Jiu Tian's thoughts. Ah, it's you, brother beggar. What, have you still not managed to beg for food? Luce said something that only the two of them could understand, sprawling on the floor quite comfortably. The big guy and the woman stood on the side, watching the situation with confusion, not knowing what they were up to. Kirk, lacking his previous arrogance, gritted his teeth and said, "Those medicines are for the mental patients to take, not for you. You ate too much and your mind is completely abnormal now, right? If you're not normal, just quit. This game isn't for you. You didn't manage to beg for food. You can't blame me for that. Begging for food is my specialty." Luce kept rambling on nonsense. "Enough!" Kirk exploded. As someone who had always been high and mighty in life, he had never felt such helplessness as if he were talking to a simpleton. "Do you know that if I had obtained that medicine this time, I would have made great progress? I was only one step away from completely controlling him. This hell game itself wasn't inherently dangerous, but you've single-handedly created danger. Chinese man, I don't know if you're playing dumb or if you've actually gone crazy. Those medicines are game-clearing props. You are hindering the game's progress, hindering it in a hell difficulty game. This will send us all to hell. Neither you behave or get out! Get out of this game!" Suddenly, Lucy, lying on the ground, lifted his head slightly and glanced at him. A sharp, piercing light seemed to shoot out from the red mask. Kirk felt as if he had been suddenly eyed by a predator in the wild, and for a split second, his mind cleared. Luce spoke slowly. "How do you know those medicines are game-clearing props? Who told you that?" Everyone turned their eyes in unison, looking at Luce on the ground. He actually spoke human language? This was the first time Luce had said something meaningful, starting to converse like a normal player. Kirk's brain went blank for a moment, and Juchin was pondering it as well. It seemed that in the game description, there was never any mention of the medicine. The fact that the medicine could alleviate the patient's conditions was written on the tray, sitting right next to that poop-like food, essentially counting as part of the game. They knew nothing about the function, the principle, or what specific illness the medicine corresponded to. Even Kirk himself had been suspicious from the start, wanting to use his own abilities without relying on the medicine. It was just that in the end, they all accepted it. Luce's voice continued, and this time, his words were emphatic. "Those medicines are not, as you say, props to clear the game." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap. Everyone was silent, and even the tin robot Tom, who had been motionless in the corner, turned its head toward them. Kirk frowned, lost in thought, and everyone was contemplating. Jutian spoke up. "You mean to say? That's not a game prop," Luce said, then lay back down. "That's my breakfast." I'm a bit hungry again. When is lunch starting?" Kirk, #instant.
Damn, you son of a witch, and so on and so forth. Kirk flew into a rage. All the composure he had painstakingly built up shattered in an instant. He had truly never encountered a player like this before. He had been lost in thought, feeling that what was said actually made some sense, and thinking that perhaps this guy in front of him had some extraordinary reasoning. But just as he was starting to take it seriously, the other guy came back with "That was breakfast? Why the hell didn't you say it was your last meal before execution? Is your sickness acting up again? Do you even know what time it is?" Kirk was so choked up with frustration that his face turned a deep shade of purple, and he lashed out at Luceau, pointing his finger right at him. But he really couldn't find the words to curse him out properly. Investigating a psychiatric hospital only to find out your teammate is a lunatic. How are you supposed to deal with that? Luce lay on the ground looking at the furious Kirk and asked with curiosity as if they were meeting for the first time. "Oh my God, what's wrong? Poor Tom, is that white cat playing with your feelings again?" "I am the one who is Tom. I am not pathetic, and besides, you should call me the Great Tom." In the corner, the tin robot that had turned its head earlier added seriously, then turned its head back. The female player lowered her head, speechless, feeling a splitting headache coming on. The big guy started cursing up a storm, rebandaging his wounds. He had just burst 2 blood vessels from the anger. The whole scene turned into a farce. The serious atmosphere was instantly dismantled. Nobody bothered to think about the medicine anymore. It all seemed like the ramblings of a mentally unstable person. Jutian was also having a massive headache. He had originally thought Luceau was an extraordinary person with hidden motives, but now he figured it was best not to overthink it. Don't end up following the logic of a madman and getting yourself killed in this hellish game. That would be a genuine death. This team is so hard to lead. However, remembering what his colleague had said about Luce's top-tier combat power, and knowing they absolutely couldn't have internal conflict now, he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Everyone, stay calm. Let's focus on the game and not fight among ourselves." The flashy guy in red? Luce said, as if he had only just recognized Jutian. Jutian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Seriously, buddy, aren't you supposed to be mentally deranged? How come you remember this nickname you gave me so clearly? Go damn away from me. Kirk didn't want to say another word. He left that cold remark, walked away from the group, and sat a bit further off. There is no team. These useless people either serve no purpose or, like that lunatic, are just a liability. He would just have to plan the next steps on his own. Luce continued lying flat on the ground, seemingly hearing nothing, lost in his own chaotic world. He had intentionally called him the flashy guy in red just now as his way of fulfilling some responsibility toward the team. He was sending a signal that he hadn't completely lost his mind. He knew that if he didn't give in to his mental chaos, he wouldn't be able to receive the buffs from the gluttony mask, so he allowed himself these irrational behaviors and indulged his physical impulses. However, he still maintained his underlying rationality, because becoming a permanent lunatic controlled by the mask was unacceptable. Whether the signal he sent was received or understood, however, was uncertain. Right now, he was simply enjoying and experiencing the sensation of that power. The side effects of the gluttony mask were high, but the special power boost it provided seemed far superior to the greed mask. And 1 to 4 servings of food and 700 unknown pills had brought him a massive surge of energy. Luce felt like a powder keg was sitting inside his body, ready to release immense power at any moment. Slicing through iron earlier was just a small appetizer. Surging energy expanded within him, and even the smallest amount absorbed was repairing his body and increasing his strength. Earlier, when Luce was attacked by Long Wu in the room and let the guy tear into him, he had even gained 4 or 5 points of pain value. But now, though his clothes were tattered, not a single player noticed he had been injured, because all the wounds had already healed. The energy stored in his body possessed an almost monstrous healing capability for such exterior wounds. Furthermore, his current strength had risen from 24 to 25 points. To be precise, all his attributes, except for spirit, had gone up by 1 point. This wasn't from leveling up, but the terrifying effect of the gluttony mask. The potent energy had been absorbed just a tiny bit, and it already had such an effect. He intended to enjoy this mask. As long as he kept his bottom line rationality, the superficial chaotic thoughts were nothing. And he wasn't sure if it was because his chaotic thoughts matched this place. But he felt that with this chaotic and unclear mindset, he was actually considering many things more clearly, like the medicine and like these people. The argument ended, and there was still some time until lunch. Kirk was facing the wall by himself, deep in thought, while Lutze lay on the floor motionless. No one knew what these two players who had achieved perfect clears were planning. Jutien tried to start a conversation a few times to see if there was any news or what the next plan was. Responses were scarce. During breakfast, the common information everyone gathered was that patients only calmed down when they took their medicine and that they all claimed they weren't sick, which perfectly fit the characteristics of the mentally ill. This information didn't help advance the mission. Jutien hesitated, then finally shared a piece of his own information. My patient said one thing to me. Besides claiming he wasn't sick, he also said that he was innocent. I don't know if it's useful, but please consider it. The big guy and the woman didn't react, but Kirk and the lying Lucy both had their ears visibly perk up. Lunch is about to begin. You all know the rules, so get ready. Time was almost up. The door opened once again, and Tom the tin robot rolled out of the room on its tracks. Lunchtime begins. Players, please start the game. Kirk slowly opened his eyes and walked toward the door. In the history of international medicine, there has never been a definitive standard for the severity of mental illness. Yet here, they have to find the sickest person, even though every single patient claims they aren't ill. It seems it's time to change the approach. Thinking this to himself, he turned his head and looked at Luceur. I need to warn you. WTF? He turned his head, originally intending to weigh the pros and cons and ask Lucy not to interfere with him this time, but as soon as he looked back, he found that Lucy had vanished into thin air. He was the first one to set off toward the exit, while Lucio had been lying on the ground motionless ever since the voice prompt at the start of the game. Where did he go? A very bad feeling rose in his heart, and soon after, the sound of clattering and crashing began behind him. Once his appetite was unleashed, there was no turning it off. Lucio had been waiting for this lunch to begin for quite some time, so he certainly wasn't going to wait for anyone else. The moment the meal started, he had already charged out like a cheetah, beginning to sweep through everyone's lunch. That way of eating could hardly be called eating. He was just shoving it in and moving to the next one. He was so fast that by the time Kirk reacted, Lucio had already wiped out a dozen plates and was advancing at a lightning pace. It was as if he were worried someone might fight him for it. Honestly, I saw this coming. Even though it's a hellish game, why is this so hilarious? Ha 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 ha. I feel bad for Kirk, I'm dying of laughter. My masked bro strikes the moment he appears. He plays by his own rules. The players were also stunned. Although they had heard before that Luce had eaten all the food in the hospital by himself, they hadn't really grasped what that meant. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were all so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. Jutien couldn't help but gulp. He finally understood why it was said that this guy's combat power should not be underestimated or trifled with. Judging by this commotion and the sprinting speed while eating, he seriously suspected that if he went up there now, he might get eaten too. So scared, I hope he won't eat me. Stop! Kirk let out a cry of misery, forgetting all caution, and rushed out like a madman to scramble for food. In the end, Kirk managed to grab a plate of medicine and carefully tucked it into his clothes. All the other food had been completely wiped out. The patients here probably never expected that while staying in a hospital, they would suddenly stop getting fed. Kirk held the medicine, gave Luce a wary look, and this time, he didn't dare to say a word. He was truly afraid that Lusu would pounce on him and bite him. So he carried his medicine and walked straight to Long Lu's room to begin his information gathering. The other players clearly regarded Lucy as an abnormal contestant by now. They stopped communicating and hurried into their rooms as if avoiding a plague. The patients in the rooms seemed somewhat more normal. It seems the hellish difficulty of this game primarily manifests in this man. Luce walked into the previous room and looked at Longwu on the floor. Longwu looked like he had been tortured all morning, twisted and huddled on the ground. Hearing someone enter, he let out a wild roar and tried to charge forward. But halfway through his charge, he stopped dead in his tracks. It wasn't because he was held back by chains, but because he recognized Luce. His eyes instantly cleared up, his wildness vanished, and he became docile. "Hello there, beautiful lady," Luce said politely as he gently closed the door. "Why did you change my gender?" Longwu sat blankly on the floor as if his soul had been drained, not moving or arguing, looking like a dried-up salted fish. He knew that communicating with this man was meaningless. Luce stood at the doorway and continued. "Why did you invite me here? Oh, by the way, is there anything to eat? The guy who invited me this morning didn't even let me eat my fill. It was so rude. I'm still angry thinking about it. I won't forgive him." Longwu still didn't say a word, sitting quietly on the floor, thinking to himself that the guy from this morning was also me. "You haven't had enough yet? I bet my lunch was ravaged by you too, wasn't it?" Slowly, suddenly, Longwu, who had been mentally unstable the whole time, suddenly spoke up. "Why? Why me?" "Because with great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man." Lucy responded with nonsense, patting the other man on the shoulder. "Peter, you must remember this." "What the heck is this all about? I'm totally confused." Even Spider-Man made an appearance. Unbelievable. The boss's trademark is definitely talking nonsense to everything. But don't you guys think that in front of the boss, these patients seem to have regained some of their sanity, to a certain extent? Longwu's mouth twitched. He seemed to have gotten used to Luce's crazy style and continued. "What on earth did you come here for? If you're crazy, everyone in this prison has a single cell. If you aren't, why come and torture me? I'm innocent. The people inside are the ones who are guilty." Longwu's words made the live stream go wild. Wow, that's a massive amount of information. What does he mean? Wasn't it supposed to be a hospital? Why did it become a prison? What does he mean by the people inside? The patient revealed so much more information than what Kirk got. Is this how mentally ill people communicate? I just don't know if he can understand it. Luce leaned on Longwu's shoulder, the expression on his mask appearing exceptionally serious, as if he were pondering something. "Are you saying the people inside will give me food, right?" Longwu. He really wanted to go crazy right now, but he held it in. "Yes, thanks for the treat." Luce stood up and headed straight for the food without any hesitation. After he left, Longwu face planted into the ground, gasping for air. However, their crimes here are considered paid off. Luce kept walking inside until he reached the end of the circular path and came to the place where Tom was kept. His footsteps paused. He looked at Tom and said, "Brother, you smell really delicious." "Tom?" Then Luce didn't waste any time. He pushed open a door next to him and walked in. In the dim light, with blood-red walls and floors, a figure sat quietly on the ground, slowly lifting his head to reveal a black face. His eye sockets were deep, and his mouth was opened wide as if he were smiling, revealing a set of mangled, decayed teeth. Finally, people like you have come again. Where's my meal? Has that shit-like stuff been canceled now too? He looked straight at Lucy, who had walked in and let out an eerie laugh. I know what you're here for, but... Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lucy. Lou said, I love you. The other person, What did you just say? The patient inside seemed a bit slow to react, asking with a suspicious tone. I love you. Luch was no longer feeling confused, and he repeated it quite naturally. Huh? A single confession stunned the other person for over 30 seconds. He kept his mouth open as if something was stuck in his throat, rendering him speechless. The perverted smile and twisted expression from before had vanished completely, leaving only a look of pure confusion. You, not this impressive, I didn't see that opening coming. Starting off with an ultimate move, that hard crowd control effect is amazing. It looks like Long Wu was right. The masked big shot is just switching to a different player to torture. Kelki, come and take notes. Wasn't it said that Kelki's skill is mental interference? Come see what top-tier mental interference actually looks like. It felt like this patient still had some sanity left before. But well, it's all gone now. People watching Lucy's live stream had even forgotten the danger of the game. They just felt that all of this was quite entertaining. But the patient inside the game didn't find it funny at all. He looked at Lucy with an expression like he had just eaten something foul, and finally couldn't help but ask, Why? Luce closed the door very naturally and replied, Child, you must understand that true love needs no reason. The patient had forgotten all the lines he had prepared, muttering unconsciously, Does love really need no reason? No! Why the hell am I even thinking about this stuff with you? Looking up at Luso with a fearful expression, he cursed. Are you out of your mind? Are you crazy? Friend, strictly speaking, you are the crazy one, Luce replied earnestly. The other person, that actually makes sense too. No! Shaking his head violently, the patient patted his own face, wondering why he always followed this guy's train of thought. Having initially thought his toy had arrived, he now began to feel an inexplicable sense of apprehension, feeling that this guy was different from anyone who had been here before. Who are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone else? Luce responded with great courtesy. Who I am. I'm a bit unclear about that too, but you can call me Wang Ao. Well, hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Batman. I am Batman. Lu Qi deliberately lowered his voice, as if he had a bit of phlegm in his throat, imitating the standard DC pronunciation. What on earth? The other person's voice went up an octave. What kind of nonsensical gibberish is this? Pounding his head hard, Wang Ao wondered if he had missed 2 doses of his medicine and his condition had worsened. How come his mind felt so foggy today, like he was hallucinating? All right, let's get straight to the point, Lucy said. Oh, right, Wang Ao replied subconsciously, and then that sinister expression returned to his face. So, where's the food? Lucy asked. Huh? Wang Ao looked up blankly. The emotions that had just been stirred up completely shattered. Where's the meal? Lucy spread his hands as if questioning him. Food? I don't know why, but there was no food given today. Wang Ao replied with an innocent look, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, no! Shouldn't you be the one bringing me food? Why, Lucia looked like he took it for granted. As the saying goes, when you are full of confidence, the other party often loses theirs. Wang Ao was left stunned and stumped, as if he was genuinely contemplating why. Yeah, why indeed? Didn't you invite me here? Lucy pressed on. When did I invite you here? Luce had only spoken a few simple sentences since entering, but Wang Ao felt like each day lasted a year. His mind was already a complete mess. No! I don't want to think about these things! In an instant, Wang Ao, with a splitting headache, opened his eyes wide. Being mentally unstable to begin with, he felt like he was about to go berserk. Clenching his teeth and erupting with a violent aura, he stomped his feet hard and stood straight up. With bloodshot gums exposed and the muscles on his face twitching, he looked in a much better state than Long Wu earlier. The iron chains on him were fewer, with only one thick chain tied to his left leg, leaving him much more freedom of movement. Sticking out his dark fingernails and pointing at Luce, he said, Kid, stop messing around in front of me, I'm warning you. But the next moment, Lucy's figure appeared in front of him as if by teleportation. They were face to face and could even feel each other's breathing. Wang Ao was stunned. This was the first time he had seen someone dare to get so close to him voluntarily. Is he not afraid of death? His pupils constricted, a sense of violence surged, and he prepared to strike. But the next moment, a powerful hand pressed down on his shoulder. Mr. Liu, what's the rush? Sit down and let's talk slowly. Then a massive and impossible to resist force came from the other person, as if a great mountain was pressing down on him. Wang Ao, who had been unprepared, felt his legs go weak instantly and knelt down to the ground. Huh? Why did you kneel down? There's no need to be so polite. As Lu Ce spoke, he also sat cross-legged in front of the other person. Wang Ao's lips trembled, his eyes staring blankly at Lu Ce opposite him, unable to speak for a long time. Is he even human? Was that kind of power something a human should have? His blood-red eyes also slowly softened, and the intention to attack from moments ago vanished into thin air. Excellent. As expected, his eyes instantly became clear. Ha 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 ha. Exactly the same as Long Wu before. Long Wu, let the fellow sufferer die, not me. Brother, you try experiencing it now. Looking at pure combat ability, isn't this a bit too buggy? Welcome to the new round of torture initiated by our great masked big shot. What's wrong, Brother Li? Why are you still kneeling? Lu sat in front of him, the two of them inches apart. I'm saying, even if you can't remember my name, could you at least stick to one surname? How many different surnames have I had now? Wang Ao, with his chaotic mind, had already lost the ability to think. He couldn't communicate with words, and it seemed he was no match in terms of force. Then he could only follow the flow. He had to regain control of the rhythm. Sad to say, under Lu Ce's overly heaven-defying mental state, this Wang Ao, as a mental patient, had actually started to think about a strategy. I know why you're here. You have questions to ask me, right? After Wang Ao said this, fearing that Lu Ce would steer the topic to some unknown place again, he didn't wait for an answer and hurried to continue. Are you here to ask me who the most severely ill person in this hospital is? As Wang Ao spoke, he bowed his head slightly, watching Lu Ce out of the corner of his eye, his expression showing a hint of smugness. After all, in his experience, no one who came to seek him out would fail to ask this question. No matter how crazy or mentally unstable the person in front of him might be, he didn't believe they could remain unmoved by this matter. I can answer you truthfully, as long as you agree to play a game with me. At this moment, the group of staff members from the Jutian company, who had been monitoring every player's stream, were all stunned, and they all gathered their attention on Lu Ce. They had never expected that a game which seemed to have no progress would suddenly reach such an unexpected turning point here. No way, is it that simple? He just said it like that? Why do I feel like this patient isn't actually sick at all? He looks like the most normal one of the bunch. Everything is relative. Compared to this masked boss, everyone else seems pretty normal. But still, is this game NPC just giving out such key information so easily? Or has he met players like this before? The person above just made it sound really chilling. Hearing Wang Ao's words, almost everyone was very excited. Except for one person. Shouldn't someone who's critically ill go see a doctor? What does that have to do with me? Luce picked at his ear and said, looking a bit puzzled, You don't want to ask about this? Wang Ao was completely caught off guard. He was now fairly certain that the person in front of him was different from anyone he had seen before. So, he asked tentatively, Brother, are you a newcomer? Are you going to live here too? If so, it seems everyone has their own separate room, so why did you come looking for me? There was a note of impatient withdrawal in Wang Ao's voice, and even a bit of grievance. He had suffered so much torment here, he never thought someone would come today just to torture him even more. If you insist on me asking you a question, it's not entirely out of the question. Lu stroked his chin and said, looking thoughtful, What? In Wang Ao's eyes, a red light flared up again, and that bloodthirsty desire resurfaced. Listening to Lu Ce's voice, not to mention Wang Ao, the viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. They had feared that Lu Xu had truly lost his mind to such a degree that he would actually pass up an easy way to clear the game right in front of him. As a result, amid everyone's anticipation, the gluttony mask on Lu Ce's face formed a thoughtful expression. Then he leaned in mysteriously and asked Wang Ao, Actually, have you realized one thing? What? The 5 characters are actually 3 characters. 5? What? Wang Ao, who had been waiting for half a day, had his mind go blank for a second, unable to react in time. How can 5 characters be 3 characters? Wait. Then he counted on his fingers. looked up at Lu Su with a pained expression, and nodded speechlessly. If you put it that way, 5 characters is indeed 3 characters. So what? So that means 6 characters is also 3 characters, right? Wang Ao. So 6 equals 5! His facial expression had gone numb. Having lived here for so long, this was the first time he had been so desperate to leave. He didn't want to stay in this hellhole anymore. Luce wasn't looking for his answer at all and continued to mutter to himself. Following that logic, 7 also equals 5, 8 also equals 5, 1 equals 2 equals 3 equals 4 equals 0. The grand unified equation of mathematics has been discovered by me. So, eating 10 bowls of rice is the same as eating 3 bowls of rice is the same as eating 0 bowls of rice, which means you didn't eat at all, right? I'm a little hungry. At this very moment, Wang Ao suddenly lunged forward, grabbed Lu Su's hand with a sincere expression, and said earnestly, "Brother, I think your condition is a bit too severe, even worse than mine. I don't know why this creepy hospital didn't send the meds today, it's just so irresponsible. Tonight, when tonight comes, you can have my share. I think your case is a bit serious. In the past, there was Kong Rong giving up his pears. Today, there is Wang Ao giving up his medicine. Wang Ao has been completely broken. Seriously, is this a problem a normal human could even come up with? I feel like my masked brother is the only one actually here to play the game. He's just playing around. I feel sorry for Wang Ao, he's been played until he's broken. After feeling sorry for Kirky, and feeling sorry for Long Wu, now there's feeling sorry for Wang Ao. Lucy can be called the world's top cardiologist. He's broken everyone's hearts. Wait, that's not right. Wang Ao suddenly let go of his hand, the looks of violence, confusion, and chaos alternating in his eyes. I think I'm the one who's mentally ill. What am I doing? Why do I care what this person's question is? Why do I care what kind of disorder he has? I want to, heh. Thinking this, Wang Ao's face slowly reverted to that perverted expression, grinning like an imbecile, with drool slowly running from the corner of his mouth. Sir, I know the answer to your question, I know them all. But if you want to know the answer, I have a condition. You have to play a game with me first, then I can tell you. This time, the chaos in Wang Ao's mind finally took the upper hand, keeping him from being led by Lu Su's pace. What game? This was the first time Lucy truly responded to his question. Red light danced in his eyes as if he had finally returned to his own home turf, and he pulled a piece of metal from beneath him. The metal was covered in rust, but except for a few notches, the edges were razor sharp and reflective. It was clearly sharpened often into a knife. The metallic color of the shard reflected the excited glow on Wang Ao's face. This was where his sickness truly lay. He looked at Lucy and said, "Watch closely." Then he pressed one hand flat on the ground and started to wave the knife frantically with the other. The blade darted down, weaving rapidly between his 5 fingers, moving so fast that it created a blur. A literal dance on the blade's edge. But his technique wasn't actually that good. Amidst the blur, the sound of flesh being sliced and splashes of blood erupted, drawing a satisfied groan from Wang Ao, the excitement in his eyes intensifying. Finally he stopped, his palm drenched in blood that soaked into the floor, a pool of crimson winding away. He held out the metal shard, now stained with bits of flesh. Your turn, 100 times. Seeming to be in his element, Wang Ao grinned wildly like the Joker from a DC movie. Lu slowly looked up, the mask on his face showing a big smile, and he took the blood-stained shard. As I said before, Mr. Chen, I love you, and this time I am serious. This time, Wang Ao listened to Lu Tzu's insane ranting, but he paid no attention at all, as if he couldn't hear a word. With a crazed grin on his face, he stared at the red mask in front of him and the blade in the other man's hand. This was his illness, and it was also the source of his sin. 100 times? Yes, 100 times. Both of them were laughing loudly now, staring at each other, repeating the words again as their eyes brimmed with their own selfish desires. Luce never expected that even at a time like this, someone would actually go out of their way to deliver pain points to him. As for Wang Ao, he had already descended into his own peak state of mental ecstasy. He craved blood, torture, and agony, and he didn't care whether the victim was someone else or himself. He could no longer remember how long he had been here, but he still remembered the reason he had come. Mass murder, torture, indiscriminate harm, he had long ago transformed into a demon on earth. But due to his mental illness, he was not executed. Instead, he was locked away here to undergo treatment. Yet here, he suffered torments far more terrifying than death. day after day, year after year. But he enjoyed it. He adapted to everything here, adapted to his own existence. Moreover, he had encountered people a few times who came here seeking so-called intelligence, only to end up subjected to his games and torture. And so he wallowed in the abyss of self-torture and torturing others, finding pleasure in it all. Before, he would always seize upon the other person's weaknesses, coercing and threatening them, savoring their fear and helplessness. This time, however, things were a little different. He had met someone with a mental illness just as severe as his own, and he had even been left mentally disoriented by the other person just a moment ago. But that didn't matter. Once the game began, once that bloody sensation returned to him, he would have no fear. On the contrary, wouldn't it be more interesting to see such a unique guy lying before him watching his pain and struggle? Anyone who seeks me out has a goal, and if they have a goal, they have a weakness. Slap. Luce raised his right hand and slammed it firmly onto the ground, fingers spread wide, clearly exposing the spaces between them. With the metal shard in his other hand, he hesitated for a long time, as if pondering something. Then he flipped his left hand, turned the metal shard in a different direction, and held it out toward Wang Ao. What? Scared? Wang Ao rolled his neck, wearing a predictable smile that seemed like both mockery and a declaration of his victory. Afterward, he sat up leisurely, licked the wound on his hand, and said, "I don't know what your goal is, but I can guarantee you one thing. No matter how skilled you are, if you refuse me, you will never achieve your goal. My goal is simply to spend a little more time with you." The red gluttony mask still wore that irreverent expression. All seriousness and tension seemed as if they could never exist on that mask. "Here, take it," Lucy said. "What?" Wang Ao arched a brow. "What do you mean?" "You said it yourself, you do it." Lucy smiled at him in a friendly way, gesturing with the blade to show that everything was fine. "I trust you. You have good technique 100 times. Wang Ao's mouth twitched, then curled into a wild grin, followed by a burst of laughter. "Fine, fine, fine, no problem." He took the knife, leaned forward slightly, and whispered into Lucy's ear with a smile. "Your mental fortitude is truly impressive. You're exactly the kind of prey I love the most. I hope you're ready." He backed away slightly, staring intently at Lucy's mask, watching for the slightest change in expression, then raised his hand high. With all his strength, he drove the blade down hard into the back of Lu Chu's hand. Clang! The sound of sharp steel slicing through flesh echoed. Wang Ao didn't play the game he had proposed at all. The blade wasn't aimed for the spaces between the fingers. The rusty metal shard sank in completely, and blood began to flow. The warm sensation soaked into his palm, and Wang Ao could feel the heat of the blood. He licked his lips, watching Lucy's face, waiting for a shift in expression. But he was ultimately disappointed. There was no change in the expression on Lucy's mask, no trembling of the body. He didn't see any of the emotions that should have appeared. Even now, at the moment his palm was pierced, there was no flinching, no involuntary muscle spasm. His hand remained in a completely relaxed state? What does that even mean? It proves the man completely defied biological instinct, suppressed his own nerve reflexes, and truly didn't care at all. The smile on Wang Ao's face grew somewhat stiff as he heard Lu Tzu speak slowly. 1. Lucy's voice was so calm as a whisper in the dark, threatening to drag him into the abyss. "Pain chosen, pain points +2. What's wrong? Do you need to keep count? Or is the knife stuck?" As he spoke, a powerful hand gripped Wang Ao's wrist and, bit by bit, pulled the other man's hand, along with the embedded blade, right out. "Why don't we make the game a bit more interesting?" Luce didn't wait for a response. While Wang Ao was still dazed, his vision suddenly went black. Lucy's other hand had covered his face, blocking his eyes. "Ever played this? Come on, continue." In the darkness, Wang Ao's body trembled slightly, a wheezing laugh escaping his throat, as if something was lodged in his windpipe. A complex emotion gripped his heart like a giant hand, throwing Wang Ao's already unstable mind into utter chaos. And where he couldn't see, he didn't know that Lu Tzu had also slowly closed his eyes. This is a bit too intense, right? I don't really get it, but for some reason I feel so nervous. I think this is a competition between the two of them. A psychological contest. Whoever loses faces a collapse of their long accumulated morbid thought patterns. I think it's called the over-limit effect in psychology. The masked man didn't fall into the other guy's rhythm. Instead, he's using the other guy's own methods to break him. "All right," Luce said in a soft, steady voice. "Like that. 99 more to go. Continue! In the darkness, it felt as if a command had been given, and the switch for the game had been flipped.